Hey guys, what's up? How's everybody doing tonight?
Pretty
Uh,
good. Pretty good. Good afternoon.
You talking to us or chat?
Yeah, everybody. the
I'm
the
just
whole
happy to
audience.
be back, brother. It's been so long since we've had a chance to sit down and look at a good book. So
Yeah.
Yeah, it's been too long. I agree. We got a healthy, presence here as well. 7 people, so it's always worth doing these. You get a good turnout. So you guys missed my humor, clearly.
absolutely. You know what I missed was that cold open you used to do where you just played the most god awful thing that you recorded off of the recent public radio.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's not coming back
that's a shame.
unless you
We're
troll
all,
me about
we're,
it.
we're all gonna miss that.
Didn't you do it like last week?
Yeah, he did.
Okay.
Oh yeah, maybe. So I do have to get a gay op out of the way first. It's directed at Aldous. Aldous, I've been instructed to tell you that eating Cool Ranch Doritos is for the gays, and God's people eat nacho cheese, the one true Dorito.
I
Yeah,
you know what? Aldous, you want to take this one?
Supper Aldous.
Yeah, no, that's fine. This is the kind of propaganda that you get from the bourgeois class that thinks that they can just throw money and spoil good natural Americans that are trying to enjoy the flavors of their forefathers like Cool Ranch. And it's disgusting. It's un-American. And I honestly have been talking to my congressman about we need to open like another House on Un-American Activities committee and get to the bottom of this, because there is nothing more communist at its essence than these people that are taking a cheese that is not your cheese and making it their own. It is absolutely wrong. It is not your cheese. It is everybody's cheese. Everybody can have this cheese, but they're trying to make it their own, and it's wrong.
They're collectivizing the cheese. Is that what
They're
you're saying?
collectivizing the cheese.
Listen to this gaslighting. This gaslighting.
He's converting.
Rand.
I have. I will have you know. This is a deep cut.
Congressperson Rashida Tlaib.
I have video of Hojo dropping bags of nacho cheese Doritos inside pumpkins for other people to get. It's clear that he's an agent of this, and this is clearly a gay op on his part. It is absolutely. That's a deep cut for Alger Hiss, in case anybody doesn't know.
yeah, I got it. Yeah, I got it.
Save the cheese. Save the cheese. You want to say hi to the chat? Should we still do that? What do you think?
Nah.
No. Screw them.
It's just TJ.
It's TJ.
Just kidding.
Is he axing us a question?
Oz is here. He says bow. That's cool. Linko is here. He wants unzipped, but it's a double header tonight, Linko, so you gotta wait. And yeah, it is TJ. He's calling me a fed again. I didn't steal the cheese, I swear. It's still free. Damn it. And we got Phil. He says, was punks. Yes, we all was punks. Was. Long ago. I'm not even going to show his correction. I don't know why I'm the only one entertained by that. All right. Let's get to the review. You guys are making me suffer. All this bad news, cheese is being socialized. So what are we talking about tonight? It's Matt Fowler. We like Matt, don't we? He does reviews.
Yeah, Matt's great, man. I mean, of all of the people that have been divorced in Comicsgate, he's my favorite.
Yeah, I mean, he's okay, I guess. I don't know. Could be better.
And I think before we get started, due to if you're a long-standing hanger-on in this space or are familiar with some of the things that have gone on, nobody on this panel was forced to sign an NDA, so we don't have to non-NDA the NDA.
Is that a thing? NDAs for like reviews?
No, I'm just saying it's Fowler there. Yeah, Fowler's here.
No, Fowler worries about the NDAs. I don't worry about the NDAs. What are they going to sue me for? This channel? My empire?
Indie Volt is always out there somewhere.
Oh,
My empire of dirt.
Yeah. I mean, Fowler's cool. Fowler comes on. He gives reviews. I always appreciate a creator that is willing to help his fellow creators by critiquing their work, doing a peer review. That's invaluable and done in many other settings, but not enough in the arts, unfortunately. So,
Well, and
Sure.
Fowler's great. I subscribe to the same ethos that Fowler does, which is the best thing is to have no filter whatsoever, and just say whatever's on the off the top of your head, your first reaction when you get into something, because that's usually the most honest. And that's the best part about Fowler is his books come across that way, and he comes across that way, and there's nothing more genuine. Right, Hojo?
Yeah, I mean it's true. I mean you put it all out there. I mean, I try not to apologize when I say things. Like you just say what comes to your mind, man. And, let the work speak for itself. Just come out there and just kick the door down, and that's what you see, which is what you get. You know,
it makes you a better storyteller, right? When you're just forward and you don't hold back. You're just, you're bearing your soul in your statements.
Okay, ladies, he's not going to date you. You don't have to.
Aw.
Well, no, it's
Watering him up.
It's important to we got a character. I think in this case, because it's been a while since Fowler's released a book.
Yeah.
And this one goes back to 2022. It funded was when it launched on Indiegogo, raised close to 6,400 with just under 100 backers. So I think it's important. It's been a while since he's done anything, so it's important to frame Fowler because man, there's people in this space, if you can believe it, that don't know who Matthew Fowler is.
nah, man.
Yeah. I was learning that as well just recently. OGs supposedly in the space.
Yeah.
Well, they've
They've
been around
here
forever.
for years.
Yeah, they know everything, all the lore. They have no idea who Fowler is or any of the lore. So,
So yeah, it's important to drop all that. Fowler has a series of books. Some of, I mean, honestly, man, some are hits, some are misses. I really kind of was surprised. Tiger Blue is probably his one that he did that's like the biggest shock because it's not my art style. Jose Garcia did the art. It's kind of more of a manga inspired style. The story really captivated me. I really enjoyed it. I was a proud backer of Tiger Blue 1 and 2. And a proud backer of 3. 3 didn't fund. But I got Tiger Blood 2, Tiger Blue 2 was a collection of stories. He had a bunch of people. Pear was in there, Von Klaus was in there. I can't remember the other two, but Pear's always stood out. That was one of my favorite. I think Phil maybe did one. Either way, but he has a bunch of books. This is very different because I saw an early treatment of this, and the final copy came out quite a bit different.
That's interesting. So how did he actually fund this? Because I didn't see a crowdfund campaign to show people.
Yeah, it's on Indiegogo. I don't know if I've got a wrench in your chat. Probably not because you hate me. But
yeah. I mean, you do.
I do have a wrench. Yeah,
yeah.
Just go with the gag, man.
I gave it to you just now.
So I just dropped the link to the chat or to the campaign that was back in 2022. The goal was reached almost immediately, and it's done. It's been shipped. I received my copy. I did back this. All reveals aside, but there's the campaign. You can go and take a look at it. And from back then, I know he was kind of. I don't know if he was struggling. I know Neff reached out to me because Fowler had reached out to Neff and had asked for some thoughts on the script. I saw the script. The script that I read is a little bit different than what the final one was. So it sounds like he maybe changed up some of the finer points. General story's the same. Some of the things are a little different. And we can get into that as we get into the review. Some of them I thought were absolute home runs. And I think there's a couple things that are a little could have been improved. But overall, I thought it was a fun book. It does have the cardinal sin that I always say. When I buy a graphic novel, I look for a complete story. If you want to do a complete story and then leave something at the end as like a hanging, this might happen, that's great. But if you don't give me a full story, I always have a hard time with a standard.
I don't think this I don't think this even classifies as a graphic novel at that point. Yeah. I know that term is kind of loaded and has a lot of debate around it, but I feel
to me, it's got to be a closed loop.
Right.
Exactly. I have to have
and this feels, and I think you'll all agree, this feels like volume 1.
It's a pilot in some way.
Of something bigger. And a pilot would be a good way to put it. It feels like it's trying to see is there interest for any more. And by not giving me a complete story, it kind of irritates me in that regard. And so I'll say no, I'm not really interested because you didn't give me enough
Yeah.
to get a feel for what this was. It's an interesting concept, absolutely. There's some absolute fantastic dialogue in this. There's a couple of amazing pages.
Oh, we're gonna fight over that then.
Yeah.
Oh, there's some bad dialogue too. But there's
Okay.
there were
Yeah.
a couple of things that were done in this that I really enjoyed reading it, especially as a Western fan. I thought,
Yeah, I have good dialogue and bad dialogue in my notes, and very short list of notes though. But that's good.
Well, so he couldn't land the plane in 48 pages because it's kind of like it's a thick
I don't know if
read.
it's 48 pages because some of it is extras in the back. Like
yeah, there's a little bit of padding.
Padding the customer, Fowler. Could you? Padding the backers. Well, okay, so give us the setup. What's the story about?
Well, I think
Okay.
Twitless is probably the best.
All
to
right,
do
here
that.
we go.
Yeah, here we go. Twitlis. It's your time to shine.
In a world where ghosts need bustin' in the Wild West, who you gonna call? Prospectres! I had to do that. That was obligatory. Led by Keegan, a man with no arms but with plenty of lethality, and supported by Yushu, a Chinaman with mystical senses, and Isabella, as beautiful as she is sorceress, the Prospectors are tasked with rooting out an owl demon in Texas. But the team gets more than they bargained for when facing off against a mysterious cult with plans for conquest. Can this plucky trio win the day? Find out in Prospectors. I feel like I have to keep echoing the Ghostbusters theme there.
Yeah, so they're Ghostbusters in the West.
Yes.
I mean, that's interesting.
No, the pitch is the pitch is it's a good pitch.
It's solid. I mean, it's
yeah, I
solid.
think
Like
the
the world is built well, the concept is well. Even the title is great. Like yeah, it's a great title.
No,
Tells you
the
everything you need to know.
Prospectors, with specter being the euphemism for ghost or the analogy
Yeah.
for ghost.
Yeah.
That was a nice touch. Absolutely. I like that. If we're gonna dive right in and start talking about it, I think we need to talk. It's a cold open. I'm not a fan of this.
Me neither.
This just didn't hit. I thought it'd be better if they opened with like, what is it, page 5 or 6, and then called back to this as like a little bit more of an explanation. But opening with this just didn't work for me.
They wanted this image, the hanging. They wanted the hanging, even though in narratively in the narrative it comes later than the story that we get. So this is technically they have to flash back to actually tell the main story. It's very clear they wanted to start with this visual. I kind of understand wanting to start with this visual. But we'll get later. I can mention this. I still don't understand why they needed to do a flashback. Why can't this just be the narrative?
Yeah.
So that framing is it's really kind of a moment. It's just why are we telling the story with this kind of framing? The visual is a powerful visual.
It's definitely a Western.
I could see like where they're going with like this is the opening they wanted. I understand that. But it's just don't make this a flashback or flash forward that we then have to flash back into like this. That's just playing narrative whiplash with the audience for a reason that we don't understand in this installment.
Right. I think I would have been more keen to it if it wasn't like 9 pages long. I just the narration's a little clunky, and little clunky is me being kind.
It's cringe. I'm sorry. It's cringe. That's one of my biggest issues. I guess we could jump into right now. I think the writing is actually one of the weakest spots here. There are several areas that it really just kind of has soft spots. I need more in order to be invested in the story, and the dialogue is trying way too hard. It's trying to be like Deadwood or an HBO show, and I've read enough local color literature to know like this is just not how people in the West and Southwest spoke. So it's trying so hard to emulate a version of what Hollywood portrays in contemporary media, and it's like if you actually read people from the West, they're much more erudite. They have a much greater command of language. And I'm like, if you're gonna go with a movie or a show, like don't go with like Deadwood or something. Watch True Grit. Listen to like
Right.
Rooster Cogburn. Listen to like read Blueberry. Like there are things you can read. There's things you could channel that would actually be much more authentic. I thought it was interesting you chose that word. I think this is authentically Matthew Fowler. The problem is that the scripting by Christgau is not
It's a
authentic.
little-
It's not
it's a
authentic at
little
all.
Okay,
It's a little grandiose.
I'm going to push
Trying
back
so
ever
hard.
so slightly because I agree with you like 75%.
Okay.
There are moments where he hits the nail on the head. And like an example is the use of cotton as a negative.
Uh-huh.
And that's done really well. The first time it's used, it's like, ooh, that was nice because that is correct phrasing for 1880s to 1910s old West.
You mean we don't cotton to that
Yeah.
like
But-
Xavier Renegade Angel moment? We don't cotton to
Right.
strangers in these parts.
But
Yeah.
it's used again a couple pages later on page 28, and there's where I have a problem with it. Because the phrasing in the book is we don't cotton to bastards. And if you're gonna make it authentic, you want a double negative. You'd want it we don't cotton no
Cotton
bastards.
no bastards. Yeah. I
And
got it. Yeah.
It's little subtle things like that. Like he's so close to what I want to see when he's using that archaic phrasing, but he doesn't go the full distance. Another example is oh man, what was it? Where's my notes? here?
Lollipops.
All right. While
the
you're
rot
looking,
gut. He uses
Okay.
the term in the narration. He turns the rot gut whiskey. Okay, that's appropriate. But then you've already done it once with the cotton. Like there should be another callback again to something like that. And then that particular description, it just goes on a little too long. Like it's too many things. It's
All right.
where
pull
was
up
it?
pull up page 5 on your PDF because this was unforgivable. All right. So it says the newspapers called him the Prospector.
Yeah, get it needs to go.
Get it? That is post. It's millennial post irony.
Mhm.
That does not belong. That is not how any of the authentic people would write. And so so part of me is going, okay, is the intention here, because we are dealing with some anachronisms, at least in terms of, or maybe not anachronisms, but it's fantasy, right? You have a guy with a ghost arm and ghost eye. He can see ghosts. He can, trap them in his magical cold iron pickaxe. So I know we're not dealing with, realistic Texas. So I understand that, we're it doesn't necessarily have to be literal, evocative of what the literature of this time would be. However, it's very clearly trying to be authentic, and that's the issue. Is it trying to be authentic, and it's also trying to kind of be not authentic, and it's like pick a lane. If you're going to be totally like post-ironic, make the whole thing just super post-ironic. But if you're really going to try and channel like this is how these people kind of talk and kind of have this lived-in world, then this one's missing way more than it hits in terms of the dialect and the dialogue specifically. And I kept cringing at these moments. There's some stuff where it's like Satan's sweaty ball sack, and I'm like, that's not how they talk. They would say like brimstone in perdition. They'd actually use like some $5 words, and it's they would speak differently. Just don't go with HBO.
Yeah, and I had the same thing. There was one where he said something about a mea culpa. These hillbillies, and they don't know what mea culpa is. They don't know, and something about a lollipop. I got here, lollipops weren't even created until probably the early 1900s. Like that wasn't even a common term. It's just a little historic. Like they don't talk like that, like.
Some things do surprise you because I actually looked one up. I think it's 1889, and so they said voltaic later.
Voltaic, it's right here. It's right here. Yeah, I'm in the electronics industry.
That one's
I can give you a pass on that one.
That one's actually correct because voltaic is originated in 1812. So they're I actually looked that one. That one checks. But Satan's sweaty ball sack is like, yeah, no, not really.
I wouldn't think that any of these people would be versed in the jargon of like electronics, especially these guys. But yeah, I get it would fit, but there are other things like the contractions, like I have noticed, and so just say I've noticed. It's a lot easier. That's the way all these people talk. Like it's like it was very up and down with the dialogue. Like they had me, and then I'm just like, all right, that's like Twitless. I'm agreeing with Twitless on that one.
Aside from the dialogue, the other thing I'm really struggling with in this story is there are some things I don't know that I need to know in order to be invested. I go into these stories. I know I'm being a little critical here, but I walk into a comic. I usually walk into a comic wanting to like it more than I want to like be mean to it. But in order to like it, you have to give me certain things. You have to give me certain things in terms of the stakes. So in the first the cold open, we get the setup that this guy can see ghosts, and so these guys get hung. He immediately sees their ghosts. He grabs one to pump him for some information, and when he does, heaven and hell both show up to grab the soul, essentially. And but he takes the soul and he throws it to a third place. You have to establish what's going on there. Like, because if there's a third space that's aside from heaven or hell, like, where are these ghosts going? You know what I mean? Because typically the ghost would go to heaven or hell, depending on what your religious system is. But if it's going somewhere else, and the angels and the demons are both fighting for the opportunity to get that soul, what is this third place you're sending them to? No, completely undefined. So I don't know what to feel when he throws the ghost, and it's this big double page spread, but I feel nothing because I just don't know what's going on. Later on, there's a similar moment where he's got this really cool, badass looking pickaxe that he can trap ghosts in. And another character says, that was really risky that you did that. And I went, really? What's the risk? What's being risked? How do you use this thing? Is it risky to summon a ghost into it? How does it work? Is it like the proton pack? And if it's got a capacity, I have no clue. Just I have a character who told me that it was risky. And that's literally telling and not showing. You can do some telling and showing, but I need to know what the stakes are. And so there's several moments in here, and I need more to know what the stakes are and why I'm supposed to be invested. Why am I supposed to care about what's going on here? The basics of find demon and fight cult, I got that much. But everything else, like, what kind of magic is this girl doing? What's the limit of her ability? Like, it's just so little is actually given to us. I'm not saying you have to spell everything out in complete detail. You don't have to spoil. I know you got a hand that you don't want to reveal all in your first pilot, but you got to give me enough to care. You got to give me enough to feel invested. If you have a scene, because it's pretty much the most dramatic scene I think in the piece, where he fights this super powered ghost, and that's when he has to risk everything by using his cool pickaxe. But it's like, okay, set the stakes here. You can't just say, oh, he's a stronger ghost than normal, I'm going to risk it with this thing that's risky. Like you gotta set this stuff up, and that's why I'm saying the writing is the weakest part. The pitch is really good, the art is very solid, but unfortunately those details are also they're highlighting some of these weaknesses that really need to be addressed.
Did you guys want to address the art? Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Ollis.
I can't disagree with what Twitless is saying. But if I could, I want to go back to page 11. If you could pull page 11 up. This goes to what I was talking about earlier about it. It's way too narrative driven. Like everything that's covered in this, other than a few days earlier, like the first thing to hit you is the smell, a mix of cheap perfume, rock gut whiskey, piss, and sweat. I like the rock gut whiskey, but I don't think that's needed. And then you go into, I don't know what the devil's sweaty balls smell like.
Sweaty balls!
Yes, it would be like the Broken Horn Saloon. Here's what I'd do. Cut out the second narrative. Cut out the third narrative. Just say a few days earlier, the Broken Horse Saloon. And then everything else with the atmosphere should be conveyed by the art. I don't have to describe it. It should be conveyed. Don't give me a saloon that has like the chandeliers level. Make it a little off kilter. Make everybody in there look just a little trashier than they are.
Yeah, and that's supposed to be a rough and tumble place. I don't see anything like tumbled.
Now with the art, I really like the guy in the foreground drinking the beer. Like that's a nice touch. I like the people at the table. I like everything about the art. I like. It's just the narration's. It's just everything goes on about like 2 sentences longer than I wanted.
No, sometimes it's trying too hard. It's trying to be Western as opposed to actually like living in the moment and being Western. So that just needs more practice with that particular voice. I think the art's really solid. I think it's a little. If I had a critique, I'd say I think it comes across a little stiff, a little referenced here and there. Other than that, I think it's fine. I didn't really have any major complaints about it.
If you go down from this page, one of the things I really like about the art throughout this entire book is there's no wasted space. So like on page 12, we've got the image and it extends downward, and we've got a color gradient that extends down, and then the inset panels are on top of that color gradient. He could have just made that top one half page just a panel and had white space, but he didn't. He did that gradient. I used to talk about this all the time in the gutter before we went hiatus, but when you do something like that, that adds depth to the page and makes those insets sing. And this is it's a perfect example of that. Real simple, basic, just a little bit of a background gradient adds so much to that page. If that was white, this would kill the page. Wouldn't have nearly the impact that it does.
That would be Marcos Martins on colors, so that's definitely him working some magic there.
Yep.
Now to the next page, the bottom 4 panels. If you can, bottom 4. Yeah, scroll down.
Count. I promise.
I can't place what the panel all the way to the left is, but we have a young Martin Short there in the middle, and then a Ryan Gosling with a mop of header, and that just seemed a little too on point for me.
I couldn't tell if the guy on the right was supposed to, because this is when you're doing that sort of like sepia coloring. Is he black, or just tan?
I would assume black.
I was struggling with that.
You don't know a lot of black people, do you?
I'm just saying that actually that
I have
change.
comics with black people in them.
Okay, all right. Yeah. Keep laughing. No, okay. No,
last time Twitless saw a black man was at a minstrel show.
All right. I'm about. So this changes things a bit because the climax of the major fight scene is him literally enslaving this guy's soul. So I just wanted to clarify if that was intentional or not.
Oh, there's the academia.
There it is.
Should protest. I'll make a sign.
You'll get tenure if you keep on pushing that. Just keep on going.
Okay. I just wanted to check. I'm like, oh, he's just tan. That's fine. That's one angle on the interpretation.
That's fine. He was just tan. That's okay.
Marginalized, unalived people.
We have to hold the paint chip of reciprocity up in measure. So. But yeah, I do agree with it. And it gets worse. Back to the narration thing as you go to page 14. It just gets worse. It's clunky. It's not needed. It's so overdone.
Satan's sweaty balls.
Like Isabella used the same simple sneaky tactic she uses in every town. Lose some. Don't tell me that. Like we lost a hand. You know.
There's actually wait. I need someone who's better at cards. They mention Pharaoh, but someone says Full House. That's a poker reference, right? That's a different. They're playing different games.
Pharaoh's a different game.
Yeah, that's a different game. You don't do a Full House in Pharaoh. If my 5 minutes of Wikipedia are correct.
Yeah, have you not seen Tombstone?
I have not.
Oh, that's an amazing movie.
Oh my god.
I watch John Wayne westerns.
Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah, TJ isn't happy with the your ignorance of black people, Twitless.
Well, direct your rage at the black man who gets enslaved on page 20.
To be fair, the black man is possessed by a demon, or implied to be possessed by a demon.
Yeah. Twitless.
That's why he was so aggressive.
Yeah, he sold his soul first for money.
Yeah, so he's all beefed up and all super juiced up on fentanyl. I mean, not fentanyl.
I'm just saying the political subtext here would definitely be fun for a classroom in discussion.
Now, as a connoisseur of the Western, one of the other things that bothered me is later on, as they're trying to get a room, every time they try to get a room, the general response is, we don't want no Chinaman here.
Chinese.
Yeah, Chinese. No, damn it. Be correct with your euphemisms for the Chinese in the era. It'd be Celestial or Coolie or John Chinaman, like it, or just Chinaman.
Yeah.
Those were the appropriate slurs that were used, and they're not even really slurs; they're just descriptors.
Yeah.
It just bugged me. Like Chinese kept on coming up, and it felt, to Twitless's point, it felt so Hollywood.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is there a lot of like emphasis on the racial dynamics of the era in this book?
No, not particularly. Well, apart from the Chinese aspect, that one comes up several times to really sell the fact that this town, who has a lot of cultists in it, are really bad and they're very racist. They're very problematic.
Well, so where does this all lead after they've enslaved all the races? Do they actually bust some ghosts?
Well, they bust this. They kill the black guy. They blow his hands off, and then they enslave his soul. So it's kind of like insult to injury if you think about it.
No. They blow his hands off and then they headbutt him to death.
That's true.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. You know, as one would.
I have some questions for.
Too much
If you had no
comedic
arms. Yes. If you had no arms, what else are you gonna do? I get it.
I'm just saying. I got some questions for Fowler.
And then we've got a great splash page in page 20 where you get this great speech. By the will of Adani, Solomon's brass seals
Oh, I
thee.
love that.
His iron binds thee unto ages of ages, waiting in that cold void to serve me.
Yeah. He enslaves them for all eternity. I wasn't exaggerating. This is what happens.
This is actually good dialogue because this gets into you're establishing a little bit of an ethos, a little bit of an internal mythos. Like he's referencing the Adane. Who are the Adane? He's referencing Solomon. Well, we assume it's King Solomon. Solomon's brass seals thee.
Yeah.
So his arm has something to do with Solomon. That's kind of cool. But again, to your earlier point, we get nothing.
Yeah, I needed some context here about what is going on with the pickaxe.
But
and
it's cool. This page is cool. It's cool.
Oh, very cool.
And it's a nice splash. Page 32 is my favorite page in this entire book. That's brilliant.
Yeah.
That is what I would expect from Fowler. I expected the whole book to be that kind of. I was kind of shocked that there wasn't more of that, to be honest. But
Yeah, I like this page, like that dialogue. I'm a big like Etrigan the Demon fan, so that's kind of what that reminded me of.
yeah, this as
Pretty
page
dope, pretty
32
dope.
is they're descending the hill, and you get the descent with the multiple point. This is straight out of a heavy metal short from like late 70s to early 80s. It's straight out of Epic Illustrated with
Mm-hmm.
the early 80s. This is a beautiful page with the time lapse over a single splash. Absolutely well done. Perfectly executed. This is the best written page in the book. Best artistic. It's integrated. Everything.
Yeah.
Yes, I could take a red pen to the dialogue.
No, I'm not talking about. I'm not talking about that. There's one storytelling issue. I don't know what Yushu is doing.
That's fine because it's explained later.
It's not really explained. Okay. What's in the urn? How is he attracting the snakes? Is it magic snakes he's dumping? I've no clue.
That's a MacGuffin. I'm gonna give that. Okay.
Again, there's too many of these. Like, give me something to get invested in. Like, I want to.
Stop stealing the thunder from the best page in this book.
Oh, I'm sorry. There's still a problem.
No,
you're right. You're right. I'm just saying.
Everything else after it's one thing. This page is an absolute home run.
Okay.
And it needs to be celebrated for what it is. Because
this
book, there's a lot of things that you can talk about that are positives, but this page, writing, layout, art, structure, coloring, home run. Best page in the book.
In terms of comics language, I agree with you. There's one thing that's important to bring up. Aldous and I have kind of banged this gong for a bit, is that as some people think and continue to think of comics as just storyboards for a movie.
Oh, God, yes.
They don't think about the fact that you can do storytelling with a page like this. You can use the multiple representations to imply a montage, essentially, that's happening at the same time. You're basically playing a game with time here, because you're not actually seeing different panels. You're seeing the same landscape. You're seeing them at different moments of time, on different moments in time on that same landscape. And so that type of framing, which again a comics reader will just naturally absorb, is I don't know if I'm saying I don't know if I would say if it's becoming a lost art. I think it's in danger of becoming a lost art, because as people continue to think of comics as just storyboards, and you just have to think of the cinema frame. But comics can do this. Comics can do this better than a lot of other mediums can, and comics should continue to lean into this because it's one of their unique strengths. To play with space and time simultaneously, and that's something comics can do very uniquely. And so I that's where I'll gush on this, because it's great. So that's fantastic.
The eye line, like, it's just natural. Like, just start at the top of the page, and you're just it's natural. You don't even have to think about it. You could tell that whole scene in just 2 seconds.
I always thought that was weird. The whole, comic as a storyboard idea, because aren't storyboards? They're not like an exciting read. They're functional, right? They're like a map to follow.
Yes,
So
there's stills in a film. There's stills that are you're bridging the positions, right?
The
So you're
gap, the gap.
gonna start it here and you're gonna do this, and you're gonna draw arrows that show where your camera pan is and what your angle is, and what's the camera's motion, and where are we gonna start and where are we gonna end, and we're gonna lay it all out like that.
yeah.
And
So like
Fowler brought up in chat the DeLuca effect, and so the DeLuca effect is what's being discussed here, which is a single frame that shows multiple moments in time across that. Yeah, it's used in Daredevil. It's used in Daredevil. It's used in Blueberry. God, it's used in Airtight Garage. It's used in.
They use it everywhere. Oh,
Frank
Kirby
Miller-
Kirby did
used
it.
Kirby
Yeah.
used it in Fantastic Four. John Byrne used it in Fantastic Four. Byrne used it in X-Men. It's used very, very frequently, but it is to Twitless's point, and again, God damn it, I'm agreeing with Twitless. It's a strength of comics, and this should be leaned into. Now, I say that the minute I see a book where this is overused, I will be the first person to say, God damn it, there's other techniques to use. But this is an expert use of that technique, and it needs to be celebrated. That's why I'm talking about this page. That's all it is. Yes, it's the DeLuca effect, but it works, and it's done so well. And when you see things like this, you celebrate them. Is the book good because of this one page? No, but this one page is really good.
So you said the book isn't complete, but does it give you an origin and at least establish the characters where you would want to learn more about them in future issues?
Here's where I have the issue. I feel like don't get me, the world building on this is great. I mean, like it is great. It is unique. It works. Everything feels organic. I have names of these people. I don't know anything else. They didn't explain anything. Like,
Yeah.
I didn't really want to know shit. Like, I'm like, did he lose his eye in the war? Did something happen? Like, because this is possibly, there's no timeline. We don't know when this prospecting era is, what the mid 1800s.
At the very beginning,
just-
it's 1889. It's brief.
1889. Okay. So we're past all of that. We're past the American Civil War and all of that. I couldn't get invested in anybody because you didn't make me want to know anything about them because you didn't address it.
I agree. No,
I
I agree with that.
stops you-
You're robot in there. But to answer what I think is your question is that it does kind of just toss you in medias res, really, just into the action. And
Which I like normally. I like that.
Yeah, but we needed more from the characters. I'm assuming again, it's like, oh, in chapter 2, we're gonna expand on these characters, their backstories, and the rest of it, and that's fine, I guess. But if this is supposed to be a graphic novel, and we use that term, I needed more.
Like before the first flashback, there was like when he got that before he sent that spirit back when he said, "Give me a name." Like, what name? None of that was ever kind of referenced in the future. Like, what name to what?
Yeah.
What is it? The Court of Owls stand-ins people that you brought in? I didn't know what it was hard. It was a little hard. It was delinearized, as I would say.
Yeah, it definitely. And again, I'm saying this as someone who, like I said, who's generally like, okay, supernatural Wild West is a good, fun kind of sandbox to play in.
Oh, fantastic!
So like the pitch of like sort of a dark kind of Midwestern or Southwestern Ghostbusters team, like I think the pitch is fine, but I definitely need more from. Why are there 2 well-reds? Isn't not one enough?
Oh my god!
I don't even know how that's happening, how to fix it. I'm just gonna lean into it. Go.
He's multiplying like a rabbit.
Oh wait, I can kick one. Yeah, let me do that.
Oh, you kicked the wrong one. We could
You
still
kicked the wrong
No.
one.
Damn it.
But yeah, no, it's just like I said. I'm saying this as someone who's like, okay, I like your pitch, but the writing and storytelling needs some work in order for me to really co-sign an issue, installment 2.
Right.
So
I think there's a lot of good art here.
Ricardo is great.
I think this would have needed a heavy-handed editor to really cut down on some of the the overabundance of dialogue and narration. Here's a good one. Isabella, you goddamn shit licking bastard. Like it's just
A little bit much.
It's clunky, man.
Yeah.
And then break free, friend Isabella. Like, come on.
It's like
Is
Thor
it the Chinese?
of the Old West.
Friend Hojo, what do you think?
Oh, I'm trying.
I mean,
man,
it's like he's like Chinese Tonto. I mean, I guess that's I think that bothered me a little less because he's supposed to sound clunky because he's not from here.
yeah.
The dialogue from the people who are supposed to be American was the one that kept taking me out of the story.
So hating on the Americans again, huh, Twitless?
Yep.
Oh, there's a shack.
Real academic.
Mm-hmm. Then there's
But
slave
hey, there's an
slaving
egg
ways.
that steals her power. We don't understand why.
My guess, I think actually that one I think bothered me a little bit less because we're dealing with like this like you see I think a page or two before the vision of the Stolas demon, which is this owl demon, which actually does come from I think demonology stuff. And so it's okay. So I see the owl with a crown on its head, and there's a bird egg with a crown on its head. I wonder what's trying to hatch. So I'm like, okay, I think I got enough context to get at least that one a little bit.
Yeah.
So
I
like
think
that
you're
one,
reaching. I think you're reaching.
you think?
I do. I don't.
Okay.
I don't. I think if you're gonna give something, you've already established that she has power of some regard, and I think if you're extending that, I mean, if you go to page 38, the bigger question I have is: so we're implying this cult is larger because we're doing a picture of the Capitol with the owl with the crown while in the background. It jumps around like it's making you reach for so much to make so much assumptions.
Is that supposed to be like foreshadowing what they want the future to be? Is it
I would
symbolism or something? Yeah.
That was my assumption.
Okay.
Well, so it's still a decent size at 40 pages. Did it build to any kind of climax? Like, do we have an antagonist here that
Not a named antagonist. I mean, the guy, the
So
cult.
I'm going to push back on Aldous. If you're familiar with your demonology, the Stolas demon does have a crown on it. So I'm not just pulling that out of my arse. So don't know if I just betrayed a power level there or not. But anyway,
You are much more versed in your demonology than I am.
anyway. So setting that aside, but again, if it requires you to be up on your demonology to get like the point there, that's another consideration for your audience. But what was your question again?
villains
40 pages.
conflict?
Oh, so the villain is obviously the Stolas demon, and we get kind of like I thought it was funny. They actually do kind of look like the Court of Owls. So we got the Court of Owls, and there seems to be like one who's maybe like talking more, but there's not. Again, the characters are also very poorly defined as a whole. So the protagonist not particularly well defined, and our antagonist is just kind of like okay, he looks like he's the head of the cult. So the end is basically just a cliffhanger. It's just it's almost. I think they slightly tease, but then subvert. It was almost they walk the heroes get knocked out, tied up, and it almost looks like they're going to be literally tied to the railroad tracks, and they actually don't do that. But they do one that's just like right next to it, which is toss you into the pit of skulls, and Keegan's eye starts glowing, which is I think this was also not defined, but if I'm picking up how this is supposed to work, I think his eye glows when ghosts are nearby. Because Yushu says your eye, it's glowing or something.
Yeah.
And so he's sitting on a mountain of skulls, which is like okay,
Pick up your visual scanning, watch for enemy fighters. You're getting that feel.
Yeah. So that's basically how it ends. And so it's just it plops you into the story, it plops you out of the story.
All right. Do we want final thoughts? Sorry, chat's getting frisky.
Yeah, no, it's fun. It's just it's what I've come to expect from a lot of indie books, which is it doesn't tell a complete story. There's a lot of world building, and there's brilliant moments within it, but it doesn't get there completely. Honestly, this is kind of a disappointment from Fowler.
Isn't that always the struggle with like the indies that Your first book might be your last, so you kind of have to deliver on all fronts because you don't know if there's ever going to be a follow-up. So you really have to
Man.
put everything out there.
Yes, absolutely. Always put your best foot forward.
Well, best foot or all the feet is kind of the question. All right, final thoughts. Twitless, you start us off.
I'm actually going to do something different this time. I really fallen in love with Orson Scott Card's kind of breakdown. He has a wonderful Twitter thread of how to give feedback, and he basically says that you need people to give you feedback on 3 concepts: huh, so what, and oh really. Huh is basically a moment where you're giving data. Because you don't tell the author how to fix his story, you just give him a data point for where you hit these moments. Huh is where you're confused. So what is where you don't care and you're not invested. And oh really is where you have like, would he really say that? You have skepticism regarding what was being said. So I'm going to break it down into those 3 categories. My huh moments were the pickaxe and people's powers. I was just like, I'm like, huh. That's just how it read to me at those moments. So you take that data, take it from other people, and you figure out how to address it. But those are the points where I went, huh. The so what was definitely the flashback framing. I have no clue why we're framing the story this way, apart from just, it's a cool visual to have a hanging. Telling the story in the order, the out of order it's being told, it was really a so what. I'm like, really, I just have no clue. I don't really care about that. And the oh really is a big chunk of the dialect and dialogue. I'm just like, really? Is that how we're going to be is that how this character would talk? Is that how this character would talk? This character wouldn't talk like this. So those were the things. And I really think that those are the areas to address. I will end with the fact that I am, I think, tentatively interested to see where a second installment would go, but I would definitely need to see some improvement on these fronts in order to really get behind it.
Hojo, what did you think?
Yeah, I think, like I said, it's an amazing concept, and I'm not really a person. I'm not really a fan of westerns much. I do like a western comic more than I do some of the movies that have recently. I'm a John Wayne fan too. So, but like the dialogue, man, it just kept taking me out of a story that I just wanted desperately to stay into. Like there were some pacing issues. Now, you can tell a story, like Fowler can tell a story. I can tell here, like he is a storyteller. I don't know if like that splash page we were looking at, if it was laid out like that, if the effect, it seems like it was. So like, how comics work, like it just needed a lot more work. Like when I saw that there was a script treatment and then there was a writer, producer, director, and all that, or I wanted to see an editor. When I don't see an editor after putting out 3 issues myself, I just go, all right. And this is, like I said, this is early in Fowler's career. I'm assuming this was before Tiger Blue and all that. And like I would have to see more. I almost feel like it was just halfway, almost less than halfway done of something. Like maybe it should have. It's a half of a pilot, but yeah, I would, like Twiddle said, I would have to see some more changes and the art was great. I can't bash the art or the colors. I know both of those guys. It's great for an indie book. This looks great. But and I saw a young Philip Diaz. Who's Philip Diaz? On letters. Yeah, he might have a future. But
yeah, Philip.
Yeah, like letters
Philippe.
sometimes kind of take me out, but this worked for me. It worked for this book. It was kind of raw, so I kind of dug it in that aspect. I know people don't really shout out letters much, but for me, bad letters, I won't even finish.
There was a crossbar eye in there, tisk tisk.
Tisk. Yes, but I mean, there's something there. There's a meat and potatoes there, but it just we just need to beef it up a little bit more and kind of go back to I wouldn't say go back to the drawing board, but maybe not the flashback within a flashback. It just kind of didn't work here. This could have really used an editor big time. Yeah, that's my main takeaway.
Cool. Aldous, wrap it up for us, please.
I thought there's a lot of strengths to this book, and I think this book is an excellent. It's a great example for indie of what works and what doesn't amalgamated into a single example, a single book that actually got to your hands that maybe was rushed, maybe didn't have. It's a great idea that wasn't executed fully. And
Yeah.
I think Fowler's got a great idea here that really has some legs. I think there's a good concept here. And I think the biggest disappointment of this is I've read Six Gun Gorilla, which is Brian Kriskow's book, and Kriskow's dialogue is usually sharp, at least in the first two volumes that I own. I haven't gotten to volumes 3 or 4, but the first two are the dialogue's pretty sharp, and here I don't know what happened, because if this script is by him, it there's a lot of miss. And I don't know if it's one of those like you can take a guy that's got his own passion and his own project, and a guy that's got his own, and the minute you mix the two, they just don't. It's oil and water, and they don't jive. That's kind of what I think might have happened here, because Kriskow on his own is very competent and very good, and I would not expect to see the mistakes that are here. And Fowler on his own is very good. Psycho 66 is great. Tiger Blue is great, and then there's some things here that I just wouldn't assume Fowler would do. So I think it's one of those examples. I think you've got two people, with Fowler being the idea guy, Kriskow being the scripting guy. I think things just didn't jive.
So apparently this whole show is a big promotion for Twitless's editing skills. What do you think of that, Aldous?
I don't care. Everybody should have an editor. That doesn't mean me. Like, I'm just like Kriskow's got multiple good books out there that are well worth your time to read. Fowler's got a lot of books out there that are well worth your time to read. But when those two people get together, you need to find an editor that works with you. And when I say that, I mean an editor that you can take them critiquing your things. My tact, as Hojo well knows, for critiquing what you have written is very different than other people's. I'm very, very blunt. I don't pull punches. And if you can't take that, I'm not your editor. And also, I don't have any fucking time. So be prepared to wait 6 months to get anything back. But it's really hard. You need to find somebody that you trust and that you're not going to get offended. And it's very hard for a lot of people in the indie space. It's even harder for professionals, as we found out in this space. Mm-hmm. And I think one of the most damning things is that an absolute unknown, and this is not a slight on Fowler or Kriskow, an absolute unknown like both of them can produce a book like Prospectres, which I would argue is on par with just about everything that you can pull off the shelf today.
Yeah, no, I'd agree with that. For good or ill, yeah, definitely.
Yeah, and for good or ill. And this book, this could be a DC graphic novel, this could be a Dark Horse graphic novel, this could be a Boom Studios or a Marvel graphic novel. There is no delineation between the quality of the art, the quality of the production. I have the book physically. I did back this. I was one of the 94. So it looks, feels, and reads just like a modern comic. So in that regard, are we really critiquing the book, or is that a damning indication that just two guys doing their own thing can do a book that's on par with the industry as a whole?
I mean, I think that's the strength of the indies, right? That it can push through, and if it gets enough eyes on it, it's pretty much supplanting the mainstream at this point.
Well, a book like this will never supplant the mainstream. Tiger Blue is a much stronger. That was an absolute home run. This is a single. Like, he got on base, and that's good. I mean, we would have liked to see something more, but I think this is a solid outing.
I would say it's a single, and he was thinking about going to second, but turned around and went back. Yeah. You know what I mean? You thought he dropped it, but it's. I think this would be entertaining. Like this definitely has an audience. As soon as people would hear, like, he's putting it into distribution, as soon as they hear it's like supernatural prospectors, and then they get the double entendre and all that, people are going to be in. It's the concept alone. A nice pitch is going to hook everybody. But in order to bring everybody back, you're going to have to, like I said, learn from things like Audis said, to be able to take bluntness and to take direction and be what they say coachable, I guess. Uh, yeah, it's definitely on par with some of the stuff I've picked up at the LCS that I've never read before, and I just picked it up and I'm checking in on it, and I'm like, oh, what?
No, yeah.
But
This
yeah,
would be like, honestly, this would be in the top tier of like from AWA.
yeah,
No, brother. No, this is, you got to
no,
single.
don't
Here.
say that.
You got to single.
No,
Here.
yeah,
You're on
for
base.
sure.
You're in the ballpark, and you're doing a lot that's right.
You belong in this game, my man.
brother.
That's true.
Absolutely.
I agree.
I think this book is of the space. Dude, it's better than Cyberfrog 2.
This book is better than Cyberfrog 2.
Oh, hell yes.
I mean, how
As a
how
book,
bad was
as a complete, even it does the same things. It just does a lot of things better. I'm sure this is going to get fucking clipped, but it does a lot of things better.
Well,
than
Red's
that
clipping it
book.
right now.
Yeah, I got a clip channel. I'm just waiting to release.
Oh, jeez.
Well, so what are the strengths here versus Cyberfrog, and what were the weaknesses that this book improved upon over Cyberfrog?
Well, I think both books don't tell a complete story, which goes back to what I said originally, which is it's the biggest damning moment on any quote unquote, as Twitless will say, graphic novel. But here you have a context of story. There's events that are happening and things are progressing. When we did a review of Cyberfrog 2, we talked about this. That nothing really happens. Like you get one major event, which is the daughter, gets kidnapped, but that's it, and that's the big buildup. Like everything builds to that. There's just not much progression of action. And here you have a little bit of progression of action. You've got progression of story. You're building a mythos. You've got some good dialogue that aids in building that mythos. And here there's in Cyberfrog 2 that doesn't. It's just a continuation of what was already established in Cyberfrog 1. So I think this is better than that. And to each their own. It depends on what you're looking for in a book at the end of the day, I guess. But
Yeah.
I look for, what are the positives, what are the negatives? Like Twilla said, there's inherent things that need to be done in a comic. It's a comic is its own medium.
One thing go ahead.
Oh no, just a comic is its own medium. And I think in the medium of comics, this feels much more like a comic than Cyberfrog 2.
See, I think part of the issue that we stumble into here is literally what you just said, which is, what kind of book are you expecting, and what the format in the end of the day actually has a non-zero impact here. In both Disney, they have what's called the album, and they basically just publish straight to the trades, and they do a lot of relatively standalone stuff, and then very rarely, I think, or more rarely, you'll see the sort of like cliffhanger ending stuff, and so it's much more episodic in some cases, and it's fine. People are totally fine with waiting a longer period to get a standalone episode. That just kind of fits in a certain, expectation of that standalone format. Part of the issue, and this is actually an issue with both Cyberfrog and Prospectres here, is the fact that the type of story they're trying to tell fits a different type of serialized format, one that Ethan worked in for a very long time that had monthly output. If you're going to tell these little snapshots, kind of like a daily cartoon strip, you know what I mean? Which I think Ethan was emulating with the because I think one of his influences was Walking Dead, which is very like there's a lot of just continued installments. I think went on forever, but they also released a lot of those issues very regularly. And so when you're doing that type of release on that type of schedule, you can kind of get away with chopping your story into those pieces. It totally works. It's totally fine. No one complains. But when you do the album format, And that's what crowdfunded comics basically is. But when by the time you take the time to put it all together, it's basically an album or graphic novel. If you're doing that type of format, the expectations are different. This is exactly what is happening, by the way, with Mandalorian and Grogu.
Yep.
Everyone is saying that they basically, the reviews that are coming out are saying, they're saying if this came out on Disney Plus, I would not complain. It's just an episode of the show. But because you put it on the silver screen and charge me like $100 to take my family out here, I have a different set of expectations. They're not being met, and I'm pissed. So the format of your story actually has a non-zero impact upon the story. It's not just the story itself. It's how you deliver it.
It's a net negative, because when you produce in something of this, if it's a floppy, it's gauged on floppy standards, which is
Right.
an extremely low bar. The minute you elevate to a graphic novel, your bar jumps drastically. And then when you go to an omnibus or I would argue over 64 pages, I'm expecting something that's going to hold my interest, which is a huge challenge, and most people fail. And so those are the three stepping stones. And you're completely right. I want to pull the flesh of your face off when you start comparing films to comics, because that's such a major fucking problem. Earlier, I completely agreed with you. They're two different mediums. But when you start doing the compare, and I understand it's an analogy,
Yeah.
but Jesus, it's done so much. Like, you wouldn't talk that way about a book. Like, when you earlier, you complimented Orson Scott Card's response methodology.
Mhm.
Like, if you look at the book Ender's Game, like, you certainly wouldn't, like, the first half of Ender's Game is boring because it's all set.
Oh no.
But the second half is where everything reveals. Really, it's Act 1, Act 2. You could argue the first 2/3. You have no idea really what's going on. And then the third act is like, oh my God, everything is it's a long slog to get to the reveal of that everything dating back to his attack on Bonzo is all about what they're trying to do to him, and they're positioning everything. And even in the combat simulations, all of that is a factor in what they're trying to manipulate Ender into doing. And you don't realize it until the third act. Well, but if that third act isn't going to be released until volume 7, you lose all the impact. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It depends on the release schedule. Go ahead.
Can we get Hojo to give a take? Because he puts out books, and I'm curious, how he meets that bar. So what do you usually think of when you're delivering, books to your readers? Do you think in that episodic format, or do you think, I need to make sure I'm matching the scale of the product that I'm trying to deliver here?
Well, I tried, believe it or not. I know this sounds crazy, but I did a lot of research before I embarked on this journey. So I decided, this is going to be 13 issues, so I know each issue has to kind of dovetail into the next one and to answer follow a breadcrumb that has been planted 2 issues before. But when you get to talk about scheduling, it's no joke. You got to find, in this case, an artist that can keep up with it, that can meet deadlines, and then you have to plan ahead on any outside circumstances that happen, like printer scheduling issue. You can't get in there because there's a communist trying to take over your state, and you can't. Yeah, this is just spitballing hypothetically, and you can't. And they're making political stuff, and they can't fit you in. You have to bake that into the cake, so to speak, and stay on task. And with each issue, I've tried to kind of make it episodic, like you said. And you said you don't like everything ending on a cliffhanger, but it is a cliffhanger that makes sense, that picks up in the beginning of the next issue. So by the time, and this, people got to read the books. When you get the books, you got to read the books. So by the time it's out there, the next one's in production, and you just keep the coals burning, I guess.
If I could clarify,
if you can.
It's totally fine to have a cliffhanger ending, but in order, you have to balance the cliffhanger ending with telling enough of a completed story that you feel full. You feel full. You can totally Empire Strikes Back ends on a cliffhanger, and yet you felt like you got a full story with a beginning, middle, and an end, and a
Yeah.
character arc. You're very satisfied with it,
Well,
and
you
it,
got
I
you got a
didn't. I don't know.
you get a confrontation. New
yeah.
Hope, Star Wars
Oh,
'77
fucking Star
um,
Wars.
ends with a confrontation between Vader and Obi-Wan, and Empire ends between a confrontation of Luke and Obi-Wan. So you get a confrontation, you get an ending, and the greatest part of Empire, the thing that everybody always praises, is the hero loses. And that's the great part of it. That's why everybody loves it. And then you get the return, the elevation, the return of the Jedi, and it's that comeuppance, and it's the return of the hero that has fallen. It's the Jungian arc, and it boggles my mind how, if you're going to do a comic, if you're going to do a storyline, you don't understand the Jungian archetypes. You don't understand the basics of the hero's journey. Yes, the hero's journey is a trope. I get that, but god damn it, it works when
It
done
works.
right.
Why does I mean, you can't. Oh my god, it just works every single time. If you do it right, it works.
To not like get too far afield here. I'm just saying that the uh, the mode that you choose to deliver the story does have an impact upon its reception. And in comics, the choice to do like floppies, and again, indie people are usually not set up to do the way we've set things up here, unless you're doing like webcomics. Webcomics, you can do that type of very rapid release.
Oh, yeah.
But if we're not doing webcomics, if we're doing like print release, just because of the infrastructure concerns, we do tend to lean towards the sort of album release, and that does come with a different set of expectations. And I think that's caused some of the issues in the space. Is I think people are thinking with a sort of monthly mindset, because that's, you go to the comic book store, you get a bunch of monthly floppies, and if that's how you think of comic book storytelling, it's actually, I think, it causes, I think, some issues, some problems, and I think some of us need to start thinking more in terms of the album, the graphic novel, and think, okay, if this is the main installment you're getting, what do I need to deliver to you? Because this is not a monthly floppy. I'm not going to be able to get you the next installment in 4 weeks, where
Yeah.
it's where you can overlook the fact that I'm chopping the story into the pieces I'm chopping it into.
Yeah,
I think
and that's what I'm
that's
doing right now. Actually, is a complete story, like non-mythical thing. So that's what I want to focus on now, is to try to tell that complete story. Everybody's just like, well, that's good, but I don't see that much anymore. Everybody is just, it's almost like writing for the omnibus
Right.
instead of writing for the trade.
Well,
You're writing a 48-page floppy. So to
and I
speak,
think
and
I
call
think
it a
one of the
graphic
great,
novel.
and dude, we've talked about this ad nauseum, and I know you have read it, but one of the things that I will preach to the ends of the earth, ROM is one of the greatest runs that you would never expect to see. The storytelling prowess of the floppy. It is exceptional. It starts off and you're like, what the fuck? And you
know.
follow it along. And the next thing you know, by issue 3, you're captivated because you're engaged with this
And
character.
it's in West Virginia, which isn't far from me, which is great. I'm like, what? They're putting it in West Virginia. That's awesome.
Yeah,
They're a
man.
bunch of
It's just,
hillbillies are really aliens. I'm like, I dig it.
yeah, no, it's the wildest thing in the world that you this weird offshoot toy-based comic becomes one of the greatest examples of not just floppy individual storytelling for its full run, but a long-standing arc that builds, where each issue builds on the successive issue, but each issue is a standalone, and they will tell a full story, and you can grab issue 5, issue 38, issue 48, and they're all a complete story, and you're like, man, I need to read that next issue, but I'm happy with what I just read.
Mhm.
And that's the success. That's what comics should be. And I should be able to pick up this and get a complete story and go, man, I can't wait for volume 2.
And
And
it's weird. It's weird you mention that, because like the floppies back then, like if you would say pick up issue 37 of whatever series, and you read it and you see something, they mention it, and there's a little asterisk in a box that says, check out issue 21. And then you're like, oh, well, fuck, I got to go back and get that now. That's
I
like the
can't
sign of a
remember
good
who
story.
did that, but somebody in the indie space did like a random issue. Like their book was that way. Was it? It might have been Aquila by Aardvark, where it was the
Oh, I
first
had
issue.
that. I
But he
had
had
that.
a callback. There was a blurb and a callback, and his plan was to do. That was how he was going to build his quote unquote universe. It's a standalone story, but if you're interested in this, read this issue, and that issue
Yeah.
hasn't come out yet, and that was his next issue.
He disappeared though, didn't he? I haven't seen him, and I
Yeah,
forgot that name
sadly,
until you mentioned it.
life got in the way for Aardvark.
That
And
sucks.
he drifted out into the ether. Man, you got to maintain orbit.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, you get forgotten quickly. Like
Oh gosh.
Who's that Irish guy? He had I'm doing the the guy thing right now.
Oh, the dude that fell down the stairs in the drunk
The dude that
screen.
fell downstairs, yeah.
Yeah. I still have his book. I can't remember the name of it to save my life right now, but I still have it in the Gemini because
Yeah.
I never dreamed I'd get it, and once I
Yeah.
got it, I don't want to open it because now it's like Schrodinger's comic book. Did I ever receive? Yes, I received the Gemini, but the minute I open it, I will have received it, and it was years late. God, I backed that in like
years late.
2019, and I don't think I got it until 24.
He disappeared, and then so like having the book
Wow.
actually come out after all that time, you don't even like you said, you don't even know if you actually got a book because
That's like
it's
getting
just-
that's like getting Huerta's Sovereign. If it
Right,
exactly. like all of a
Ooh,
sudden
ow.
just show up in the mail, like Carl Oro, thank you. I mean,
Yeah,
somebody in
there
the
you
chat
go.
would remember.
Oh, all right. I remember that name, hearing that name, seeing it when I came around.
He used to be around a lot before, and then he was around when the guy with the margins was around before he became a big YouTuber. I suck with names.
Mm.
The Margin guy.
Yeah, the one who
mermaid
reprinted.
The
He
mermaid
reprinted
book
his
guy.
web comics into into print format or something. Wasn't that the thing with him?
Hmm.
the names.
Yeah, I'm
You know what we're
terrible
talking
with
about.
names.
Post?
Yeah, Post.
Adam Post?
Adam
There you go.
Post. Adam Post. Oh, yes.
Yeah. So I
Yes,
remember him
indeed.
and Carl Oro, like they were kind of around, on streams at around the same time, and kind of left it around the same time. So never followed up with their careers
Same
afterwards.
era for sure. But I think it's time you send Fowler the link, man.
I did send Fowler the link. Fowler is trapped in traffic.
Oh,
and he's like, chill guys, let Brian Christgau eat up time. Brian Christgau is MIA. And I don't want to say
Willis scared him away.
Yeah,
TJ, you hurt my feelings.
Yeah, it was the comments by TJ in the chat. Brian read those. He's like, "Oh man, angry black man." I'm
What is
getting out of here.
What is he even mad at? I don't even know.
I don't know.
It's clearly
we're the problem.
I can see.
Somehow we're the problem.
I can see how this came together, though. I can see how Fowler. It's a good idea, and I know Fowler. I know for a fact Fowler got some negative feedback on the general story from me because that did happen. After and then I know there were a couple other people involved, and I can definitely see why he would go to Christgau because Christgau has Six Gun Gorilla. Six Gun Gorilla is a Western. If I'm going to go to somebody in the space that has bona fides with a good Western that was publicly well received, I'm going to go to him. I think this is just a personality clash. I think Six Gun Gorilla and this concept are just too separate. And I think it just doesn't work with that. I think if you would have gotten somebody that was a little bit more in line with it, I think that would have jived a little. I would have maybe gone with somebody, I'm trying to think, like maybe almost like a Brian Bow and seen what his thoughts were. Because this does have a little bit of Wolf and Batsy to it for the story. But it's such a hard thing because I get exactly what happened here, which is you're looking at, oh man, okay, I'm getting a little bit of negative feedback on my plot. And who do I bring in? Well, if you're going to bring in anybody, you're going to bring in somebody with a successful Western, so it makes sense. I just think it's a mismatch. I think they're both talented people. They have their respective positives and negatives. And I think it's I think part of the problem here is just the marriage between those two.
Yeah.
I mean, I
Um,
thought Brian had like some professional work coming out pretty soon. I remember he was advertising that. So I don't know. I don't know how old this work is for Brian. Is it some of his earlier work too, or is it something more recent?
Well, this is the campaign for this was 22. So you're talking what, 4 years, 3.5 years.
yeah, that's when I came
Chris
around.
had
I
a
think this
history
was in
before
demand.
that. Fowler had a history before that. I think this is just one of those things where I think whichever party Fowler was probably trying to make the story work, reached out to a bunch of people, found somebody that he thought kind of worked with it, and was obviously happy with what he finally evolved with. I think it's, like I said, I think
So
it's a strong single. I don't
is
think it's a great book.
is Six Gun Gorilla like a period western, or is it contemporary though?
It's a period western.
It's period? Okay. Interesting. I thought it was more
It's
contemporary.
a pulp. It's interesting because Christgau,
Or
to
which
my
period?
knowledge,
Which period though? Because one of the things about this particular story, in my opinion, is the fact that it's choosing a very specific period. In order to do this, because there's different periods of American history, and if you're choosing like maybe you know the 1960s, for example, that period is so recent. You can still talk to people who were from that period. You can still like interview them. You can still watch a lot of movies from that period. But if you're trying to like emulate something from turn of the century, 1889, that takes a lot more. It takes a lot more practice with that voice in order for that voice to be authentic. One of the things I mentioned was that the voice felt very forced. And so the way to basically fix that is just, again, do more practice, do more, homework in that time period. And that just means just absorbing more of that material, because if you do, your voice will just start to emulate that, and it'll just sound more natural. And that's why I said, hey, don't do Deadwood. if you're gonna try to emulate that voice, go back to, like I said, go watch True Grit. Go spend some time with some local color literature writers, and you can just absorb that material, because that's so it's not just about doing the genre in a broad sense, because you're trying to capture not just period in general, you're trying to capture a very specific period in general, and a period that's quite in the past. And that's going to take a little more homework and just absorbing that period in order to represent it authentically.
no, Christgau's Six Gun Gorilla it's based on a pulp. I don't believe he's ever actually read the pulp. He just kind of was inspired by the general existence of it and wrote his in conjunction with it. And he did a good job. So it's a period piece. It's 1880s, 1890s.
Oh, is it? Okay.
Or I would say 1870s to 1890s, because I think there's a little bit of Civil War at some point. It's been a while since I read it. But that's where you get the cotton no good bastard. Like he's got the dialogue for the most part. It's there, and he's done his research and he understands it. And so that's where, again, I see the simpatico for the style. I just think this needed a little bit of a heavy hand, because I think you had two people coming from different angles on the story.
The dialogue needed a lot of polishing there. And some of the like Twitless was saying, the historical inaccuracies and a few things. Sometimes I learned this from watching an old Mike Barron stream. Say your dialogue out loud. It helps.
It does.
Believe me, because sometimes I've looked at stuff and I'm like, oh my God, what? Stop.
I think also, like, the general inclination to just, if you're going to make everything if you're going to make something Western, you just suddenly conjugate everything. Like that always irritates me. Like wandering to wandering, like you don't need that always makes it feel even more heavy-handed. And I think that's part of my problem with a lot of the narration in the intro, is it's just, that's where the clunkiness comes in, because we're just throwing contractions in just for the sake of contractions to get them in there, so you get that. Oh gosh, golly gee,
Oh
shucks.
gosh darn it!
Well, that's again, that's not how.
You varmint!
That's not
You
how.
varmint!
That's not how a lot of them would. Again, that's what I'm saying. Like, if not to. If you read like even like Artemus Ward, right? Artemus Ward is a local color writer. He's one of the inspirations for. He's contemporary of Mark Twain, and he's got this nom de plume. He's pretending to be this guy who's an idiot, but even as he writes from a fool's perspective, the fool is still pretending to use vocabulary he can't use properly. And so, because like I said, they had a broader vocabulary than we might assume, because in our presentism, we sometimes look about on past periods and we say, "Oh, you're a bunch of dumb hicks." It's like those dumb hicks had more of a greater grasp of the English language than you did, that we do now. So they would actually speak in a much more elevated register, even if they were misusing the vocabulary or using it wrong. So that's what I'm saying. They wouldn't say Satan's sweaty ballsack. Like, if you just go back and read Huck Finn, the book we all made you read in high school. If you go back and read Huck Finn, you read Huck's dad. Listen to the way he speaks. You know, like he's not just a dumb hick, even though he's a dumb hick. You get more flavor to these characters, and like I said, the way they use language, the way they misuse language, and like I said, that's what I'm talking about. Absorbing that material so it doesn't feel like you're forcing an accent.
Yes.
One, it's absolutely adorable that you think that anybody is reading Huck Finn.
Actually, I could see it right now on a bookshelf across the hall.
I'm just saying, like, just go back and remember when we all made you do that in high school. You know, that's what I'm saying. Like, channel that. You know,
You think anybody in high school is reading Huck Finn?
Yeah, no.
That's comical.
They banned To Kill a Mockingbird.
Yeah, you are so an academic. It's so funny. But you're in a roundabout way, you're defining my point. And my point is that it's a broken style in a broken world. And so in order to do it correctly, you're going to find flaw, because you can't write correctly. Does that make sense?
Right, but in order to do that, it's still gonna to hit the authenticity. You have to make sure you're not, because part of the issue is I'm not even criticizing Chris Gow at this point. I'm just saying that, like, the approach that other people often do that runs into this rake, as it were, it trips on that landmine, is to look down on the past. That's the first step. Is like, oh, these people were dumb hicks, and it's like, even if you're gonna write a dumb hick, you have to not look at that person as a dumb hick, because that's what's gonna make it forced.
Okay,
as somebody who was raised by a dumb hick, I can spot it. I get it. I've been called a dumb hillbilly many times. I get it. But this, I didn't feel talked down to.
And this was done exceptionally well. And I'm going to do something that I fucking hate, which is I'm going to reference a film. The reason I hate that is because these are two separate mediums. But you've already opened the door, Twitless, so I'm going to walk through it.
Now you have to listen, Fowler, to this discussion.
In Tombstone, when Johnny Ringo and Doc Holliday are talking, Doc Holliday responds, Ringo says, "Oh, he's just a drunk." And the first thing that Doc Holliday responds with is Latin, in Vino Veritas. And then Ringo responds in Latin.
Right.
To which lets Doc Holliday know, oh, he's an educated man too. And he lets Kate know, oh, he's an educated man.
No, I really hate him.
Now I really hate him. And so what you're
if I recall from that clip, was that there's a nuance between, like, which one was really classy, right? So, like, you had to tease that out between, like, the layers of what they were saying and how they were saying it. So there was, like I said, that's an elevated level. And I understand this is comics. We're being more reductive. I'm just saying, for authenticity's sake.
What I'm saying is, when you're getting into that verbiage and the style, literacy was much more. Everybody had at least two. If you were literate, you were familiar with two books. You were familiar with the Holy Bible, and you were familiar with the collected works of Shakespeare. If you were really educated, you would be familiar with the Iliad and the Odyssey, and you would be able to read them in Latin and Greek. And depending on your education, you would even either have a Latin or a Greek lean. And so there's multiple metaphors. Like if you look at Civil War generals were constantly making references in their letters to biblical allusion, but the really well-read ones were making allusions to Greek and Latin. And the reason they were doing, in addition to Shakespeare was always present, but they were doing that because they're more educated than the others, and so that's how you delineated yourself in that era. And it's not like I've read more I'm more well read than you. Or I'm more educated than you. It's an inherent natural inclination that you're going to go with something that's more in line for the metaphor that you're drawing in the letter. So I think that to draw this all the way back, it plays into this, which is if you're going to have characters that are either well read or not well read. Are they educated? Well, yeah, you can be educated and be literate, but not well read. And if you're not well read, okay, that's the delineation between them. And those are the things. You're going to have people that have no fucking clue what Greek or Latin means, which are the vast majority in that Tombstone scene of the people that are surrounding Johnny Ringo and Doc Holliday. But then you're going to also have that moment, and this is a powerful moment, when you can have two characters realize that they're on the same level, even though they didn't think they were. And that's what happens when Holliday says in Vino Veritas, and then Ringo immediately responds with Latin right back to him. Now they've elevated themselves to the same level, and now they know they're the same level. That's a different that's an entirely different wordplay, and I think that would have played well in some of the scenes here with regards to spiritualism. If that makes
Fowler,
sense.
are you hanging yourself right now? Is that what
Welcome, Fowler. How you doing?
I'm Aldous' Huckleberry. I'm just listening.
But I love this man. Fowler's great. You know what I like about Fowler? He didn't make excuses about Prospectres was funded in 2022. He didn't make excuses. He just
more than that, you forget, because Prospectres failed to fund in like 2018 or 2019. Yes. Yeah, 2019. That's what, like, those original 5 pages or 8 pages, whatever the beginning of the book is from like that 2019 campaign or whatever. You know, it's just the pitch story, I guess. You know, it's like, oh, you get a cover, you get 5 pages, you know, you put it up or whatever type scenario back then. You know, it was a lot
looser,
a lot more fly by the seat of your pants kind of.
Oh, well, that makes sense now.
Like Hojo's in the day of like, we have to have this, solidify this, and we go to pitch school and all this shit, right? Prospectors like could have died a bunch of times and kept getting brought back, you know, for one reason or another, because people were interested in it or whatever. Like Neff wanted to make it. He was obsessed with freaking funding it and getting the team back together and really believed in it and shit. And then it's like kind of bailed. And then I had already assembled the team. So we ran the crowdfunder, and, you know, $6,000 may seem like a ton of money in 2026 when nobody's earning shit. But back then, $6,000 barely got your, you know, 20 pages or whatever you needed.
Yeah, word. I know.
Right. So 60-page stories, optimistically, you know, you pitch them as 48 because you're hoping to upgrade it to 60 as it goes or whatever. I mean, all 48-page stories suck. They're 2 issues. They're just basically like 2 act. You know, they really don't wrap up ever. You need like 3 issues at least to kind of get that satisfying feeling. I mean, I never really expected this to have an origin story like that, because I kind of despise origin stories. I wanted it to feel like a random issue of X-Men you'd pick up in the 90s, you know, with it's kind of already going and kind of not resolving.
Yeah, totally.
Just serialized and I get it. We pitched it as a graphic novel, but like it's more like an oversized issue 1 or something like that.
Yeah,
you know?
for sure.
I feel bad. You guys have been ripping Brian's dialogue all night.
How do you collaborate with them? Like when I try to communicate with them, it's like sending messages in a bottle between two islands. Like I have no idea when I'm gonna get a response.
So I had pretty much just given up on the project, as a lot of these books are unfulfilled in this space. There's not really any penalty for taking the money and running. I kind of just felt like, like rejection and hurt from making this book because it flopped so bad. And every time I would look at it, it would look like really cool. And I would be like, oh, this is fucking dope. How'd this make $7,000? This is dog shit. Like there's this whole like failure to connect or whatever. So when Brian got it, it was totally done. It was 40 pages of colored art that was just sitting on my desk for like 4 years that I wouldn't finish, and I went through a divorce and my wife was involved in an editing capacity in some of my other works, but that really wasn't the holdup. I just kind of didn't have it in me to just touch this project. The shit felt cursed. You know what I'm saying? It just gave me bad mojo even fucking with it, right? After, its start and then relaunch and then underperformance and then this all energy in the space kind of dried up creatively. I kind of just, my heart really wasn't in it, right? And I'm hanging out with Phil all the time up here, and he's all about that backer fulfillment, right? So, my peer group wasn't comfortable letting me just not fulfill. You know what I'm saying? Like I would be razzed. It wasn't like acceptable to just leave fans on the hook like that. So as things started to come together more up here, and it became clear that like we'd be able to print again. Because we lost 3D Zach. I don't know if you guys know much about 3D Zach and the home printing I had done for all the other projects, but not only did I lose my editor, but I lost the printer and that setup. So it was kind of just reestablishing this infrastructure to even make comic books.
Yeah, he just dipped out.
Well,
I was talking with him.
But it all kind of worked out because Phil and Brandon managed to pick up almost all of his equipment.
Oh yeah. We took a trip over to Milwaukee and got all that stuff from Zach one weekend day. Yeah, Phil and Brandon and Wackass got the guillotine and all that stuff.
Phil and Brandon, then they're able to actually print the books now, and like they're
so they got 3D Zach stuff. Oh, okay.
So we went and got that and did the stuff now. So once it became kind of clear that like, I can actually make these because that infrastructure was starting to come into place again. I was like, well, I don't want to write this. I got hung up on the Victorian speak versus cowboy speak. And ultimately, that's why I reached out to Brian, because he is experienced in the Westerns and in this space. So listen to you guys bring all of his writing on the dialogue side of things. It's like, oof, like that's not wasn't my intention when hiring the guy known for Westerns to kind of come in here.
No, dude, and, it makes total sense.
And polish up this finished thing that like is already 48 pages of nonsense that I come up with,
Right. I think the problem is that you're doing it's a spooky Western. You're venturing outside of Brian's wheelhouse.
Well, it's a Western without a gunslinger. Like it's the exact opposite of a Western. It's almost invert, like all the background characters, like the crazy prospector or the cook or the Chinese railroad worker or the whorehouse chick, all the background characters from most Westerns become the driving force of this Western. And then it's like, oh, well, they still are susceptible to the same situations like cheating at cards and like duels or gunslinging. It's like, well, what is a no-armed man gonna do in that situation? And it just kind of became like me playing around with that stuff, more weirder, non-traditional ideas, I guess.
I think the marriage just wasn't a good one. between you
Yeah.
two. I understand the concept. I understand absolutely. I've said it multiple times tonight why you went to Christgau. I just don't. I don't think he was the guy.
And Brian's a big horror guy, though, right? He's a huge horror
Right,
fan.
but like in this space, if you were needing that job done, who else would you go to? You know what I'm saying? Like he kind of is the guy. You know?
Yeah.
It's just,
No,
and I feel
absolutely.
bad. You guys kept calling it Deadwood. It's like, no, I believe in like one conversation. I might have been like, just slap some Deadwood flavor on it.
I
or
knew it.
whatever,
I
you know, like-
freaking knew it.
I've never seen Deadwood, so
it's a very popular HBO show from.
I know what it is. I've just
decade
never
and a
seen
half
it.
ago. Yeah. Shane Black, is that the dude? Yeah,
Ian McShane, I think.
Ian McShane. But yeah, I brought Brian in for that. And I figured, man, Brian loves horror and he loves, the only page I wrote in the book actually is that one you like, not the DeLuca effect page, which I mean, technically I did write that because I wrote, the whatever walking. Those are supposed to be snake pheromones too that he's spilling out. Like
is it? Okay.
A mixture to get the rattlers into like a mating frenzy. So when he triggers them, they're like extra, like grouped up and riled up right there or whatever. My original.
Why not? I mean, why wasn't that descriptor added? That it's snake pheromones. Is that intentional?
I mean, I would probably because Brian probably never asked, and that shit is just
He's
from my writing, and yeah. No, like I was saying, the only page I had written in that whole book was the scene where he captures the ghost and says it's like by the power of Grayskull Screed. Yeah.
So you wanted this to be like a serialized story, just picking up the issue 1 and it's already ongoing, and it's when did they used to do books like that? Is that like the 70s or 80s where it's just everything's kind of episodic and not really tied together?
Pretty much
right. I mean, endless. It was designed to be not endless, but they're hunting, as Twitless noticed, one of the 72 Lesser Keys of Solomon from the Goetia Stolas, Prince of Hell or whatever, but there's 72 of those demons. So ideally, the Monster of the Week flavor is a different demon from the Goetia every issue or whatever. So,
okay, so that was going to be the setup, is to feature different, demons that they're going to be busting.
And build it in a way that anybody could pick it up and make the next issue.
Yeah.
Just once you get the dynamic of, and it's really a Lupin the Third kind of setup, with Fujiko and Jigen and Lupin, right? The trio, or you guys know it as like Cowboy Bebop or whatever, right? The woman is always getting into the trouble, and then the sidekick is really getting him out of trouble because he's more power maxed than the actual lead character, who's kind of a fool a bit. I was just going for that type of thing.
Tiger Blue is the same way, isn't it? Like you write those to be episodic too. You're not really trying to do some big, huge, Star Wars-esque kind of drama, super opera. So is there a reason why you prefer that kind of storytelling?
Well, because the medium is meant to be ongoing originally, right? Like the format of selling a 48-page thing for $25 wasn't really chosen to fit story. It was just kind of, this is what it is. This is what they cost. This is how you do. You know what I'm saying?
This is the formula.
This is like, and any deviation from said formula would be seen as threatening heresy or whatever.
Yes,
shit, right?
Believe
it's
me.
not even
like it's
a formula
like dropping the price to your comic book.
Oh yeah, or whatever. It's even where you're trying to sell it. I mean, there's just so many rules to follow. This very much was cast into that format just out of the necessity of what the space was at the time.
So would you write like a much larger arc, something that had a several issue narrative and, I don't know, Chris Claremont approach to storytelling?
Of Prospectres or just of anything?
Of anything, yeah. Have you ever had an idea to write something like that?
Yeah, not really. I would rather make something that's sound by the rules of comic book and herodom, you know, like that other people can easily just step in and do, you know, like even the second issues of Tiger Blue was Mike Barron and Narwhal and those people do it. You know what I'm saying? I'd rather make the machine that other people can pilot than really have a desire to do some big long run thing, I guess. And if I do want to do something longer, it's definitely not out of trying to sell or
Oh yeah.
please the masses or whatever. Anything I'm going to invest that much heart and time into to be epically long is not going to be appealing to really anybody but a really minor niche of people, I'd say.
So you're not trying to go for like themes and, you know, character development. You're going for bang for your buck, something visual splendor, interesting villains, those kind of aesthetics in the comics.
Right. And I mean, and if they catch on, then character development, I believe, would happen organically, you know, as everybody.
The more you tell a story, an episodic story, it's just like put Tiger Blue in like a cartoon format. Like the more episodes of the story you tell, even though they may not really connect in an arc, you're going to find out more about the characters eventually. It's just it happens because you're going to need that plot device to tell another story anyway. Like, oh, well, we'll just reveal something from his past. We'll do that in this one. It's just how it works. But like, yeah, man, it's if you're gonna tell, I enjoy reading and writing both. You know, like the short anthology. Like I like getting an anthology and reading a bunch of different stories, and then I will like the big long epic. Like look at it like the Beach Boys versus a Brian Wilson album. Like you said, the niche thing that if you do, if it's a big thing, like it's for you, right? It's not for really anybody else. Like because you really don't care. Like, I mean, in the end, you do care because you're not, like you said, you're not trying to make money off of it. Like, I kind of equate it like that musically. When you do that,
And when you say you're not making money off of it, you don't have, you know, ambitions and visions and aspirations.
No, like let me rephrase that. The money is low. Like even if you're in the industry and doing great, the money is low.
Yeah.
Like I came.
If you're in this to make money,
shit,
you're retarded.
No, but like I came into this shit in the summer of Jawbreakers, right? And so the enthusiasm was high, right? Like it was just my idea of what normal was always warped from when I got on the roller coaster, right?
Right.
So what was the golden age speculative boom of like a bubble, I guess, of crowdfunding,
you
YouTube,
can call it a bubble.
Twitter, you know, triangle of
there
funding.
Was a bubble. That's fair.
It gave me warped perceptions of reality and what to expect. You know, as I was talking to a couple of my friends who have really successful books in the mainstream, right? And they're like, yo, man, you did money on Tiger Blue that we don't get from our Image comic, right? So it's like sitting down to dinner with these people, there's like grass is greener discussions, like, oh, how did you penetrate this social media space to buy your book? And I'm like, yo, how do you get in the mainstream? And it's like, oh, well, here you gotta kiss a bunch of YouTube ass and follow a bunch of rules on who you can be friends with from week to week. And it's like, oh, well, there you got to fly out to San Diego and spend $10K doing a bunch of lunches and then pay like $4,000 for public. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, it's fucked from both like ways. And a lot of us are like trying to get to the other way still, like, oh, this CG thing is dying. Let's try to get published and in stores. And it's a lot of people at the beginning were in stores and like, the industry sucks. Let's try to get self-funded. So it's like we're both, you know, trying to come at it, but there's no greener grass on either other side. You know, it's just low numbers kind of all around, like throughout the game, unless you're like this very tiny percentage, you know, and you have to have ways of maximizing that. Like say you're the number one like Batman artist right now, you're absolute Batman or some shit, right? Your page rate probably isn't that hot, right? But you can sell all the original art to maximize your shit, and then take commissions at a hella high rate at conventions. So tabling at cons is hella beneficial because each commission gets you like 500 or whatever, right? You're not like these indie guys who go to every con and are struggling to get the 500 for the table and the gas money and the, you know what I'm saying, where it's just resources you could be dumping into pages, right? Like it's all fucked around all the way, and like really if you're doing any of it for money, it's scarce, and you got to have like a love that surpasses that, because it's never going to be that ultra beneficial like earning bubble of the 90s again, or that earning bubble of crowdfunding again. Like that's done. Like the reality is set in, you know, like you can kind of,
it's almost like we have a bad economy or something.
I mean, bro,
Well,
bad economy
it's more than
bread
that.
and circus, right?
Oh, no, that too, yeah.
I mean,
It's more than that, because like you drew upon the Beach Boys reference, Hojo. So if we just, for my metaphor, if we say that Fowler is Brian Wilson, in '66 when Pet Sounds came out, everybody praised Sloop John B, right? It tells an amazing story. In one song, you get a full, complete story of an experience. But then in '88, when he releases his self-titled debut, it's his, long awaited, over 20 years. It doesn't have the resonance. It's still critically acclaimed, but the people don't go like, yeah, this is what I want to listen to. Music people are going, my God, this is great. I think it's the same thing. I think you've got Fowler he hits a lot of great points here in this book, but we listen to Tiger Blue, man. And I see there's a dissonance between Tiger Blue and this book. And that's what I don't understand, Matt, is I know you love comics. I don't understand how this happened.
This happened because the project flopped, and then instead of letting it go unfulfilled, I decided to just hire the guy known for writing westerns to finish the last 10 feet of the relay race, so it didn't go down in the histories of like the Black Flags and the Detective Deads and that shit. I mean, this should really just be Detective Dead eaten up by my divorce and moving across country or whatever, right? But instead I stuck it out, I guess, somewhat, or whatever.
Well,
that's a huge credit to yourself that you did deliver the book, because I think that's amazing in this space. This is a book I'm getting the impression you're not proud of. But
it's integrity, though.
No, it's cursed. It's cursed. Like I touching it,
and I got my book. Do you even if I hate this thing, and I don't hate it because there's a lot of good here, dude, I still got my book. Like,
yeah.
Do you understand what that means? Like, you still delivered. We're critiquing your book because you delivered your book. You fulfilled your book, and that at the end of the day is the only thing that matters. You know what I mean? Like, you can deliver me a shit book. It doesn't matter, but at least you delivered me a book. You are now above and beyond so many people that are quote unquote pros.
And you're talking about Martin Short on that one page, right?
Yes.
I forgot about that one.
Just like Martin Short.
No, bro, look at all three of them. It's the three amigos. It's Chevy Chase, Martin Short.
Is that who it is? Okay.
Yeah.
I knew the middle one's, it's got to be a young Martin Short. Because that looks like Martin Short.
Ricardo tried to slide that by me because that wasn't in the script at all. I'm like, did you put the three amigos in this motherfucking thing on purpose? And then I figured it'd be a funny little in joke.
Oh, that's great.
And yeah, Twitless, I haven't heard from him in a minute, but he is right that the egg is Stolas.
Yeah, no, I picked up on that.
Yeah,
as I say, in that scene, there's just like a vision of the future that the cult leader's kind of proposing or whatever.
Yeah,
I see Chevy. I see Chevy Chase now.
Yeah, Chevy Chase is over. Yeah, there you go.
All right, I want to talk about enslaving Let's talk about slavery.
No, yes.
Oh, God.
the one page I did right. So
Send TJ the link. Send TJ the link.
Yeah.
man, I am so not racist that I didn't even think about how controversial it was enslaving the cult leader like that.
I don't think anybody should have thought of it, honestly. I don't know why Twitless was like, oh, this is racism.
I didn't say it was racism. I just said we should talk about it.
You triggered TJ, and now we have a full-blown Black Lives Matter, riot on our
Protest in our
Yes.
chat.
What are you doing?
You're welcome.
No justice, no peace.
Yeah.
So what I know, Fowler, is like, were you thinking of Derek Chauvin when you were scripting this particular sequence?
Who is Derek Chauvin?
Okay, never mind.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, God, go ahead.
What are you doing?
Go ahead. Explain it to it. Let's go ahead. Explain
This
it to
isn't
him.
Chud the Builder's comic reviews.
Were you particularly thinking of taking a knee on this, as you were considering taking a knee on this project?
Oh no, there was no Floydisms at all in any of that.
What are you planning on doing next, Fowler?
What am I doing now? I quit comics. You guys remember that, right?
I remember that like a million years ago, and you're still here.
It's
So you're not going to do another one? You're not putting this into publication?
oh no, dude, these comics cost fucking as much as a car to make. It's like,
Oh, I know.
especially in like,
Because I know Ricardo quoted me on a page rate about 8 months ago, and yeah.
All right, I gotta follow up on that
Anything
though.
close.
So
and it takes too long. It's a speed thing, right? The format dictates monthly, right? That's the rate at which the readers want to consume it, if they do at all. That's just how it is. And the idea of like getting that is all after. Like the stuff I'm working on, you guys said making pilots. It's almost like it was half a pilot or something. It's like, yeah, it was about 2/3 of a pilot, and it's really just like a pilot issue to kind of get people excited about your ongoing or your series, right? That's what any of this crowdfunding stuff is. I doubt like comic books don't work like this is here one graphic novel with one story and this is hard boiled, right? And now it's like, no, most people want to make a hero. We were rising up in a response to the mainstream industry making dog shit, right? And Squirrel Girls and Icemans and all the shit that we know they were doing in 2018, right? The America Chavez's and fucking the whole shit, right? So we wanted action comics where chicks could have big boobs and stuff could explode and people's arms would fly off, and like a Chinese guy could get kicked out of a bar without there being like an uproar or whatever. And it's like,
excuse me, Chinese.
They knew, but
Chinese.
like the
Chinese.
way they counted on the racism so he could go outside and manipulate the ammo and where the guns are stored. Like, I don't know. I don't know why I made this thing like 8 years ago. It's like,
I mean, that's plausible.
it
That's
was probably
completely
before
plausible.
Tiger Blue, before Sideshow 66 even. I think like the first 8 pages of this or whatever, that hanging where he interrogates the spirit or whatever, was drawn back in 2018 or very early 2019.
Right. Yeah,
Okay,
that explains a lot narratively speaking.
I need to follow up a little bit with that because I'm going to challenge you a bit on this, because
Oh no.
if you're going to pitch a story like this, I'm not saying like you're obligated to do another comic, but I do think that there is a kind of obligation to the audience to give them some type of closure, even if that closure is, here is like, the cliff notes for where the story was going to go. Because like people who bought this, like people like,
where this particular journey ends, like the 20 pages that like would have made this story end.
Yeah, yeah, like they're sitting on a pile of skulls with a cliffhanger. You tied them to the railroad tracks. It's your as a storyteller. There's at least
Right,
some
so they-
obligation.
So like
No.
they got to
What's
get
the
out
name,
of.
Fowler? What's the
You're
name?
so fucking wrong. Jesus.
Give me the name, Fowler.
All right, with one question at a time. So do you guys want to know how it would have ended?
No.
What I'm
No.
saying is that I think you should
Because
like.
you didn't. If you wanted to end it, you would have. You chose
No,
not to
'cause,
end
like,
the story.
No, I
So,
chose like
Only
I
an
threw a.
absolute academic retard would ask
let,
you.
let,
to
let
end
me
this-
no. Let me
Let's-
clarify
let's-
this.
let's
Let me
let
clarify
Phyllis
this.
finish.
What I'm saying is that even people who get their shows canceled will usually go on Twitter at some point and be like, okay, here are the cliff notes. Like, here's where the story was going to go. I'm not saying you have to spill the tea today.
Right.
I'm saying that, like, I think you owe the audience something that isn't just like, yeah, and Lassie stuck at the bottom of the well.
No, like much like
the
my
end.
project, they're left in the pit to die. Like that's where it goes. Like that's the point of the story of like all unsuccessful indie comics. They're left in that pit of skulls, and that skulls
All
is-
alone.
is all your other creators who failed too, man. And sometimes you don't get out of that hole. It's just where it ends. That's not where I initially wanted to end it, but like I kind of was a big ass baby with it, and I'm like, nah, fuck this shit. This ends. They die in that hole. You know what I'm saying? So when I left the project, like in 2022, and kind of put it on my shelf, you know, at the end of the year or whatever, before Brian got it, it just ended on with them in a pit of skulls. Like that was just a tantrum, basically.
Well, as Hemingway said, you have to kill your darlings sometimes.
No, that was Faulkner, and that's not
was it
actually
Faulkner?
Faulkner. Yeah, it's actually
Yeah,
misattributed.
Oh.
You had to step on that landmine.
Fucking academics, man.
The original last page.
Hojo is now Hoppo as he walks around on one leg.
You know, like after they were going to get out of the hole, you know, head the train off at the pass, and then have a final battle with the hatched owl. The final page of the book was just going to be all three of them pushing a crown across the desert sand, and like the long ass trail showing how far they were rolling the crown, you know, to get it to where they could sell it or turn in the gold or whatever.
That's a very Blood Meridian style ending.
Tell us about having your books in Barnes and Noble.
Oh, I feel like, how the fuck did Blue Muppet do this, right? So, George, you guys know George?
George
Oh
Gaddis.
my goodness.
Yeah.
Who?
So-
Yes.
How dare you say
Yeah,
that
you don't.
name here?
Yeah.
So George and RJ are real tight, and
Yeah.
after I quit comic books, they reached out to me and wanted to publish it, and you know, told me their plan and you know what they needed with the files and stuff, and you know, I sent it all over to them, and it was almost ready to go for a while, but some of the QR code that leads to that cartoon that's in the first book was outdated because I had deleted all the YouTube channels when I shut down the company. So I had to edit that page with the new code, and then, you know, they gathered up everything and got it printed in a bunch of different formats, and I checked them out, and you know, RJ's been handling that, and I guess it started selling on the 29th of December. And I've already got my first royalty check. So, I mean, if anybody out there wants their books in stores, go hit up Critical Blast. I mean, it was fairly painless.
I have
he
a
talked-
question, Fowler, because
Yeah.
you asked me to write a forward at one point. Does this include
Yeah.
my forward?
Yeah, it's in there.
No shit. Well, now I got to buy a copy.
I'll have to send you a comp. I have a few around here, and they sold out at the arcade in the manga size. So I just ordered another crate from Critical
Oh no,
Blast.
I'll buy a
earlier
copy.
today.
Send me a link, brother. I'll buy it so you get a royalty check, or at least a cut. But that's fantastic, bro.
Nice, and yeah, thank
Yeah,
you for
great.
writing that forward.
Is
Oh,
there
My privilege, man.
is there an overlap with people who like video games and comics? Like you find that the sales are pretty good in video game locations?
I just put them out yesterday or maybe Tuesday. So I think the material of Tiger Blue is applicable to arcade goers. You know, like it's got the Street Fighter look and, you know, action vibe, and, you know, it's
There's something
what
special.
what
about Tiger Blue.
like Jay Dalla kept calling it like a Tekken book in his review or whatever. It's
Well,
like
that's not a
It's like
selling point.
Tekken.
Don't ever reference Jay Dollar as a
Yeah.
selling point.
I still remember you yelling
Yeah,
at him
Jesus Christ.
on that review, and
You can
know,
can
I
reference
encourage that.
Tekken though. Tekken's a good reference.
Tekken's a good reference, but
Yeah,
don't
yeah.
use Jay Dollar. No.
No, J Dollar is a horrible reference. Never reference.
Somehow the Rothschilds are gonna be mentioned.
Don't reference
God.
George and J
Yes,
Dollar.
and the Jesuits, the Rothschilds, and the Jesuit army.
Oh
I
my
don't know about
God.
you guys. I suddenly have a desire to fly a kite.
Can't fly a kite. All
There's
right,
no
and
wind
so
right now.
I love
It's all still
Corky.
here.
Ugh.
all right, and so you've got it. You've got it digital too. Let's pop that up.
Oh yeah, through the Zaid Brothers Global Comics account, I believe Tiger Blue is on there too. Yeah, you can get the digital.
I had questions and now I'm like blanking and everybody's quiet and I feel like this is a dark gift stream all of a sudden.
No, there's people
Well,
watching. So it
I
can't
wish
be-
Brian would have showed up because like Brian was really on the hook for all that dialogue. It's like, damn, where'd you go, man? Because I'd say,
we chase him
I did ask for the Deadwood problem.
No, he-
Pulling up for the exact.
He
He's like,
just
no,
laughed
here
and
in,
then-
in this message you said, make it like this.
Yeah, why does he ghost like that? Like it's really hard to get a hold of him. Did you
Oh,
find that working with him or?
I mean, really, I had no issues when I worked with him at all. He's responded to everything and sent off his scripts, you know, returned them in a timely manner or whatever. Then did a round of edits too, and you know, I mean,
Okay,
you know,
I got questions for you. So you're in Barnes and Noble now. You're published. So what's your take on? And you said it's no big deal. What's your take on the Haché thing with Ripaverse? Like,
I hope his royalty checks are bigger than mine. Because at the end of the day, yes, it's cool to be published in all of these retailers, but like the fact is that's not where the paper's at. The paper is in 2018 Jawbreakers. You know what I'm saying? Like that is where the money was, and there's not money in the other.
Well, no, you're talking two different worlds, brother. That's
a trickle compared to like a deluge, maybe, right? Like
Yeah,
it's
no,
just
man,
it's just
it's
drops in buckets.
one
and
one pays mortgage payments, the other pays your gas bill. You can't compare the two at all. There was so much cachet that was lost in the preceding 8 years since what you're talking about.
Right.
It's gone. That world is gone.
Well, I only even mentioned that world specifically because that is the world to which Prospectors was conceived.
Oh yeah, no, I
created,
get that.
who
I
it
get
was
that.
designed to be marketed to, you know, or whatever, right? Like it was of that era.
I mean,
Yeah.
I've been backing and supporting crowdfunding books for years. It's been a long time. The first Jawbreakers and the first Cyberfrog were the first two that I'd ever seen take off like that, and I've never seen the support since.
Mhm.
It's been
Well, I mean,
the law
remember-
of diminishing returns always comes in. So
Anything not skybound. Really.
This is before Jawbreaker shipped in a sandpaper envelope with blurry lettering. Like this is before fulfillment. Like this is you know what I'm saying? The old
I remember
times.
when I got my first Jawbreakers copy, it was January of 2019, and it was snowing, and I got my copy, and it was delivered on my.
There's moisture, and that's
No,
it for that.
I opened and my book is dripping wet because it's not
Oh.
it's not in a bag, and I've been buying books. I'm a collector. I've been buying books on eBay for years. If I bought a book from you on eBay in 2017 and you didn't bag and board that shit, you would be
Review
really,
bomb.
you're done. You're never buying another book. Nobody's buying a book from you.
You
If I'm paying $25 for a book, and I emailed Zach as soon as I got it, and I said, like, what the fuck is this? It manila envelope, like padded with no fucking bag, no fucking board. And he said, I'm so sorry. And he corrected it. And then I'm not shitting you. Jawbreakers 2, I backed it. I get it. Not bag, not board, padded
Same thing?
envelope.
It's the same thing again. He did it again.
Same thing again. And it's like, dude, I'm done. I'm not until he offered a book for $1, just because I'm like, fuck you. I'm gonna buy a book for $1 just to fuck you. Because you fucked me.
I bought the dollar Jawbreakers too.
Yeah. And it's just that, like, dude, I reached out, I'm your customer, and this is the response I get, is that you're gonna replicate the experience all over again? Yeah, you're damn well right. Because he's like, oh no, people will buy more than one. Nope, I hope you lost money. Here's $1. Give me a book.
$1.
And I'm not a very spiteful guy, but man, I was.
Say it isn't so.
That pissed me off because I don't want to cost any independent creator anything other than the book. But man, that really burned me when I communicated to you, and then fucking 2 years later, I get the sequel, and it's the same shipping quality. Like, oh. Man, and thank God it was like June or July when I got it, because otherwise it would have been the same problem. Like, hey, my book's fucking sopping wet because the snow's falling.
Jeez.
So all those original backers that you're talking about in Jawbreakers and Cyberfrog, what do you think they were spending their money on? Were they spending their money on a comic book?
No, God, no.
Or what was driving their their purchase?
Well, at the time, it was easy to get caught up in it and think it was because of the comic book, because there was lots of fan art and there was lots of creative energy and people wanting to draw these characters and
camaraderie.
There was way more creators in the space, right? People were trying to be recognized through actual comic making abilities, whether that's just like letterers were like, yo, look at this, I did this with this, and check it out, this font or whatever, like it was every bit of the craft was how people were trying to shine, right? Like, oh, I can ink, look at these, I just inked this guy's work, and what do you think? And like all the hashtag was filled with creative energy, right? You could find stuff, you could learn stuff. Now it's not like that. You're not rewarded for your comic book making abilities. It's this other ecosystem that I'm not even sure how it works. You know what I'm saying? Like, I've been out for so long, I don't even know. Like this week you were fighting Finatra or whatever. I don't know who's going to press X to self-delete. Like, I wanted to press X this whole review, like, I don't know when that became inappropriate.
I don't know what's going on with it.
You know what I'm saying? But
the button, Fowler.
But it's like, oh, well, if you're fighting with Finatra this week, it's not like you'll just settle that on the Stank stream. It's like there's 8 different venues which will EFAP of that clip that was clipped from an EFAP. You know what I'm saying? It's like I don't even know where to turn around in this shitstorm.
Fuck you, well, Red. Fuck you, well, Red.
Let's sell comics now.
The comic book used to be the primary drive of everything, and now it's not. Now it's the YouTube is the drive of everything, and that's fine. Because that's done a lot of people really well, and God bless them for that. They're making a good living, whatever they want to do on the side, or if that's their primary form, that's great. I'm of the old school, Fowler, and I know you're just like me, man. We want good books, and what I'm looking for in good books is I used to be able to turn to a specific space and find good books, and that's not the case anymore. mainly because the good books that I thought I was turning to aren't good. And there's a vast majority of that. Now, you have always delivered books that are very worthy of talking about, whether they be good, bad, or ugly. But you've always put your heart out there. And I think that's great, man. That's in that same vein. There are bad Wally Wood books. There are there are bad Will Eisner books. And that's what I'm looking for is just, man, put your heart out there, because you might have one book like The Prospectors that's, I would argue, is probably a general miss. But man, you got Tiger Blue. And I'll take chances on a guy that gives me Tiger Blue all the time, because again, I took a chance on that. That's not my normal art style. Jose Garcia, that's not my vein. But man, did that fucking work, to the point that I wrote a foreword for your goddamn book.
Right.
Is my point here. And dude, that's I want to see more of that. I want to see more people just like reaching. And I don't see people reaching. I see a lot of people doing the safe thing.
Safe.
And
So safe.
just they're doing the safe thing, and I don't like seeing safe. I want to see people pushing. And you always push. And that's why I love it.
What type of event do you think would have to take place to get back to that level of excitement?
I don't think you can, man.
Because as I say, like that 2018 excitement with people drawing all those fan arts and sending in all that stuff to the Comicsgate hashtag, or not hashtag, the Comicsgate art, Twitter account or whatever, Jawbreakers fan art Twitter account, to get that level of energy. It was almost reminiscent of when I was a kid in the 90s and people would draw stuff like on their binders, and like everyone wanted to be drawing like Protastio and Jim Lee and McFarlane and stuff. When I was, when I was with John Washak, I mean, he fucking draws like that now anyway. But I mean, back in that day, there was like an excitement, and I'm not seeing that excitement anymore. And I'm wondering, like, how do we get that back?
I've put some thought, or I've thought a little bit about that. I think the short answer is I don't think you get exactly that. I think that CG existed at a very interesting moment in time that wasn't just about comics. There was a lot of things that were happening culturally and politically. There was a lot of needed counter signals that needed to be sent.
Filled a vacuum.
There was a moment, like I said, where again we're talking about 2018, so this is right around the heels of both Gamergate and the 2016 election, and there was this entire just cultural tsunami of like, if you're the wrong type of person, we're going to find ways to get rid of you. And Twitter was full of all these people saying we're taking names, and so there was a lot of energy to counter signal that. Well, over 10 years or however long it's been, 8 years, I guess. 8 years has like diluted that particular energy. So in order for it to collect again, you would need another cultural moment like that would need to build it up again. And that's just, the energy has gone in different places. And the mainstream has started to realize it can't play the same games it did publicly anymore. So it's trying to earn back some of those lost dollars to, varying degrees of success. All that to say, I don't think you get 2018 again without the cultural background that led up to what you saw in 2018.
I'm not sure you can kind of unfuck the scene. There's too many people that are like in the gangbang, and they're not going to pull out. You can beat them off with a stick, and they just got their peens in way too deep, and it's just they're having too much fun.
Could you make that metaphor any gayer?
Yeah. No, I was like, man, you really beat
roast.
that one.
It's a spit roast, and there's finite holes, but everybody's trying to shove in and get a piece. But it's I think you got to change the business model, Fowler. And like what you were saying before, like there's people in the mainstream that are trying to converge into the social media aspect, and the social media aspect is trying to break out and have a bit of the distribution access that the mainstream people get, even though they're not getting the salaries. There's got to be whoa, Aldous, are you okay there, buddy?
Got a touch of the consumption.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's got to be like a medium there, like a golden middle that we can find that satisfies both and it takes advantage of the strengths of both sides. That's where you capitalize, I think, because you just go harder in the social media. All social media is now are these personalities, and looking for people that you can latch onto and listen to and be like, oh, I believe that guy's truth. No, I believe that guy's truth.
I mean, bro, that was Zach, though. I believe that shit when he would review 3 comics a day and there'd be fucking goats fucking in the alley and shit. You know what I'm saying? It just seemed very man on the street. He would show these Marvel comics, and that's all he had to do was just laugh at these things. You know,
he was man on the street. He wasn't a god. And I think that's why he curried so much favor. Now it's a bunch of mini gods, vying for their fiefdoms. And
George has officially showed up in chat. Who summoned him?
This is like the worst day of the year thus far, clearly for me. But yeah, and so because you have all these little fiefdoms that are just vying for control, I don't know how you get away from that. Like usually you got to have one new ruler come around and can merge all the fiefdoms and rule them all, but it's not going to happen. It's just all going to continue that way and spiral. So you just got to figure out a way to, redirect. That energy has to come from somewhere else. And I don't think you just recreate things that have already been done. Nobody's going to, buy that again. That there's some new defeat the evil. They've defeated all the evils and they're tired of new evils to chase after and fight. You have to redirect it somehow in a way that's more positive, and you just got to present a better business model than what anyone has been doing thus far. And I think that middle that you were talking about is that model. You just got to find what that is.
So tell me this, guys, as bad as Prospectres was, should it have stayed in the Detective Dead Doom Kicker pile of unfulfilled books?
No, absolutely not.
No. It's beautiful.
At the end of the day, yeah, there's problems with the book, but you still fulfilled. You promised,
and none of these retards can take that away from you.
You promised a book, you fulfilled the book. Is it a great book? No, Matt, it's not a great book. Is it a good book? Arguable.
I don't know if it's even that, man.
But there's some really great stuff in this, and I think the best thing is you got it out there, man.
Mm-hmm.
That's all that matters. And at the end of the day, is it what you wanted? I don't know. Is it what you wanted?
No.
Are you happy?
No. It wasn't what I wanted. I should have just finished writing it myself instead of reached out to Brian. All the cursed bad vibe energy that I was being like emotional or bitch like about and distancing myself from the project. I should have probably worked through that shit and put my voice to it and saw it through that way. It's probably a bit of a cop-out picking a Western writer and then dropping it in his lap and being like, here you go, man, or whatever, the way it went down with that. So, yeah, I probably should have finished my own plate. I admittedly took on probably more than I wanted to chew, I guess. These big projects are expensive and hard to manage. And once you fund them enough to exist, right, which is that trick of the $500 shit to spin an algorithm or whatever, you're kind of locked into that shit. So, like, it's like delivering a stillborn, right? This thing is dead, but you still have to, like, give birth to it. Right. So I probably should have given it more care, even though it was like giving birth to a deformed mongoloid that you knew was already dead, right? Like I don't know, I guess, but
dude, it wasn't that bad.
I mean, I don't know. I don't know if my voice.
We weren't trying to break your spirit here.
Yeah. Like
good book. There's just it's just with the dialogue.
like my voice on it, I don't know if it would have been any better than what Brian did, or would have helped it out in any way, though. I don't think. So I'm not faulting him for that. And if it did sound Deadwoodish, it's probably asked for by me in one of the meetings, I'm sure.
No, I mean, I think it could have a good recovery if you did a follow-up. People like the concept. And
they died in
the
the hole, man.
Interesting. I think there's a lot of different avenues you could go down on the concept for sure.
Yeah, I'm not okay with them dying in the hole.
I think we should do like a big narrative arc, like a Chris Claremont thing, and like, you know, have them go out to space and have a Phoenix come and
There you go.
know, do like a 20-issue story.
Nobody's ever done that.
Starjammers coming to friggin' team up, right?
Yeah. Mull it over.
With Chalk or Chod.
The Prospectors and the Starspectres. Here we go. Let's make it happen.
I can't believe it's out. I had written it off as dead in my brain, you know, and just, you know, in the pile or whatever, you know.
Hey, again, man, I can't. This is one of the things that really bugs me with the crowdfunding space is people are terrified. Like, oh, what if I send out a bad book? People bought the bad book, so at least if it's bad, you still send it out. I would much rather have a bad book in hand, like I do, which I don't think this is a bad book. I think it's got issues, but it's not bad. I would much rather have a book like this in hand than one that just eternally floats in the ether, like Detective Dead, like any of the other numerous books that have been completely unfulfilled. So kudos to you on that, man. And again, the fact that you were able to do that and actually fulfill a book that everybody's like, oh, well, this is just a complete write-off, that's huge.
Thank you.
Now, does that mean the book's great? No, Matt. That was clear. It's not good. And that's the thing that bugs me the most is the Tiger Blue was fucking good, and I hated the art, but I still loved it.
All right,
And
so all this, how would you have done Prospectors? Like, what tone would you have approached it? Like, how would you?
We went over this, and you're like, "No, I don't want." You didn't like my story, so I don't want you to do my book. Neff and I gave you a treatment.
Oh yeah, with El Dorado and gold and stuff, right?
The whole concept was we're gonna take the concept of El Dorado and apply it. Only instead of the mystical city, it'll be the mystical realm. And you hated it. You're like, no, you guys don't get like my shit. And so we walked away.
I told you I'm a bit emo involved in this project, man. It's always been like that. I was kind of sketchy all day about having to have this review. It's just one of those things. It's just everybody's got to have a Mallrats, right? Like Prospectors is my fucking Mallrats.
I thought Mallrats was good. Wasn't that his breakout movie? You got him noticed, didn't it?
That was his bomb, for sure.
Oh no, Clerks. Clerks was the one. That's
Clerks was the breakout. Mallrats was the bomb.
Right? Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I don't know. I don't think it's so bad. I mean, like, it's a good idea. Pick yourself up, dust yourself off there, Fowler.
I don't even make comic books anymore. I quit. I'm just a fan. Like, I'm going to the local comic book shop every Wednesday. I mean, there's lots of good stuff out there.
You don't think it's worth competing with the mainstream anymore in the indies? Has the mainstream recovered?
I mean, I say yes, but I judge the mainstream by, do I want to go to the comic book store on Wednesday? You know, is there something I actively want to buy, or actively like interested in getting the next, you know, installment of? And then if that's the case, I then pick up extra stuff like while I'm around. So,
right.
And Absolute Batman got me there. And then I started picking up stuff like Vatican City and, you know, what did I get this week? You probably won't even like my polls out all this. I got Hush. Yeah, I know it's Uck, and it sucks too. I read it, and oh my god, dude! I don't want to spoil it, but fucking stupid, shirtless, hairy Batman. It's dumb.
Is that the original Hush or sequel?
No. There's a sequel to Hush that's just
Okay.
current.
Hush.
Yeah, it just came out this week.
Terrible.
It's the one that Jim Lee.
You mess with this at all? This is the new Wizard. I grabbed 3 issues of it to investigate advertising.
All comics is just Batman now, right? Like that's just there's
got
nothing
some
else
pretty
in
cool
comics.
articles though, and gets 100,000 eyes on it every month. So
Yeah, well,
I figure it's worth looking about putting some sort of advertising in.
it's no comics journal.
Grab the Absolute Green Arrow.
Oh,
How's that?
Interesting.
Christ.
He said, "Christ, what's wrong with that?"
Garbage. It's fucking leftist garbage, man.
I haven't read it yet. I just grabbed it. It's
Why is it?
I have to replace Cul-de-sac and Wolverine Spider-Man, which were 2 titles I was reading that
when
are
you
gone.
read that, there's a scene in it where he's talking to his therapist, and he's talking about how he feels guilty for having millions. It's awesome. Enjoy it.
Then I got the Stephanie Phillips Daredevil.
That's not as bad as I thought it would be.
I don't know if she's dog shit or not, but it's like, fuck.
The art is like past though. I wouldn't pick that up based on that cover.
Oh wait, no, that's not.
That's the man with no strings. That's good. That's great right there.
Oh, that's not. That's nothing. That's something I might have taken off the printing press at work.
Oh, you violated NDA, Fowler.
You can't NDA.
Sue your ass. You got a new setup though. Like your room looks. You look ready for YouTube. You could be a YouTube.
Oh, I got the divorce couch. That's what it is.
There you go.
That's the one the dog used to sleep on, right? Does it have like scratch marks and fur on it and stuff? Slobber? No. Yeah, you should be a YouTuber now with the all the tchotchkes in the background there. So do reviews.
Oh yeah.
Review indie comics. It's a gold mine, I promise.
No, I learned my lesson about that. No more indie comics reviews. That is a very volatile field. You never know what these people will do if you review them badly.
There's desperation here, so it's like shooting duck in a barrel if you want to, have a lot of people to go after and stuff. And it's like, I don't know, throwing a stick into an arena and just like seeing who comes out alive.
Throwing a stick into an arena and shooting duck in a barrel. That's what you get here on well-read reviews.
That's right. What do you think about AI? Is it going to save save the indies?
No.
It's going to give a whole lot of fucking artist writers a chance at actually making something that's coherent. That's for sure.
I feel like initially it's going to hurt all those people who charge way too much for those character design turnaround concepts. You know what I'm talking about when you try to hire someone to do a concept piece for you and they want all this like extra dough or whatever attached for just doing character designs and shit. Now you can just talk to the AI and get a character design. So, I mean, yeah, you'll have to polish it, but I think it's going to put those like overpricing that service out. And I think eventually all that hyper rendered shit is going to be perceived as garbage by anyone who looks at it anyway. Like it doesn't draw you in at all. So less rendered artists that have more hyper dynamic styles and can capture motion and look genuinely like ink and pen will make a comeback. I think analog cartooning will actually, exaggerated proportions and dynamic angles and stuff like that this machines just can't fucking get right or understand. Like will be the next thing. Like Ren and Stimpy, Earthworm Jim kind of looking stuff. Scud the disposable assassin, shit like an AI could never fucking draw. Right.
Yeah. Well, the AI isn't going to do anything original. Like it's always going to be based on other stuff, no matter how much prompting you give it, right?
Well, you just brought up Scud the Disposable Assassin. Scud the Disposable Assassin, Mr. X Even like, Johnny the Homicidal Maniac by Johann Vasquez.
Mhm.
Nothing like that is being done in the indie space right now from my perspective. And granted, I'm a jaded cynic. But even despite that, I don't see anything in the indie space right now, for the most part, that has any momentum, that's anything other than a clone of what the mainstream's doing. What do you think changed in the indie space? Or am I completely wrong? Are there great things like Phil and Brandon are doing great stuff with The Man with No Strings, but even The Man with No Strings has a lot of DC sci-fi western vibe kind of going within it, and a little bit of Bill Willingham of of Fables. So, is there anything really original right now that you're following in the indie space?
The indie space.
Like, what do you see in crowdfunding, or is it all just rote replica of what's already existed? Because I see a predominance of that myself. I'm just curious, man, because I think as jaded as I am, I think you're even more jaded. You've left the space completely.
Well, because it's kind of an unfair question, because a lot of us in the indie space are trying to create facsimiles of the real space that was compromised, right? So when we feel the thing that we loved was taken, we are like creating something as close to that as possible, just so we can ride that vibe.
But
from the thing that we
part
all
of my
already
question,
like,
though,
right?
is how much of that is inhibiting.
Well, innovation isn't rewarded. That's the
Right.
thing. Like
Okay.
if you do something different, you are othered and whatever. Whereas, like, if you're part of the collective, that art style is house style, then it gets noticed and spiked up the spike. You know what I'm saying? Think about roach balls, like how awesome that was, but it could only get ingested a little bit before it was spit out, right? Because that stuff is too foreign and different to be digested by that ecosystem, right? It's just risky and weird looking and and even that's just referencing like Garbage Pail Kids and Ren and Stimpy gross out shit we loved as kids. Like everything is derivative when you like micro examine it, or whatever, right?
Absolutely. I mean, you can always draw, even going back to the second generation. Everybody's a connection to Kirby or Ditko or Eisner.
Or
But
Batman's jacking Tarzan or whatever.
Right.
Frames,
No, exactly.
right?
I mean, Bob Kane and Bill Finger were very Bob Kane was obviously, he's the human Xerox machine. He's referencing everything under the sun. Twilla, shut the fuck up. We will have that conversation later. But when you're looking at those things and everything, Batman is a rote of the Shadow. Superman is a rote of Doc Savage, and everything thereafter becomes a rote of the rote of the rote. I'm saying Mr. X, Johnny the Homicidal Maniac, the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, even like that. Those are all unique concepts. Yes, they're based in trope, but it's a unique take on the trope. Do you see that still occurring within indie?
Come back here.
Do I see what? It's still occurring. Like how? State it again. Sorry, I got distracted. I was asking for some water.
No problem, man. Do you see Johnny the Homicidal Maniac, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, Ren and Stimpy, anything in that vein that's offshoot? It's a breakaway from everything that's accepted in the mainstream.
I mean, like, do you count like Bigfoot Bill and stuff? And I mean, that was just
I think Bigfoot. I still think Bigfoot Bill that's TNAPL stepping into the indie scene and doing something different, and I think it worked.
You asked something I'm excited about. No. I remember
Bigfoot
something
Bill
that I'm excited about that's vastly like stylized and different that is upcoming in the indie space. Got my water. Oh, thank you. This is my new wife. I'm remarried.
Oh, congrats, Fowler.
Say hi,
Awesome.
new Mrs. Fowler.
Hey, Mrs. Fowler.
Hi.
Mrs. Fowler too.
Oh my God! Don't play the sequel.
Electric Boogaloo.
Mrs. Fowler Prime. How about that?
Yes, that's right. Mrs. Fowler evolved.
Oh, so something I'm hella excited about in the indie space, which I shouldn't have spaced, but Shank by Kelsey Shannon.
Yes, absolutely. I'm right there with you, man.
Goddamn, that character's design looks fucking cool. Unorthodox, wild. Some of the painting gauche or whatever he's been working with, promising.
His work on Nexus was fantastic with Baron. That book was hot fire.
But yeah, Shank. I'm excited about that for sure.
Nice.
But not much
Awesome,
else.
man.
I mean, like I like to see what Charlie Snogans is up to. I like his art quite a bit. I mean, a lot of the other stuff never really went anywhere, you know, like Rob Willis was one I always like to watch, but you know, slow moving or, you know, not really coming up with a lot of stuff. I don't know. How about you, Aldous? What are you seeing out here in these CG streets? That's worth of shit.
There's nothing much in the CG side of things. I mean, I'm still a Groken fan. I still think Kenneth Rocafort is a generational talent.
Okay.
I think in 15, 20 years, I think he's going to be reflected on as one of the greats. His understanding of comic layouts is unreal. What he's able to do with the Groken books is amazing. But other than that, honestly, I'm really sad because I don't see the level of growth that I would expect. I'm a fan, and I'm terrible about how much I'm a fan because I post it all the time on Twitter. But I don't understand how we went from the revolutionary aspect of like Howard Chaykin layouts in the 70s into a lot of he was basing a lot of that shit on what Steranko was doing in the 60s. And then we hit this wall when the image, quote unquote, image revolution happens. And all I see in the indie space is replications of that. I don't see anybody pushing the Chaykin side of taking what Chaykin did on Steranko and elevating that. And I don't understand why that's not been done. We're talking 30 years of stagnation within comic books, within a wonderful medium that I love dearly. And I also don't see anything. There's no growth in comic strips. Comic strips I'm still talking about Hal Foster. I'm still talking about Alex Raymond. I'm still talking about Will Eisner. There's no growth in that front, with the exception of Calvin and Hobbes. I don't see any growth. And that astounds me because we've like stagnated culturally. We're focused in on this very small period, and it fascinates me and frustrates me at the same time.
Like Garfield, like 3-panel comics.
Yeah.
No,
Sunday,
Garfield's
like
part of the
Sunday
problem.
comics?
I mean, don't get me wrong. I mean, Garfield works on a different level.
Like
Jim
Kathy?
Davis- Yeah, Kathy. Yeah.
Marmaduke.
Oh gosh, where has this conversation gone?
Well, I was trying to make a high point with Alex Raymond.
You were trying to prove how old you were. I read
And-
Gasoline Alley.
Listen, motherfucker, we're gonna have a conversation after this stream.
I just want Footless to keep yelling Satan's sweaty balls over and over.
So why are indie people locked into that 90s boom?
I don't get it, man. I've never understood it. I don't understand why
Where like the
underground-
opinion of most reality is that was awful and mocked, right? Like my kids don't think of those 90s comics as anything other than like weird looking and wrinkly and you know, the way the Liefeld
nobody looks at a
squinty
Rob
and
Liefeld
shit.
drawing and goes, "That's fucking art."
No,
it's because most of the audience is Gen X, right? A lot of them relegated themselves to the internet, and they're the ones looking for these alternatives. I think a lot of the other generations, they're still finding things that they can enjoy in the mainstream, even if it's manga and anime or whatever. They're not so hung up about their old properties being, you know, SJW'd or going left. But Gen X is really ticked off about it. And so Gen X is in social media looking at the indies going, you know, can I relive my childhood here?
So-
And they're being served up 90s.
But
I will.
goes
I'll
beyond the childhood because
I'll defend the '90s stuff. I'm not going to say it's not
of
without
course
fault,
you do.
but
That's so on fucking point for you.
yeah, darn is. No,
Darn tootin'.
darn tootin'. There is a
Tell you what about why Captain America with his D-cup tits is good.
You know, it's funny because like I think it was John Malin and Ethan actually took picked that one.
Citing John Malin is always a win.
They said that
I see Unhinged in the chat. Look what I snakes from the print shop, Mr. Unhinged.
Oh, nice. It's a good.
They said that the
Great
shelf
comic day book. Look at this guy. Filled in my missing month of Spider-Man, Wolverine, and this is another some of the coolest stuff I've seen in the indie space. Is like the fan comic with Marvel characters that they just make because they don't give a fuck because it's not selling much anyway, just to demonstrate like how cool the art is. This is one of my favorite books from this month. Shout
It looks
out to
awesome. Yeah, it looks
Jason Bascom in the chat, man.
looks
Cool
amazing.
shit. Sorry, I
I've
didn't mean
almost-
to derail. I just
I've
saw
almost met.
there
I've
in the
almost
chat.
met. I've almost met Jason like twice. I've been at 2 cons where he was, and just never went over to his table, but nearly met him. Anyway, sorry, I derailed the derail.
Well, by all means, well, let's continue.
no, it's
Well, that's another thing in the indie space I'm excited about though. This was Pencils and Inks by Jason Bascom, and I believe the colors were Billy Basco. So this is all people from our space, and getting this in my hands and flipping through it, it was a happy afternoon. Like it was a very exciting piece of indie comics.
I'd love to go to Heroes again. Like I had a great time last year, but this year, like I don't know, there's stuff being like floated up the toilet that I'd rather just would stay flushed, and it doesn't want to. But anyway, Twitless, can you regale us with the glory days of the '90s?
no, the moment's passed.
Oh, '90s did pass long time.
They
ago.
did, yeah, exactly. You know, it's on point.
I wonder if all the blood sports in this scene are because it's Gen X having their midlife crisis, and it's all converging here. Yeah,
I don't know. Why'd you and Finatra start fighting? Like all of a sudden, I'm seeing all
He's-
kinds of clips and shit.
he's been
It's like you
poking
just
at me
told
for
him
like-
like, "Oh, I'd rather press X to delete." Like you were just
I
fucking
didn't say
around.
that.
Like, I don't.
I never said that to the guy.
Like,
Like he
Oh
inferred
yeah,
it.
well I'm gonna kill your kids, dude. What? It's like what? What the
He's
fuck?
psycho. What is up with that dude is living
Finn is
away
not
from
gonna get on his
he's
bike
in a
and ride
Unabomber
down and
shack.
attack you.
The dude is in a Unabomber shack for 15 years.
I know, but you said some shit that you're like, oh, Finn's hiding in a cave and doesn't have
Dude is
an
the
address
Unabomber.
and doesn't have a job. It's like, no,
Guitar.
he has a warehouse job. He has an apartment. Like Finn is a real person. He's not this
All right.
like
he flips out. I made a self-delete joke. I didn't say do it. I never said
yeah, but
that.
you're like, oh, he
And I
this
back.
is a
when
red flag. He lives alone.
right, if this is
in an
becoming-
unknown apartment.
All right.
If this is
Don't
becoming
spit, man.
unzipped,
You know-
if this is
you know-
becoming unzipped,
Yeah.
we can transition.
Yeah.
Well,
That's- yeah.
while we close
My
this out, and then you can transition over to your.
No,
No,
that's
no,
all
I'm-
good. I just
I'm
had
probably-
to stick up for Finn just a little bit, man.
Oh, I didn't
There's
say
absolutely
self-delete.
no reason. to
That's
stick up
that's
for
the
Finn.
bottom line here. I made a self-delete joke and he escalated it, and I backed off. He was saying it, and he's asking me if that's what I meant, and I said no, but he kept
No.
escalating.
What-
He kept
and
escalating.
What is this
Here's a final
Operation
question.
Quicksand? What is boots on the ground in Australia?
Final question
and
for you,
Operation
Matt.
Quicksand. That's what
I have
indie
a-
comics is nowadays.
Yeah, exactly.
I have an
All right,
honest
go.
question
I'll just
for
hit
you.
me up.
This is I'm curious because of some of the things you just said. At what point is we're all grown men? What
In theory.
in theory? You're right. With the exception of Twitless, we're all grown men. At what point do you just talk about the benefits of the work? And like, dude, Matt, like I consider you a friend. But I will always give you a completely honest review.
I appreciate that.
Which I did here. And I'm always curious, like, because you just said a couple of things that, like, oh, you shouldn't say that about. Why the fuck shouldn't you say that about Finn if it's true? Why not? Why should you pull punches? Why should anybody?
I'll answer that. Let me address Chris Stanley. Hey, did you get my? I addressed it to hard R. Did you see that? I wrote it on your package.
That's funny.
All right. What? Well, because I just didn't like seeing clips of them fighting. I mean, I didn't know. I don't know. I don't even know what Finn's up to lately, to tell you the truth. I haven't seen him in like 3 or 4 years. I just know back in the day, he was one of us.
Finn's Finn's gotten.
You know what I'm saying? Like my promotion stream went from Bancroft, or from B Rose to Bancroft to Jeremy, and then to the morning with the Stank stream, right? And
honestly, what's happened?
You know what I'm saying? Like it was part of the
like,
circuit, right? Like I haven't seen or really hung out with Finn since he gave the Stank stream to Raptor. Remember when he quit and gave all of it?
And then Raptor took his audience and started his own show. So
yeah, I mean, and I watched that for a while too, but they're not even on regular YouTube.
Well, they're just doing the same content like 3 days a week. It's so repetitive. It's
a lot of the Raptors doing is pretty retarded. But
yeah, no, I mean the whole scene.
It's not even on YouTube. I mean,
it went to Bloodsports. Like the whole scene, nothing about it is comics, and even like the Bloodsports channels pretend to promote comics while doing Bloodsports. Like that's how dumb it is now.
I did the gutter for over almost 150 episodes. There's very, very little atmosphere or desire for actual comic talk.
Yes, that's right.
It's not in the space. And it is part of it my personality? Absolutely. Because people gravitate to a show based off your personality. I'm not saying I'm some kind of like charismatic asshole, because I'm certainly not. But if you're looking for pure comic talk, that's all my show was. And it has nothing to do with the numbers. It doesn't, because there's other strange brain parts does fine. I'm doing a live show. I'm talking about comics. It just there's not an organic audience that carries over, because it's not about comics for a lot of these people. It isn't. And that's very, very clear.
Yeah. And well, it's unfortunate that they're in a comic space, because they ruin it for the people who want to be here for
It's just strange. It's like I don't go to like I don't know, fucking I don't even know, man.
What is
I don't go to a remote control car club and not know anything about RC cars and start like defending the different racers and like their life stories and shit, right? Like it's weird. It's like, oh, and I don't like radio control cars. Fuck, I don't even like cars. I'm thinking about driving my first RC car or whatever. Like, what the fuck is that? It is weird to just this space.
JD Kirby's right, man. Drama sells, and that's what people want to see on stream. They want to see people going back and forth. They want that dopamine fix.
Well, right now it gets views. It gets views, definitely. But people are broke. It doesn't actually sell anything. It gets you views, but nobody's spending money. Right?
Well, no, I mean, everybody's down unless you believe certain people's own websites that say they're up. But if they're up by that much, it would really suggest there's something wrong. So
I mean, like when you're looking for what sells,
it's defying the odds, standing resilient in the storm. Everyone else is getting
one standard deviation is interesting. 3 standard deviations is an oddity. 4 or 5 standard deviations is, well, that's just not statistically possible. And that's where we're at with some people.
Well, I think
the numbers they're saying they've got.
I think selectivity sells. I think that's where you look for the money. Like if you're just trying to throw your product out there into a wide pool, there's not a lot of fish for you to catch. But if you're fishing in a very small pond and all of those fish love your bait, then I think there's going to be a lot more potential for you. But everybody's casting into the same large pool, that was there in like 2018, 2019, because they think that model still applies, and it doesn't.
Well, just because
Right.
the pool's the same size doesn't mean there's still that number of fish.
I'm losing track of the metaphors, fellas.
Yeah. Which pool are we talking about? The big one or the little?
Is the pool hella dirty in everybody else's imagination?
Are we
or is
in the
that just
pool?
me?
Are we in the pool right now?
Well, if you're talking about that, I mean, it's indicative that the numbers are down across everybody's well, it depends on, again, that goes back to a different allegory, but the numbers are down. There's not as many people in the space. So look at Demifoot. I thought that was guaranteed to get 10K. It's not there. What happened?
You told me in 2023 that it was gonna just keep getting worse and watch, and it has, exactly like you told me.
I know.
When I left in 2023, you said, I said 1/3 of my customers have left. There's only 2/3 of them left, and you're like, bro, it's gonna get worse. Everyone's gonna leave. And I've just watched it fracture and 50% go and fracture and 50% go, like time and again. Still fighting about a convention that happened 3 years ago. It's just, it's insane. Like there's beefs that are like more.
Dude, we are coming up. We are a year and a half away from. We're a year away from 10 years, and we're a year and a half away from a decade on Summer of Love. I mean, think about that.
It's almost been like a whole bachelor's degree since
the
Dungeoneer Files.
You have a master's degree in how to cultivate a customer base and then destroy it, which is amazing. Studying this and looking at customer dynamics is amazing.
But the customers didn't come to the product was the thing.
I was to say the infighting ran off half the people, right?
Oh yeah, easy.
But who ran off all of Ripa's audience? How did that drop so dramatically? Because I remember when that shit dropped with the 3 million or whatever, that was like a crazy number, and that's
audience. Inherent. That's any number one. That Marvel.
Oh, the standard comic book store rule where it drops.
I don't even think it's that.
And you start to get the true numbers by like issue 3 or whatever, right?
Yep. You're never going to see true numbers until you get to 4 or 5 issues in, and that's where you're going to see your actual holdover rate.
Isom was not selling because it was on a store. It was on a bookshelf in a comic book store, and people were like, "Wow, number one, this looks exciting." It was selling because of Eric July.
It's the same concept.
But no, I mean, because there's no sequel to Eric July. There's no issue 2 to Eric July. There's no issue 3 to Eric July. You bought his product once, and then you feel like, you supported him. And why do you want to invest further into a comic book company? At some point, it has to pivot.
The only reason you do is because if the story's engaging.
Exactly.
And if the story's not engaging, you're not going to go anywhere. And it's no different than if it's Marvel. It's no different than it's DC. It's the same standard rule.
And what was always the meme here is that people would buy the books and not read them, right? Like
that still happens.
That's been the running gag for like
how many copies of Gymshock have you seen?
I hope people don't read them. When I send them out, I'm like, nobody's reading these. Because I ain't writing them. Brian. No, I'm just kidding.
That's always been the thing with the social media is that you're selling, the personality or the message or whatever you're selling. It's rarely about the product because people don't have the product in their hand.
Exactly.
You're selling it on a hope and a prayer, and you're asking people to trust you that you're going to give them something that was worth buying if they actually held it.
You're really not even selling the product. You're selling the promise of your personality in the product.
Yeah, that's right. I am doing Unzipped. Jabba. Didn't you notice? Economy has definitely changed in the last 6 years.
Yeah. Well, by economy, you mean we were all trapped in our houses and got free $2,000 sent.
Exactly.
But whoa. That does not explain 2018 was something incredibly special. It's never going to happen again. That was all the stars aligned, and man, Nasser funded books for the love of God.
Yeah, and he funded that crappy one in the first one, Stardust or Stardays or something.
He was a young kid. He didn't know any better. He said a lot of dumb shit, but he was a good kid. He's still a good kid. can he write worth a shit? He's getting a lot better. But he's getting a lot better is all I'm going to say. But he threw more of his shit out there than a lot of other people. And God bless him for that, for the age that he was, because he was the first person to fulfill a quote unquote CG book.
Yeah.
Stardust.
Yeah, that's right.
I remember that.
And he managed to do it at like what, 22? And you've got industry pros that took years. Like, it's a joke. It's all a joke. And again, that's to my point, Matt. In the indie scene, it's amazing. It shouldn't be, but it's amazing to me still that you and Christgau managed to put out a book. Yeah, was it late? It was. But you know what? I got what I paid for. And I can't emphasize that enough, because that's where we're at in the space.
I mean, is
Where
that the
if I
bar
just-
though? Just getting
I know
something
it's a
is
sad
enough.
bar. It's a sad, pathetic bar.
Don't you have to
It's
actually
almost
like
as sad
what you
as
spent
Mad
your
Bar,
money on?
but not quite. That if you buy something, if you fund something, you actually get it eventually.
It's there. It actually exists.
Paper, yay! Yeah, I don't know. It should have led to something. I think is
It
really
should've,
what
but
everybody's
it didn't.
is
It
what
didn't.
everybody's getting at. They were looking for the direction, in 2018 of, okay, we got the people's attention, we got them spending money. Now, how do we get them to stay? And it should have led to interest in the stories.
Like, how long should it take? Here's a question, Twitless.
Yes.
From core conception to production, what is your over under for a 64-page graphic novel? How long should that take? Is it 18 months? Is it 24 months? Like, I have a concept, I have an artist, I have a writer, I have a script.
Hold on. Let me see. 64 pages, you said?
Yeah, a standard graphic novel. How long should that take?
Okay. So if you were doing...
Fowler was mean to me, Phil.
I was
He was
defending
simping for
Finatra.
Finatra. Yes,
I
Finatra's
was.
simp.
So if you did a page a week, that would be like a little over a year. So the reason I'm setting the bar there
so
is that that's
A
a
year and a
really
half?
that's a really low bar. That's you doing
Oh.
a page like a week. So
Right, so a year and a
my
half.
point is that
How do you
yeah,
judge it? Like, are you writing it? Are you waiting for
I'm
art?
saying
Are
just
you waiting
making the product. Yeah, if it takes you
because
if it
colorists die. I mean, I still haven't got my Mike S. Miller Lone Star trilogies due to 8 dead colorists, and now he's stroked out.
my
Am I
point
gonna get it? I don't know, man.
my point is that for project management, if you're if you can get a page a week, that's like I said, it's a pretty low bar. The bar should probably be a lot higher for comics, but if you did a page a week, you're dealing with like 64 weeks, which is like we were a little year and a half. So that would be at the high end of production, right?
So
So if you're
two-
setting
so
the
2
bar
years.
there, so 2 years would be like really like the extreme end of what it should take for that.
Okay, so I think we're about
Well,
on the same page.
you think
that would be
I mean, in the
Well,
mainstream, like a lot of those graphic novels we see that come out had spent years in pre-production, right?
So let me be
like
clear.
Kingdom Come or whatever, stuff like that, right? Like that took years to make.
Let me be clear. What I'm saying is that for like an indie project, right? For an indie project, this is to JD Kirby's point. What I'm saying is I'm painting like a worst case scenario there. And so in theory, if it's comics, we should probably be faster. The reason why, if we want to compete at all with what the mainstream is even, if you want to be anywhere in the neighborhood, like they're putting out pages and pages a week. The idea that you could do 1 page a week or essentially round out to that is, like I said, is I feel like the bare minimum.
I mean, even that's too slow. You probably need at least 2 books a year to come out to even stay relevant.
No,
let me ask a
it's an
question
entirely
without.
different
Can I,
discussion.
can I ask a question without the lives of my children being threatened for asking?
Oh gosh.
So, say
All right.
say we did get books every 6 months. Is that going to fix the problem? Like, why shouldn't
I would
there
love
have
to
been?
answer your question, well read, but I'm currently programming a drone to just randomly fly around your property.
Yeah. Don't tell me to Benoit my kids, please. Just too much traumatized by the last time. Yeah, like even if there was only one book that was
Like, you do realize
produced by a
Finatra's the
creator.
guy walking around the streets asking everyone, like, "Yo, you smell that?" Like what?
Yeah,
do
the
you
guy,
expect
he's nuts,
from him?
right? Like the guy's got something wrong with him.
Go ahead, finish it up.
Yeah,
It's just Finn, though, bro.
Finn. Do you know the guy? Have you met the guy? Do you know the guy? Have you met him?
Oh,
On
gosh.
that note, I think
your
I'm gonna
flaw
call it a night.
comes in. Like, listen, bro. Well read. I don't
Twillis.
believe.
Oh,
I
yeah,
don't
pleasure.
believe you.
Yeah,
I
it's
don't
been a
believe
pleasure.
you're scared of Finn. I don't believe you think Finn's gonna get you or not. I don't
Take it easy,
believe
boys.
you.
Fowler,
Yeah, peace out.
you did a hell of a book, man.
Wait. All right. So if only one
Like,
book
I think
came
it's
out,
faux. Like, you're just joking around.
if
You know
only
what I'm
if
saying?
only
Like, it's
if
not
only
serious.
if only one book came out, we can talk about it later. If only one
Right.
book came out, shouldn't have that been enough to get people interested in the stories, to where they would have then continued with, sticking with it on a comic book level and wanting the next story to come out. How
One's
many
not
books
enough.
how many books does it take for people to be, for them to pivot into the more comic focused reason to back the books and not the social media focused reasons?
I think
know
you
what
need to
I'm
come out. I think every quarter. I think would be like, if I'm just pulling a number out of my butt. If that's what I'm thinking. Because like after 2 to 3 months, you just you just lose interest. I think you could keep interest for a couple months. But the fact that years and years go by, like there's nothing but drama. But if every 2 to 3 months something's coming out, and again, if multiple people were doing that, there'd always be something new coming out to read and talk about. There'd be so much more material, and it wouldn't just be what we have, which is endless promotions for things that'll come out half a decade later. I think that is an issue. I understand that's how this space kind of works. I'm not even complaining too much about it, but that's just the way it is.
Yeah, I don't know that the regular release of books is the panacea that everybody thinks it might have been. Quite honestly,
I think it would help.
I think you need a good,
I think
6 issues.
Yeah, exactly.
A
I think
6-issue monthly run already done, and be ready to quickly jump on making issue 7 if you're seeing a spike in popularity by issue 3. It's like you just have to plan things. You have to have way more in the can up front. It's these little slices aren't satisfying enough.
I think one strong issue is enough, frankly. Like, you put out one really good issue. And
name an example. Give one good, strong first issue, and don't say Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Like, just name something that a really good, strong first issue.
How many issues?
It wasn't X-Men #1. You know what I'm saying? Like, it took me to read X-Men 272, and then back 3 issues and a forward 4 issues before I was in. Spawn issue 1. You think is good? Okay.
Spawn issue 1 strong.
Yeah, like when those books were coming out, you'd get one book, and people were so excited off of the one book that they would talk about it for like almost a year before they got the second one, because they weren't coming out that often. But there was enough excitement over the first issue that people, stayed committed to it and wanted to wait for the next one to come out, however long it took.
Right, but the excitement for Spawn #1 wasn't for Spawn #1. It was for Todd McFarlane's new project. I mean, he was coming off the #1 selling Spider-Man book and what he'd done over there. I mean,
people don't remember it though as like just Todd McFarlane's project. They remember it for being Spawn, right? They like the character, they like the idea. That's the reason why you got Spawn movies and all this other Spawn stuff. That's why there's other artists working on Spawn other than McFarlane. Because the character hit the zeitgeist. Youngblood arguably didn't.
Right, but at the time we bought all those Image books because we were hyped the fuck off of the X-Force book, the X Factor by Portatio, the Uncanny by Jim Lee, then the self-titled X-Men by Jim Lee, and the Spider-Man called Spider-Man by McFarlane. All of those comics were the ones that were selling like record numbers and got all us little 90s kids excited. And those comics are the only reason we even gave a fuck about buying any of those Image comics. We didn't give a fuck about any of those Image characters. We just wanted to know what the cool kids were doing now when they were rebelling.
And it's because
like, I wasn't like, oh, Shadowhawk, man, that's awesome. Or like, oh, Youngblood, I can't wait to see what's going on with Shaft. Like none of those books were good. They were just like derivatives of X-Men and the titles that people had worked on previously, with the exception of Spawn. That was a little bit cool, but it wasn't cool because of Spawn. It was cool because it was McFarlane's new joint, you know, like those were already personality driven titles by the time they got to Image, you know, that they were writing off fame, not off these new characters. Like no one's excited about the Savage Dragon or whatever. Like none of the Image characters were like exciting. It was just the art was exciting.
Why were people investing in those books in the 90s in huge
numbers? Because they thought they'd be worth a fuck ton of money. Because
and do you think it was off of the
Overstreet price guides told them they'd be worth a lot of money, and Wizard magazine had like fake articles and ads like juicing up like the books of the month and stuff. It was all a hype engine. That's why it's a bubble.
Fowler is filibuster.
That's why it burst,
which is what Fowler always does. Fowler doesn't let anyone else speak.
All right, sorry. Go ahead, man.
Yeah,
I'm just saying that's why, though. They weren't like, because, oh, I want Cyber Force. That looks cool. That guy with 4 arms.
Okay, so it wasn't because I'm waiting, Fowler. Like, take a breath. No, anyway, I'm not going to make a reference. But yeah, so it wasn't because a bunch of normies went and bought Overstreet price guide all of a sudden, and they were rushing to the comic book store and going, oh yeah, these books are going to be worth a fortune because Overstreet price guide said so, or because all of a sudden they heard about McFarlane or whatever. They thought that there was going to be a new industry, new characters that were going to get the same kind of level of exposure that all the Marvel and DC established characters that have been around for like 50 or 80 years or whatever it was at the time. And they wanted to see the IP engine that comics usually is rejuvenated and producing IPs that could be as big as those were. They were investing in the characters. Yeah, the characters sucked and nobody cared about Shaft, but they did care about some of them. They cared about Spawn. People did care about Shadowhawk until they found out that he was just some guy with AIDS. And people cared people cared about Savage Dragon. Nobody cared about the team books. Like I agree with you. Like Cyberforce.
Name 3 Wildcats. Just name 3 random Wildcats right now without even looking them up or Googling. Name
Warblade,
3 random
Maul, and Voodoo.
All right.
Yeah. But like nobody really cared about those characters either, because the minute they got solo titles, like nobody cared, right? Only one people cared about was like Team 7. And that was only because the people working on it were super talented. Like the stories that would come out were interesting. Chapel was the only character that was interesting from Youngblood.
Well, and they retconned that stuff out of Spawn too with Chapel.
Yeah, it's because people cared about the IPs, and people wanted to see IPs that were going to be as big as the Marvel and DC ones. They thought that was worth an investment. They weren't like, oh, this McFarlane guy is going places. I want to own all his stuff. People wanted the first issue of Spawn because they thought that was going to be like the first issue of Batman one day, right? Mm-hmm. It was all comics driven. That's the reason why there was a boom that had, sustained, and people were willing to wait for issues 2 that took a year to come out. But here in the social media space, like it never pivoted to being IP driven, and everybody was looking for that route. And they've just struggled to drive that engine. And now that the social media aspect of it is turning into, whatever drives social media, that's why the comics interest is waning so hard, because people aren't excited about the IPs. Like the IPs need to be at the forefront and not so much all of this social media. I got views, so all of a sudden I matter because, Finatra and I are fighting or whatever, right? It has to pivot to the IPs. And people haven't figured out a way to do that. That's where the issue is. But if you make it about the IPs, then you have selectivity. You're fishing in a smaller pond. people that cared about your work on Hulk and are interested in Pitt are willing to wait a whole year for your second book and still be interested when that issue 2 comes out. You're still making good sales. You have to be fishing in smaller ponds. Give me Hard Case. What was the company that was putting out Hard Case? That wasn't Valiant, was it? Or was it
That's hardcore.
No, Hard Case is from what is the one with Static Shock and all of them? What's it called?
Malibu.
No, not Malibu.
No, it wasn't Malibu. It wasn't
Milestone.
Milestone Comics, really?
I don't think so. If not, what?
I gotta look this up. That's
Hard Case. I'm thinking he looks like Exo Manowar, kind of.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking too. Thinking like John Romita Jr. kind of art. Hard Case. Yeah, Malibu. You're right.
Oh, okay. Damn, that's like with Prime and all them.
Yeah, that's a brutally, obscure reference. I don't know how Phil came up with that. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Maybe people like this cover. It's not to my taste.
I got it. I'm fading. It's been real. We should do this again sometime. And by that, I mean Fowler needs to make more comics because you can't just leave those guys dead in the bottom of a well somewhere.
It happens sometimes, man. Thanks for giving my stuff a read, Twitless. I appreciate it, man.
All right, take care.
All right, later, Twitless.
Yes.
All right, Fowler, you want to fight about Finatra now?
All right. Yeah, what? I mean, yes, of course it's inappropriate. That is not in question, right?
Mm-hmm.
It is not in question that he said some out-of-pocket shit, right?
Yeah.
But what I am saying is it's Finatra. He said
I don't know the guy. You're like, it's Finatra like I know him.
Right, but
he's a
you
weirdo
act
on
like
the internet.
He has intent to follow through and not just like loudmouth drunk streamery that you've been doing with him for the past several years. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't think you think he's going to do anything. You know what I'm saying?
I'm not feeling
I think you're playing it up a bit just to,
I'm not feeling threatened.
Get into it with him or whatever.
I'm saying, what kind of sicko says stuff like that? I'm not feeling threatened.
Yes. I'm just saying it's Finn. Don't trip.
A sick
That's
dude.
What, and yes,
dude.
I get it that it's inappropriate or whatever, but it's Finn. I doubt there's anything more than drunken, bro. Like, it's like Risey class, bro. Like, you know what I'm saying? Yeah. Like, they drink and say shit. Like, it's not. The level of serious to which I would take any of that shit is not like.
I'm not taking.
You know what I'm saying? Like, Finn's not some crazy dude in a shed or whatever hiding off the grid or whatever. Like, it's not like that.
I'm not taking it serious. I didn't.
He's not a Vic King, like you mentioned, a Vic King.
Well, that's
all I'm referring to. I'm
getting you
like, come on, man, it's Finn. I don't feel like
Finn. Do you know the guy?
I mean, enough as
as
much as I know you from
exactly
internet,
for all you know,
the past 8 years.
But I'm not threatening nobody's kids' lives. I've never said anything even remotely like that.
And I'm not defending that. I'm just saying it's like, yo, it's Finn, bro. Like, it's Finn.
What does that mean? It's.
Have you ever watched the Stank stream or seen drunken tirades or wandering the streets asking random people if they smell that chemical?
I don't want to do this reference, but you ever watch Vic streams where he's sitting there drawing and asking people for money to go buy 7-Eleven pizza, and he had the gaggle of women that were in his chat that would always fund him and defend him.
All the British chicks would hang out there.
And they were like, it's Vic King. It's totally cool. It's Vic King, blah, blah, blah. Recluse weirdo on the internet. And all I'm saying is there's red flags. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, but like, come on, man.
What
all right.
This language you guys are talking.
Look at Chris Stanley. It's Finn. See,
you guys don't know
Stanley
this guy.
would say that. No, we don't. We don't.
Are you guys boomers? Do I need to introduce you to the internet? The concept of the internet?
So do
Everybody's
you know
anonymous.
something none of us know from like hanging out in them back rooms where they like fully
know-
investigate everybody with private investigators and
I know that a
Google
psycho
histories
dude
and shit?
that is a
No, I'm saying
social-
like if there's something like like be like, you might want to watch out. There's some real Vic King shit, or are you just talking shit because like you're just in a thing with him?
I'm saying everybody should stop this It's Finn crap, and they should be a little bit more aware of red flags, because you never know when you're going to get another Vic King. You never know. It could happen anytime. And if you're getting red flags, you should be a little bit more careful on the internet and not do this dumb it's Finn, it's this person, it's that person garbage unless you've met these people in real life.
Well, if you've hung out with them every Sunday for like 6 to 13 hours for
on the internet,
like 5 years on the internet, is that different than hanging out with someone for 6 to 8 hours every Sunday at the local tavern getting obliterated? Like, I've spent enough time with Finn to say it's Finn, man. He's just talking shit.
Don't make me.
You know what I'm saying? Like that. Like, I don't need to run a background check.
Don't make me emphasize my point. Because
I'm just saying, it's Finn, bro.
People are going to get pissed off. But if I emphasize my point of how ingratiated Vic King was, how many people had close relationships with Vic King, how many people went to bat for Vic King, and then Vic King turned out to be Vic King. And for how many years?
No, but that saying something like that carries such a heavy weight.
Because
you know what I'm saying? It shouldn't be idly mentioned.
It should have been a warning.
You understand what I'm saying? Because it's Finn, right? So don't bring that heavy.
It should be a warning.
Shit around Finn if it's not like that with Finn. And if it is like that with Finn,
a warning.
Like, you should be like,
it's a warning,
telegraphing it a little more than vague, like disses.
It's a warning. I'm just saying.
I mean, because like as of the time you told him to self-terminate as a joke, you were going on a stream with him. If you were going on a stream with him, and he was already up to all this Vic Kingery you're alluding to, why would you even go on a stream with him? You know what I'm saying? I haven't
been on a stream with him since he told me to, go Benoit my kids. I didn't go on any stream.
That was like 2 days ago. What do you mean haven't been on a stream with him? Like,
why are you saying I've been on streams with him?
That day you were going on stream with him. If you thought something about him beforehand, why would you even be going on stream with him?
Because I never expected him to say something like that.
Oh, that comment alone was the red flag itself to you.
That comment compounded with, okay, there's these other
or is there external things that gave context to that comment or amplified it in some way?
I mean, that comment coming from somebody if you said that to me, Fowler, because I know people that know you and I've seen your life and I know you have social contacts and whatever, and I'm like, okay, the guy got heated, he's a hothead, and he said some dumb stuff. I'd probably forget it, and I'd probably be more willing to brush it aside. If
my face is out there, though, you know what I'm saying? There's always that bit with the anonymity, I guess, if you're following that internet
Vic's face
hyper etiquette.
Vic's face was out there. What are you talking about?
No, didn't he turn on a camera and get leaked or something?
Yeah, and his face was out there for a while.
No, but he was hidden. Like he wasn't on when we would tune into a Vic King stream in the middle of the night and see them British ladies and all that shit. That he was not showing his face then.
But his face was out there.
He was just asking for Taco Bell and shit.
His face was out there.
No, not then. He was operating as an anonymous person.
I mean, he was trying to, yeah. But his
face was out you're there. Operating anonymous. Mostly. You're not a rabbit. I mean, you know what I'm saying? You're not.
Well, people have met me in real life.
Right, but Finn's not a mantis in the same way you're not a rabbit. You guys are on the same level of anonymous, whereas I'm just Matthew Fowler is my fucking name and this is my face. Like it's a different level.
Like you've totally taken the off ramp here. It's not about.
I'm on the ramp.
You're not.
I'm just saying we know Finn enough for me to say it's Finn, right? Like that level of familiarity is enough.
Just because he turned on his camera and he showed his face is not enough. Okay, that's what I'm saying. It's not enough.
So, due to this recent confrontation with Finn, where the press X and then I'm gonna Benoit, right? that has made your alarms raised, and you
If it's compounded
suddenly
if it's other factors,
start looking into this more in a way that is like a red flag or whatever.
that's what I think. I think it's a red flag. That's my impression. And maybe if somebody like Finn did that to you, you'd be like, dude, what is
I mean,
up
I
with
got
this?
his address. He's one of my backers. I know he's a real person. You know what I'm saying? Like, so I may have a level of
his address
familiarity you don't have with him for me to be like, oh, that's his fit. You know what I'm saying?
His address was doxed by Indiegogo. Like,
no, I know that's all those people's addresses.
Dean showed
that caused the big pit kerfuffle.
Yeah, Dean,
because that's how Dale's docs got out there, causing them to delete that thing and remake it in Whitney's name.
Even with that, nobody's doing background checks, just like nobody did background checks on Vic. All they knew that Vic was a recluse.
Right, but that's a heavy thing to say about Finn, right?
Dude, Finn saying that shit about kids is kind of a heavy reaction from some dude who sits around for 15 years with no family or social contacts,
right? But
and lives on the internet.
Like, does Finn not say crazy shit like that on the Stank stream when he's in one of his modes? No. Like, I've heard him say all kinds of stuff like that.
Tell people to go bend while they're kids,
or to tell people to kill themselves, or tell people to whatever, or that. Yeah, I mean, I've heard him yell at Risey and tell Risey that his cats are going to eat his eyeballs when he dies, and that his one best friend in the world is going to consume his flesh after he dies of liver failure. Like, I've heard Finn say the most outrageously.
So what I'm hearing,
I heard him call TJ an N-word, then kick another guy for calling Finn a wigger. I mean, right. Finn is Finn. Like,
what I'm hearing from you is you don't think that there's a line that's crossed when you threaten the lives of somebody's children. You don't think that's
no. I don't think. I think you have to consider the source, because he's.
I am considering the source. That's why I'm saying it's a red flag to me.
He's combatively in this space with you, right? And you know enough about Finn and have hung out in enough Stank streams to determine that Finn is like a Risey tier drunk that mostly keeps to himself at his house and on honestly, the internet, right?
Okay, so, like honestly,
Risey like he's a shut-in. Not. I mean, shut-in is harsh, but you know what I'm saying? Like he's
it's Finn, Risey did the same thing to me, where he threatened the lives of my kids, and he said horrible things for like a year.
Right, but you don't think Risey's gonna hurt your kids?
No, I don't think Finn is gonna hurt my kids. I don't think Risey's gonna hurt my kids.
Right.
I know. So
Risey's. Don't give them credence to their inflammatory statements. They are saying inflammatory things to inflame you, and they're doing it under the under being drunk. You know, they're under the influence and fucking on late night streams where they're comfortable with you, because you and Jay Dalla and all of them and DG and all of them is the slums, or the true old slums, have all bantered and hung out together enough to where a drunk Finn would feel comfortable enough with an antagonistic well-read to raise the stakes to seemingly ridiculously inappropriate levels to normal people who are clipping and observing, but just fucking the normal idiocy that is the Stank stream.
So,
and I don't feel like you should feel any abnormal threat from it. But then when stuff comes down like, oh, well, look at Vic King and look at this, then that is a heavy air. Right? Because look at that, destroyed Dark Gift's career just by being associated with that guy, and Nasser's destroyed for having done books with that guy, right? Like, that air is so heavy.
And everybody, welcome Darksiders. Welcome to another Comicsgate comic book showcase with my sometimes co-host and good friend, Mr. Vic King. Probably one of the busiest guys in Comicsgate to date. What is going on, brother?
Oh, just working on laying down some ink on Beowar, getting trying to get some exciting imagery up on the campaign.
Does that help?
Yeah, I mean, bro.
Does that help?
Like, you think that of Finn, bro? That's the darkest of the dark, right?
I don't think he's a pedo.
Right, that's all I'm saying. It's like,
I'm
you
not
think
saying,
that of Finn,
no,
bro?
I don't
like
think
that,
he's a
that
pedo.
would hurt my heart, bro. You know
I
what I'm
don't
saying?
think he's
like,
a pedo. I think it's weird for a recluse guy like that to be threatening the lives of people's kids.
bro,
when
but
Risey-
that Vic King shit is some other ass shit, bro.
When
Like,
Risey does it, I know that
Mm.
Risey's got mental issues, and I know Risey's living situation. If you did it, I would think that you were drunk and a hothead. If Phil Diaz did it, I would think he's like just out of his mind, and I would let it go. With Finn, I look at it as a red flag, and that's just me. That's just me. So
I mean, if you really feel that way, I mean,
feel that way. I don't think he's a pedo, but if there were like a past
well,
there,
what else is a Vic King thing? I mean, bro, there's no
Vic King-
twisting that or spinning that. The minute the Vic King words are spoken,
it's
you
not-
are
it's not
accusing
just-
people of the
No.
darkest shit.
You're
bro.
assuming that. Vic King was not just a pedo. He was a guy who was hanging out here who had a dark past that he was trying to hide, ingratiated himself to a lot of people, worked with people professionally, put his name on their product, and then it turned out that the guy had a past. Whether
All
it
right,
was-
if I do a deep background check on Finn and he is not a red dot, would you be willing to issue an apology to him?
an apology, no.
Like
I'd
if I
be
straight up
willing-
look him up on a predator list and see.
You want me to apologize to him for threatening the lives of my kids? That's what you
No,
want.
I want you to apologize for calling him a Vic King, man. That's worse than
That
a
he,
drunk.
that he has,
that-
he has a
that's
dark past.
all right. What's worse, accusing someone of being a Vic King, or fucking a drunk ass Risey being like, "Oh, lend your lineage well, ram, stomp every one of your children and your children's eggs, and any fertile sperm will be annihilated." Like, whether he's not really trying to
doing
kill
that too
children.
well.
That's just what
You're doing that too well.
I'm
All right,
just
so
saying,
look. All right. All right,
it's just the vibe they do. They shit talk, and if they're comfortable with you, they escalate. But it's not like it's like edgelord shit. It's not viable threats. It's not boots on the ground, Mike.
I don't think they are. I just think it's a weird place for a guy like that to go. That's all.
I feel like
If you did a background check on
I feel like
him-
it's a kick in the balls to call someone a Vic King, bro.
I'm
That's
just
like
saying dark
super-
past. I'm not saying pedo. I'm saying dark past. If you did a background check on him and you found that the guy was clean, I would forget the whole thing. And I'd be like, okay, the guy's a dumbass and he said something really stupid and I'm just forgetting about it. Right now, I'm just like, just everybody should just, take note. That's all. Just take note.
My thing is Finn. He's been around here forever.
It's Finn.
And,
I don't know what that means.
right. And if there was some fucking
I don't know the guy.
subterfuge or some hidden thing, I doubt he would stay around here of all the places, with that sort of Damocles hanging over his head or skeleton in his closet or whatever, right? Like, and I don't know.
Yeah,
I think he overreacted for you telling him to.
I didn't tell him. I didn't tell him.
I
to do
understand that.
I didn't tell him to do that.
My whole point
made
is
I
I
made a
don't think
joke.
any of the threats are viable. None of them are real, and they're all within the realm of standard stank stream belligerence and escalation and stuff.
I don't know what stank stream is. It's some weird dude who sits in his whatever Unabomber shack.
You know what the stank stream is? I've seen you in the chat for the past
you guys
6 years when there used to be one, and I'm talking about like when it was on every Sunday and Cider and everybody was around. I know you know.
Let me tell you kind of like a
were
broader
there.
story, Fowler. Like I feel like it's weird for me that everybody assumes so much familiarity with the internet, and like I meet people in real life, and sometimes they'll talk about stuff that happens on the internet as if it's real and it's like a lived experience. It's like if you weren't there and you didn't actually know this person and actually get a good sense of everything about them and who they are, what is the internet really? Like the internet is this very disconnected means of communication. You might as well be on a party phone talking to a bunch of people, through your landline. And it's like, what do you know about any of those people that you're engaging with? Just because you think you're having an experience with that conversation doesn't mean you know anything about those people. You need to actually meet people, talk to them, get to know them as people and their lives. And the internet is a totally separate thing. And I don't have this, personal attachment where it's like, oh, things that happen on the internet, they're real, and I need to communicate them in my real life and to these people I meet in person. I don't feel that. Like, I have a real disconnect with the internet. And maybe that's me, but I don't feel.
No, I mean, you're a rabbit. So
yeah, it's a facade.
There's
right?
a deliberate disconnect, right?
Exactly. The whole internet is a facade to me. And I don't know why people don't see that it is a facade for other people as well. You can be whoever you want to be on the internet, and nobody's going to know any different, right? I'm a 350 pound.
That sounds kind of Vic Kingy, right?
But I've met people though, and I've met Phil, all right, and Phil's like my family and my kids and everything, all right. So like, I'm a 350 pound guy that looks like John Candy and goes surfing. That's who I am on the internet. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I just don't like to see you and Finn fighting. And yeah, he said some crazy shit, but it's Finn. Like, that's all. That's my whole take on it, man.
I don't know the dude. Phil throwing me under the bus. What the hell? All right. And yeah, I just want to say, I wasn't telling the dude, to Minecraft. I made a joke. It didn't land, and he kept escalating. And then when he was confronting me about it, I said, I'm not telling you to do that. I was saying push the button because I was talking about his dumb X to doubt thing. But he was like yelling at me at that point already. And so I just kept saying it. I was like trying to respond because this dude is like flipping out on me. And I'm like, why is this? Well, he's escalating. And like, what am I supposed to do? Start begging over there?
Though. You were enjoying watching him escalate.
Yeah, I do push back. I push back. Sure.
So then when you are mad at the bomb for exploding when you lit the fuse.
No, the bomb's exploding, and I'm just like, trying to push the explosion off of me. That's the way I respond to the bomb exploding. I'm like, I'm not crying on the floor and begging for mercy. I'd start pushing back. That's
right. But
just
now,
my
like
personality.
a little argument with Finn gets clipped and like passed around now.
I can't help that.
Like that stuff is a weird. It's the
environment. There's these, psychos like we were talking about earlier, that all they care about is this fake internet space and nothing of substance that can come out of it. No comics, no future, no industry, no art. All they care about is this fake facade internet space. And they want to portray these characters to all their audiences so that their audience can, reward them with viewership and with praise and following and all this other stuff. So it's some ego trip that everybody gets off on the internet.
Yeah.
So I don't know. I don't crave it myself. Like, I'm not looking for that at all. I don't care if people like me on the internet or not. I just want the books to get made. That's all. Help the art as much as I can. So what do you think, Fowler? Did you and I solve my differences with Finn?
Yeah, I just wanted to reassure you, like, it's Finn.
Oh my goodness!
I think you got that.
You're gonna drive me crazy. This is what he's saying about it. You don't need to apologize. We were being mean to each other. I was never gonna apologize for you threatening my kids. Like, what are you, nuts? I don't give a fuck, and I don't care for well-read, snarky demeanor. I don't care for you being, a psycho recluse who goes around threatening my kids. So,
hail Finn. I try to stick up for you, man, but
yeah, you tried to stick up for some anon, on the internet that like doesn't even talk to his own family. No social context, but like this is some dude that we need to coddle and insert analogy here. You gaslight and lie. Oh, unlike what you guys are doing, talking about everything but what you said. Right? That's not gaslighting over there on your little tribe.
Who's Chris Benoit again? Everybody always says that.
Chris Benoit is the wrestler dude who, he took the lives of his children and his wife, and then his own life.
Okay.
Yeah. So
why do I keep thinking he's the guy with no legs that murdered someone or whatever?
No.
Who's that? There's a guy with no legs that murdered someone, isn't there? A runner or something?
I'm trying to think now, because I don't know why that sounds like remotely familiar. But no, like Chris Benoit, he he asphyxiated, I think, most of his children and his wife, and then he hung himself in his gym. And the guy was like on a lot of pain meds and alcohol, so it's definitely a crazy guy. Yeah, if somebody told you to go do that to your kids, and you knew that they should be in their right mind, except for that they kind of live their lives in a little bit of a suspicious way. Like if some homeless person said that to me on the street, I'd be like, yeah, whatever. But if like some creepy dude who like lives down the street in a little shack and like never comes out, never talks to anybody, and then suddenly you walk past his yard and he's like telling you, Chris Benoit, your kids. Yeah, if he was in my neighborhood, I might call the cops on him. Yeah, absolutely.
What if it was like a crazy drunk cousin?
Yeah, it's a crazy drunk
that
cousin.
got mad at
I'd
you
ignore it.
like at a family barbecue over
I'd ignore it.
I'd
ignore it.
salsa.
I'd
And
ignore it.
its chunkiness. And
Yeah,
then
I'd
you were
ignore
like,
it.
this salsa sucks so bad, you should fucking kill yourself. And he's like,
I'd ignore it.
motherfucker, why don't you
Yeah.
body slam your kid? You know what I'm saying? Like,
I'd ignore it. Yeah,
because it's not a random stranger in a shack. I feel
Finn is a random stranger.
I feel like that's not an accurate description.
Everybody on the internet is a random stranger until you meet them.
Yeah.
Right?
No,
right or
because like,
wrong?
all right, so if you're talking to someone for hours at a time on the internet, still random stranger. After years.
You could be talking to.
I mean,
I don't mean to keep.
like
I don't mean to
5 or 6
keep bringing this
years or
example up
whatever.
because everybody gets triggered when I do. But you could be talking.
Well,
to
pick a
the
different
king.
example. Pick a different example.
Well, who else has been in this space for like years and everybody trusted and said, "Oh, it's just that guy. We know him," and then it turned out to be some psycho. I mean, do you want to go to Slick Jimmy? I mean, that was another guy too, right? He worked with a bunch of people. He was buddies with Risey, Who else do we want to go to? Like, Crypto, he ended up doing time.
Slick Jimmy was his name, though, right? Like, he wasn't hidden, right? I don't think that counts. You have to think of someone who's masked and then was unmasked.
Yeah,
and
well,
then once unmasked, it was something revealed.
Crypto did time, but he had family and stuff, so I don't know if that's a good example. But
Crypto's the one Pan got in trouble for littering.
Well, yeah, he tried to
right? Like the
he tried to sue Pan, and Pan ended up getting cited for littering over that lawsuit. But Crypto, he broke into like the city council's computers. He like hacked the password because he was an elected official.
Yeah, I remember that happened much later.
Yeah, and so I think they put him away for a little bit for that. But I mean, I think he had his dad in his life and all this other stuff. So even though he kind of, he was a weird dude, but he still had people that knew him to say that, okay, this guy isn't hiding out for some weird reason. I just think it's weird. I don't know. That's me. I'm not allowed to think it's weird.
No, you are, but like
weird dude on the internet
you
starts threatening
as
my
much
kids.
as I know Finn, and I know like
people that know
that
me.
you were about to hang out with them on stream, and then the random comment turned into that, and then now there's like Slick Jimmy alluding.
Yeah,
right?
it's
over like that seems like a 0 to 60 when you because it's like being upset at the town drunk for being the town drunk and ending up in the drunk tank.
No, I mean reality
being shocked or pearl clutchy of a very like I don't know, normal is the wrong word, but a very predictable thing from someone you were somewhat friendly with. So the idea of shit talking escalation was the norm almost. I mean, you guys always try to one up each other with zingers and shit like that, right? Like I don't know. You're portraying it as like a random guy from a shack mumbling crazy things about murdering children, which is
I didn't say murdering,
but not like an accurate description of the full situation. You know what I'm saying? It's like you gotta consider the source, I guess. I don't know. I don't know. My argument at the end of the day, until proven Vic King, is it's Finn. Like it's Finn, man.
My argument is that
people in the chat know what I mean by that, or people who've hung out or whatever at the Stank stream for several hours in the past would think that. And if that is somehow different and that is wrong or whatever, like that's gonna be sad or whatever. You know what I'm saying? But as far as like telling the Benoit thing to you, that just seems like average Call of Duty chat room garbage mouth adolescent shit talk fueled by alcohol. And then the response in anger is like painting him with this weird creepy shed vibe, you know, which is like fucked, because there really is weird creepy shed people around here.
Exactly. Thank you.
I mean, you know what I'm saying? Like
that's what I'm saying.
It's just heavy,
those
bro.
people exist. Those people exist. That's exactly what I'm saying.
Right, and like making like that depowers the authenticity of that word. You know what I'm saying?
I'm not saying the dude is a pedo. Like you guys are. What is
being a Vic King then? Define being a Vic King, because to me, being a Vic King is not a shady dude living in a shed begging for Taco Bell. To me, being a Vic King means you're a fucking pedo. You know what I'm saying? Like being that's a Vic King, what it fucking means.
Being a Vic King means you have a past that you're trying to hide from everybody, and that's the reason why you're on the internet as some recluse from society, because it's the only social outlet that's available to you. And what I'm saying is that everybody should be cautious of the internet and stop projecting so much onto it and thinking that they're familiar with people or they know people on the internet. Nobody knows anybody on the internet. I don't understand why people have that kind of attachment and association to the internet. It's really weird to me. And reality hits hard.
All right, so you can extend that. You don't know anybody you go to the local bar with. You spend nights drinking in the tavern. You don't know everybody's arrest record in that building. You don't know the history of everyone you play darts with or shoot a game of pool with or tell a dirty joke to or shoot the shit to. Like the knowing, or what is authentically knowing someone. I feel like spending 13-hour days on several years of Sundays drinking and shooting the shit with people qualifies as some degree of knowing.
I know
internet
people,
or not.
You know people that you meet in the bar in real life way better than you do on the internet.
How? When they leave the bar, they don't go with you. You don't go to their world. How is it any different than
because you have
a stream hanging out?
You have direct communication that you in real life with people that you're actually interacting with in person that you don't experience on the internet. The internet, first of all, is for show. That's number one. There's an audience here. You're not engaging with anybody on a personal level. You're engaging in front of a group of people, so that you have to take into
have very low viewership on those streams.
You have to take into
almost as low as the people on the stream.
You have to take into account every single response that you give and how the audience would react to it. So everything is curated on the internet. Everything is very selective and very calculated on how it's presented on the internet, because you know that it's a public record. If it's personal, then people are willing to drop their guards. Plus, if you are engaging people in real life, you actually have other things to read them by, other than just this level of communication, which is very, very superficial. It's very shallow. Like, people don't get that. Internet is not personal. It's not. And everybody assumes that it is. And I'm just telling people it's a mistake to do that. Stop attaching yourselves to people on the internet. It's unhealthy. Don't do that. Okay. You can be on the internet, you can entertain yourself and use it for what it's good for. Don't assume you're familiar or close or know anybody on the internet ever. I hate to be like, bust everybody's bubble, give everybody a reality check. I mean, I have to tell my kids that all the time too. You watch out for people you interact with online because you don't know anybody. You could play a million games with them in, a lobby. They could be part of your little COD, gamer sessions. You don't know.
Right, but how is that any different than the neighborhood and the real world? You don't really know anybody,
See,
bro.
like Chris is making
you're
my
acting
point.
like it's exclusively somehow different in these internet spaces than it is in the real world.
I'm saying the internet is extremely shallow means of communication, interpersonal communication. Extremely shallow. Extremely impersonal. So you don't know anybody. And yeah, it's a great promo for my channel. Exactly. Like Chris is pointing out. I'm giving everybody a bit of a reality check. And Chris is like, well, you're on the internet, dude. So you should be putting on a show and entertaining. But I mean, that's the reason why I have that response, because I don't know, maybe I'm the only one still in touch with reality. Maybe I'm the last one. And all you people are insane. But yeah, you don't trust people that you meet on the internet. It's crazy. I don't know why anyone would do that. I know that guy. Yeah, I know JD Kirby, guys. I know him. He's been in my chat. He wouldn't do anything crazy. I know the guy. Warred does not even trust me, and we talk offline. I always hold back, with people online because you don't know who you're talking to. I'm not spilling my guts to people I meet online for anything.
Right, but if Finn was something bad, they would have put that out there a long ass time ago.
It took
you know
6
what I'm saying?
years
Like you
to figure out what
implying
happened
that
with
it
Vic King.
is like, nah, if that was real, they would have did a DMV Presents on that shit already or whatever. You know what I'm saying?
It took 6 years to figure out who Vic King was. What's Wellred's beef with Finn anyway? He clearly has an issue with Finn before he made that comment. Finn's been mad at me because I wouldn't give him money to pay for his StreamYard because the guy's apparently broke. And he's blaming me for that. He thinks I have money and I'm obligated to pay for his lifestyle. That's what I'm saying. Like this broke ass dude who I don't even know. I just go on his streams a couple of times. Thinks I'm supposed to be giving him money.
Well, because he's comfortable enough with you to think you can.
Yeah. He's so comfortable. Right? We're sitting on the couch together playing video games.
I mean, bro, TJ tried to buy Finn a car one time, man. People
I don't know why TJ. Nobody asked me for a car.
People.
Don't ask me for a car. Don't ask me to pay your rent. Don't ask for any of that. Yeah. Well, at least you're honest, JD Kirby. Thanks for letting me know you're crazy. Yeah. I don't know. Like this should be 101 internet for everybody. You don't know anybody on the internet, so watch out for people on the internet. And then you won't end up like Dark Gift, who turned out to be a massive snake. Like that guy, I was trying to get to know a little bit. And
what did DG do? I thought you guys were tight.
That dude changed a lot. He is like a totally different.
Like you gotta understand, I'm coming from like a 2023 maybe perspective on any of this, right?
A lot of the blood sports that are happening in this space are because of him. He's driving a lot of it.
Like how?
I mean, he's advising all these little new groups that come in on how to navigate the space, and he's encouraging them to engage in the blood sports for viewerships. He wants to build up these channels, so he's the one that's mentoring a lot of them.
By mentoring, you mean just teaching them, like, oh, Odie printed the manga backwards in this date, and oh, Nerd Wonder filed a claim in this day, or like that type of helping.
If you shit talk this dude, oh, and this guy's gonna react this way, oh, and you shouldn't respond favorably to this one, and like just how to engage with all the personalities. Like I'll show you what triggered this guy and what really like broke his brain, and a lot of
I
people.
mean, you got to explain because I remember Dark Gift as like
the fence sitter.
as a stand-up dude, often called a fence sitter because he would not come down on like the most normal, favorable side of topics and stuff. And I don't know. I mean, he's put me on to promote when Finn's stream crashed before. He's always cool to me.
This broke the guy. This right here. When this post came out, he lost his shit. And he felt massively betrayed. And he was seething with so much anger that I think he's just trying to take out on everybody now by getting all these groups fighting the way that they are, because he is way off the fence. And, you know, he's gone postal. And this is
Can
like,
we send DG the link? I would like the man to speak for himself.
this is an example.
Heavy.
This is an example of what I'm saying, that you don't know people on the internet and you should watch out, because this guy,
right?
was
But this
all
is the
in.
same Dark example, and you're like comparing it to Finn, and that's
was-
like where I'm like,
and it
apples and
it
oranges.
broke him. It broke him by finding out that reality is a thing, right? It broke the guy. And everybody should have known this rule going into this, that you don't know people until you know people. And you can't just go, oh, it's Finn. Oh, it's Vic. Oh, it's whoever, crypto. You don't know people. So why are people so like familiar with each other on the internet? Like, you know, have some shame. Did your parents raise you better than that? What's up with you guys? I'm not playing armchair psychiatrist. I'm telling you, like, basic, you know, safety, the things that you should have learned from, you know, childhood. Stranger danger. Like, as an adult, all of us live very different.
Stranger danger is not accurate. You don't hang out with the fucking people in the van every Sunday for 12 hours.
Yeah. You think you know me, so I must have a dark past. All of us live very different lives. Like all of us are super different people.
What I'm saying is you could stream with people and know them enough as you're going to get to know anyone in a local, like, social bar type setting.
No, it's way more shallow. You don't get to know people in a bar in front of an audience with nothing but a conversation.
Like what I'm saying, there could be a Vic King at the bar hanging out with Dark Gift, and he still wouldn't know in real life either. You know what I'm saying? Like that shit is hidden. People don't know. And nobody walks around wearing Google glasses, like background checking every person they interact with. Like that's just part of reality, internet or not. They hide. Like that's what it is. I mean,
that's
it's
a higher.
Everybody's like, oh, how could you be surprised by that? Well, because it's surprising because they're hiding. Like,
that's a higher level.
It's like
that's a higher level of sociopath than what I'm talking about. A lower level of sociopath hides on the internet. A higher level hides directly in your face.
The internet is life, though. You know what I'm saying? Like it's so integrated into the phones in people's hands that it's really indistinguishable. Any weirdo could be hiding at any situation you are in real life just as easily as the internet. To make the distinction that because I don't go to an actual bar with Finn, that I can know he's a belligerent drunk that was just edgily popping off to you and that you shouldn't worry about it. And you're saying like, you can't be certain of anything. He could be the next Vic King. He lives in a shack and rides a bike and talks about my kid. You know what I'm saying? It's like that's not true. He was having a Risey moment at best.
Risey lives with his brothers, is mentally incapable. All right. And so when he says it, I'm like, yeah, whatever. It's not much of a red flag. When Finn says it, it's a bit of a red flag. Sorry.
All right. Worst case scenario, in your worst vision, what do you think is up with Finn?
15 years, like, you know, no family, no social contacts, living in the same broke down shack the entire time, working a dead end job, which I don't know, maybe the guy's getting paid cash. I don't know. Like it's all just, I don't know. It paints kind of a strange picture to me. I don't know the guy. All I know is the guy flipped out, started ranting about Minecraft when I made a joke escalated and then started, going at my kids, which is like, why would anybody?
What
take it
time
there?
of night was this? Did this occur?
It was during the day. This was on TJ's stream, like in midday.
Like what time? Like ballpark it for me.
Like
was all right. Let me rephrase.
I want to say like 1 or 2.
Was Finn fresh and awake and starting his day, or had Finn been up all night drinking, then drinking all morning, and then on a TJ stream still drinking by mid-afternoon?
I don't know. I don't know the guy.
Well, bro, you do know him because he's been around for the past 10 years and the streams making songs in the chop shop and doing 12-hour drunk streams. So you know if one went from 5 in the morning all day to 1 in the afternoon again or whatever. Like, you know how it goes with those long-ass streams, especially if it ended up down at TJ's house.
Yeah,
right?
He has days off. Like
that's an after party, right?
I don't know if his schedule, changes. Like if he works days sometimes, if he works nights sometimes. I don't know if he has days off. Like I don't know anything about the dude. Other than that,
bro,
what he tells us.
He always worked third shift, and he was always start the stank stream at 5 in the morning when he got off his third shift job.
The guy's
driving them trucks. No, I don't know those guys' schedule. I watched the fucking stank stream. Like I watched the stank stream in 2020 to 2024 or whenever he gave it to Raptor. When him and Dark Gift quit the slums and gave it all to Raptor. Like I watched it. He did all this shit. He'd drive around at work and stream from his Amazon truck or whatever. Like he was working it around.
He was working it around.
Bro, Finn has an apartment. He pays for it somehow, right? Like those 40s and weed don't buy themselves. He has a job.
I
assume the stank stream doesn't go all the time. It starts after he gets off work. So he clearly has a job. It's not as big of a mystery as you're trying to make it. It's not.
I didn't say the dude didn't have a job.
You said it. Oh, maybe he's paid in cash. Maybe it's under the table. Knowing damn well, like he works at the Amazon spot, driving the trucks. He's been on. I
didn't know he worked at Amazon. Like, why are you doxing the dude? I don't know.
How can I dox content from a stank stream?
He said he works at Amazon.
Bro, I'm describing the trucks he was driving. I mean, I don't know. Maybe he said that. I don't know, Finn. Do you have a real job? I'm pretty sure you do. Driving trucks.
I've seen him in a truck. I know he does some of the streams from there, but I don't know what that means.
Right, but in order to have a truck, you gotta have a license, right? So he's not living off the grid like this fucking weird shit. Like he clearly is registered with the license to drive the fucking trucks.
What does having a license means?
Well, it means that he's registered somewhere. He's not just like off the grid, like fucking in a shack and like. Bro, come on. It's Finn. This leads me back to my original argument. Come on, man. It's Finn.
Does Finn even pay taxes?
Most likely, if he has a job where he has to drive a vehicle, he probably pays taxes. Yes.
I don't know. I don't get the point you're making right now. I'm not
My
saying
point
he
is
doesn't have a job.
He's not a hill dwelling shack.
I didn't say he was a hill dwelling. I didn't say he's the people under the stairs.
He's not this off the grid like fucking hermit type you're trying to portray. It's not even someone you don't know. It's a stranger. It's Finn, bro.
He's hiding out from society.
Oh my god. No more than any of the rest of us are hiding from society.
His family cut him off. His family cut him off for 15 years. And he has absolutely no social contact for 15 years.
I'm saying you can know enough about a motherfucker just by hanging out with them on stream to know some shit or not. And to make that very basic judge of character.
You don't need me to play the video again, do you?
What's the video? Just we all know Dark Gift and Vic King were like thick as thieves. They were buddies. He was the writer. The other guy was
he invited the guy to live with him.
Yeah. That's not.
It's a mistake to think you know people on the internet. Discussion.
It sounds like DG actually did quite a bit of solids for this guy, or whatever.
He was paying for his life. Work. He was giving him money for rent and food and all this stuff. Like he was subsidizing the guy's lifestyle.
The lifestyle of what? Staying up all night while British ladies like buy Taco Bell for you? I mean,
whatever the guy
type
did.
of subsidized lifestyle is that,
Yeah.
man?
He was subsidizing it, and I'm saying you don't know people on the internet. I don't even know if he had his real name or what. Like, why would you do that
saying
for
you should
somebody on the
expand
internet?
that into you don't know people, period.
You don't know people on
I don't
the
think
internet.
the internet has shit to do with it.
I think the internet has everything to do with it. Fowler, would you marry somebody that you only knew from the internet? Or would you base whether or not you want to marry them or date them after meeting them in real life?
What do you mean, like on some arranged marriage shit?
Yeah. Would you marry a mail order bride and then be surprised if she tried to, stab you in your sleep?
I don't know if I'd marry him.
You were friends with this dude and paid his rent, groceries. You didn't know his real name for 6 years. I don't know what to say. I don't know.
That's
guys.
not some weird thing. He just assumed he was a normal human being. Most people are normal human beings. So making that assumption that this artist guy is a normal human being is normal.
Like, I mean, that worked out great.
You're like wanting him to have some kind of foresight. Like
safe assumption.
You want him to be able to spot Vic King, right?
Yeah. No,
never have been nice to him and offered him a place to stay or paid for his rent or bought him Taco Bell.
Ukrainian wifeys for all. Yeah.
But when he met Vic King, would you have liked him to do a background check on him immediately?
If
he
was giving
before
him money,
we even talk to each other, I'm going to need you to send me a picture of your license and you with a newspaper from today till I know it's current. That sounds fucking insane, bro.
If I was hiring you, if I was hiring you from work, if I was sending you money to,
bro, I've hired people from Japan, Mexico, Brazil, all over the world for work, and I know shit about all of them.
You don't try to get their names or anything?
I mean, bro, if they get that money, they give up their name because it comes through the PayPal and their real God-given name or whatever. But
that's exactly what I'm saying.
I'm not sweating them to reveal their internet identities or nothing, or running background checks on random artists I'm finding off social media.
That's what I just said. You would have their
names. I doubt Marvel's running random background checks on artists they hire. Like it's not something you do to artists. They're artists. I'm not hiring them to babysit my fucking kids or drive the school bus or anything. Why the fuck would I background check artists? Like, it seems
you don't have to background check them.
Who background checks artists anyway?
You would need their name. You would need their name. And if you did a simple Google search to see if they had a criminal record, then you would find out whether or not you should be working with this person. Like, don't you at least want to know whether or not they have a criminal past?
No, I've never ran Eric Weathers' name to see if he has a criminal history before I had him letter a book. You know what I'm saying? It doesn't matter. What would it matter if it's not something you're worried about at the time of creating a team. It is if any of these freelancers you're hiring to do this small part of a project have a criminal history. You don't
look for references. Like you don't do anything.
The references are their portfolio. Like you're hiring,
and so you would know
skill. It's like entirely merit based. You don't background check any artist. Like the idea of that just seems like crazy. And I don't know anybody who is actively doing that now. And when they're teaching you how to make comic books, not one fucking guide in the history of how to make comic book guides says be sure to background check all your artists though, because one of them could be a Vic King.
If you're looking for references, I know you like to filibuster, Fowler. Like you've made your point, and I'm trying to answer you. I am trying to answer you.
No, go ahead.
If you're working with them and you're checking their references, you would put their name into Google to see what other work they've done, and if a criminal record popped up, it would be a red flag to you. You'd want to know exactly what they were charged with, to whether or not it would be safe to employ this person, whether or not you could expect work to be produced from this person. Like
Hmm.
you would do the bare minimum.
No,
I'm not saying
background checking seems for the line of
a
work
background.
for doing work far away in their little corner and then emailing it, whether or not they can letter or color or draw like Vic King or whatever, like whatever the fuck it is, none of those skills are going to put any of those artists in close enough proximity to me to warrant background checking them. Like that seems like some human resource shit. And this is indie comics. There's not a human resource division to screen shit. Like the level of screening it is, can you draw? Oh, cool. Have you drawn before? Oh, do you have a link to other stuff you've drawn? Are you still drawing? Will you take my money to draw? Never is the other even introduced into it in any way that you would start looking around. Now, Slick Jimmy, that's a fucking pedo, bro. That book looks sketchy. War Campaign was on his ass, mocking him instantly. He cried to Ethan. Ethan's like, my brother Slick Jimmy, I love you, man, but we'll work this out, or whatever shit was going on with that. That was clearly open to see that the content raised red flags. Vic King's doing Beowulf and Viking books and flirting with old British birds all night long. Like he was not actively presenting in a way that would raise flags. It's why it's so devastating and why it was such a shock.
Everything you just said is I mean, it
doesn't
make sense to me. Yeah, you're wrong.
Didn't make sense to you.
No,
Okay.
It didn't make sense. So background check, you're conflating.
I could walk it back if you need any specific part explained or whatever.
Well, I'll help to clarify for you. So a background check that you're talking about is like a professional employer, HR. You go to for their police records, you look at their credit history. Those are formal, they cost money. What we're talking about is a simple Google search, which is not a background check, but it's enough to know person's references, their professional experience, and if a public criminal record would pop up, which is all that Dean did. That's how Dean found out about Vic. Like he didn't do some kind of deep dive thing. He just looked up the guy's real name and he saw that he was on a sex registry. You know, a lot of the criminal information that you need about somebody is just available on Google if it's public. It's not a background check like what you're talking about to get employed, where you know they're paying for these services.
I mean, I'll Google an artist, then usually more art comes up.
Yeah, exactly. Thank you. You'll Google an artist's name. Thank you. That's my point. And if the criminal record was available by that artist's name, it would come back in a Google search. Thank you. That's exactly what I was trying to say. And Dark Gift is here saying, oh, I thought Vic King was his real name. Like, so he at least tried, but like,
I mean, Vic King is a name. That's not like
you were
Cosmo
paying the guy under his,
or something.
you were paying the guy under his fake name. I don't get that. Like, how is he accepting payments from you under a fake name?
You'd have to ask Dark Gift that.
I don't want to ask Dark Gift anything because Dark Gift is
well, bro. I don't know how he was paying Vic King,
and the dude is just lying all the time. Like, you can't trust the guy with anything anymore. It becomes so unethical and like, you know, such a spineless snake. I can't stand talking to the guy.
Right, but you're saying like, oh, he hired him, he gave him money, offered him a place to stay. Like, none of that shit seems like that. Just seems like him being a solid dude. That doesn't speak to
Ken found out about Vic by using face recognition and gave it to Dean. Dean found out about Vic by Vic's Amazon wish list that had his real name that he posted the link to by accident. What is up with this dude? Like, everything comes out of his mouth is just endless, you know, endless lying.
Well, because you said this happened and he declared war on everybody and is now supplying information to factions to separate them, or you had a whole conspiracy laid out.
The guy's a Liamologist now, like, if you can believe that.
I mean, bro, we were all amateur Liamologists for several years, man. Liam,
we were entertained by it.
Demands to be watched. I mean,
you went to bat.
Can't take your eyes off of it.
You went to bat for the guy when you saw that it was going too crazy. right?
Well, yeah, when he got out of the mental hospital after the attempt, and Ethan and JDA and all them wanted to still continue going in on him, I was like, bro, he just got out. Like, can we leave this motherfucker alone?
So
now?
everybody,
like, is
everybody
that
knew
that was my thing. It's like, yo, he how much more he went into the 72-hour submission or whatever, like admit, whole,
everybody
like how much more do you need to leave him alone? And
everybody
that's what
knew
they think now too, leave him alone.
everybody knew that Liamology at that point, it leads to bad places, and it was crazy to do. And this dude picked it up because he knew that he could build a channel. I mean, can you name anything more scummy?
I mean, bro, I don't like tuning in on Sunday and all it is just talking about Liam or whatever. That's the only stream that's on Sunday nights now or whatever.
It gets an audience, and all these people care about his views. Like, they're just dirtbags. And he's like,
bro,
oh,
Liam says crazy shit, but like, I don't see making an entire show or how that becomes the draw, or now he's, the new guy that's they're gonna go, what are they, gang stalk or harass or whatever. I don't know, but
and like all these guys,
he doesn't ignore it. He also responds. Which
so now you're defending Liamology.
No,
like,
but I'm just
here
remembering
to
like
be
the
like
8-hour
argue with me
Elise,
about everything?
Remember that Elasi, whatever, the dude that died, and he was re-streaming of EFAP of an EFAP of an EFAP of like 3 JDA streams and 2 Liam streams and Elasi, whatever, that dude, right? Like at some point it becomes that epic feedback chamber to where Liam is responding to responses of Liam, and it's
so you're defending Liamology.
No, it's not.
You're justifying it. You're justifying
it's like a guitar amp that gets caught into a feedback loop.
You're justifying
a normal guitar distortion
amp
is
you
fine
want to be a Liamologist
until it's cranked up too much and it's repeating in a loop that creates a distortion.
You want to be a Liamologist, and you recant
what has occurred now
all your attempts to defend Liam when you saw it was going too far.
Well, and that, like, I think he's into it at this point. Like, I was standing up for him at a time when I was worried he was like being hurt or whatever, where now I feel like he's acting
the exact same way he was back then.
Well, no, let's take this Matt Rumor thing, right? Like he was getting the red carpet and was going to be flown in and treated like a king, and then now this recent uproar of self-sabotage and conflicts that made him like unavailable to be at the convention when everybody wanted to go meet Liam. Like nobody wanted to meet anyone but like was the main draw. I was gonna go if he came all the way from Australia, right, and say what's up. And it's like it's not a singular thing. It's like a thing where both sides of the coin are like kind of playing the same game. They're like into it. It's like it's like a WWF fucking thing or some shit. Kayfabe or whatever.
Liam is the same Liam he's always been. Like I don't know what you're even talking about right now. Like you're saying it's a new Liam, and this is like a Liam.
No, I'm saying like
Liamology.
Like he'll.
That's
what was his new thing today? Just today, he had the Steve Jobs.
You just said
sweater on and came with a whole new look.
Liam.
Listen. Today he was dark Liam, and he had the fucking Steve Jobs fucking get up on with the fucking black turtleneck and shit, and he was all ready to start a new era. Now they know they're gonna EFAP the new Steve Jobs looking Liam, and then the stream that rides that shit is going to EFAP that, and it's going to be like integrated. So he didn't come with his normal baldness and holy t-shirt. He came with a whole new outfit to redefine his dark shit. He's into it. You see what I'm saying? It's like he's playing along. Like Shane Davis was saying, he's keeping the fucking ball in play, and it's active and it's not a
Bring me-
passive like defense. If this was a fighting game, he's not blocking, he's pushing buttons and punching and shit. Like
Bring
he's
me Ethan and
actively-
John.
Dude,
Bring me
that's
Ethan
that
and John.
same performative shit.
How is
Bring
it
them
any
to me
different?
now.
How is it any different? Even this dude knows, and he knows because it's a grift. He knows exactly how to play this game because he's seen it played by other people that were better at, making Liamology whatever they made it into their channels and all that other dumb stuff that they did with it. But, he's riding the same coattails. He's just reading off a script that's already been played out a million times over. It's like Shakespeare at this point. A million people have done this play, and Darkif just picked it up knowing that it would sell tickets. That's it. And he knows Liam is the same old Liam. Everybody else figured out that it's not a good thing to do. It's not worth doing anymore. But this guy is so fucking scummy. He knows nothing has changed, and he just picked it up and started running with it again to build up these dirt bags. These guys who don't care about comics, which is what you and I have been talking about from from when
I've tuned into the show, and it's never about
Fowler,
comics.
and now I'm
it's
talking
always
to Dark
about,
Fowler.
It's always about Liam. It's never like, oh, this is happening with this comic and this new Ben Franklin thing or whatever. No, it's always about Liam, man. It reminds me of the old JDA shit, the Dank stream or whatever.
Yes, thank you.
But the Dank stream was kind of played out and not interesting after a certain point, and like Liam kind of went away for 9 months, and they still kept kind of picking on him, right?
JDA
like I don't feel
it.
like he's actively gone this time. He's part of it, like it's symbiotic.
JDA burnt
this
out
time.
on
It doesn't feel like bullying. This time it feels like symbiotic. Because like I was watching his stream.
I'd love to make a point,
56 viewers. It's like his stream never has
20,
56 viewers. Like that he's gaining viewers from it too at this point.
JDA burnt out on it, and he said that he was acknowledging that it leads to bad places. He was like, he doesn't want to keep pushing the guy anymore because he saw what was happening.
Well,
like
fuck,
Liam
got JDA deplatformed. You got him kicked off fucking
Yeah, I mean,
shit.
there was, there was a lot of damage that happened all around. Like, it's not like a very, you don't come out of it clean. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, you're going to get dirty being a Liamologist. But these guys, like, they don't care about any human aspect of it. Like, if Liam, if there were bad things to happen, they would laugh and it would just be more content for them. JDA had like some conscience about it at the end, I want to say, and that's why he backed off and dropped the whole thing. So that was my read on it. Even he had his limits, but this new group, like, they're such indifferent, sociopaths. They're just here for like the views. That's it. They're just here for the YouTube clout, and nothing else really matters with these guys. They're scumbags. So at least, like, most of the old crowd that was here, ultimately they cared about the comics. They were here for the art scene, and they would be involved in the drama and all the back and forth and all this other stuff. But ultimately, like, there was something positive that they were hoping would come out of this entire situation. And these people are not working towards anything positive whatsoever. It's like, it's amoral. It's just give us views and make us little miniature stars because we're all pathetic losers in real life. And it's what's really crazy is all these guys got sucked into it. Like Finatra's a Liamologist. Fucking J Dollar justifies it all the time, which is crazy. Like, he never used to do that either. Risey, went full bore into it too, which, like, who cares what he does? But even he's like bought into it. And it's like the whole scene is, I don't know, just like just fixated on just the blood sports and the A-logging, and nobody does anything good anymore. So I think it's scummy.
Fuck,
and like you can't talk to any of these people either. Like everything,
I mean,
I'm
you
being
can talk to him if you send him the link. I'm sure.
no, they're
anybody would come in.
deflecting, and they just want to blow smoke up your ass and justify everything that they're doing and be very one-sided. They don't want to hear any opposing opinion. Like they don't want to address it or ingest it or acknowledge it. Everything with them is just one-sided gaslighting, and just justifying everything that they do.
So
'Cause
would you say this beef between you and Finatra is amplified due to the current hostilities against Liam by these guys on Sundays?
No, not really.
Because
No.
like, I know you're tight with Liam and kind of consider him in your camp, right?
I'm not
And if
doing
you're
the
saying
camp thing.
Finatra's over here with these guys and DG is with
No.
guys,
I'm not doing the camp
is
thing.
this
Like I'm not.
beef like a little proxy fight?
No. I'm not in the camp, and I'm not trying to be like Liam's, advocate or anything like that. Like I don't want to be. Liam is his own best advocate. Liam could speak for himself. All I've ever said to these guys, and the reason why they've been mad at me for like months now, is I told them Liamology was played out. That was it. And they all flipped out at me because I was calling out their grift. The first time I talked with Cynic, that was what I said to him, and we had this big argument over it because the guy doesn't give a crap. And every time I talk to these guys, all I ever tell them is Liamology is played out.
To you, it's played out because like you experienced it, right? To them, they see Liam fresh, and then they get to hear all these wild stories and stuff, and it hits them all at once and new. I mean, it's generating views for a reason because it's probably interesting. And if it drew you in enough to be a Liamologist in the past, why are you not seeing that for what it is happening now?
I was never a Liamologist, first of all. So, and second, when I say it's played out, it's not that it doesn't have an audience. It's that it played itself out because everybody saw where it led. And I'm warning these guys that like this doesn't lead anywhere good, and they don't care. It's not that it's interesting to them. All they care about is the short-term gain, because they don't really care about building towards anything else other than,
which is good. It's viewership. It's like about 100 viewers or something, right?
Yeah, there's a guaranteed 100 viewers that comes out of Liamology. Yeah.
But
So,
it's not a buying audience, really, or much of a super chatting audience.
They don't know that. They don't know that. They just see the numbers and they're, gassed on it. So that's all they care about. And they don't care about where it leads or anything like that. Like they don't care about the lore. They don't care about the history. They just go to Dark Gift, and he feeds them enough to keep grifting. And that's what they're on. They're on that grift. And all of them bought into it. It's weird. Like Finatra never would have done this before. J Dollar would have never justified it before. And Darkiv definitely wouldn't have been a Liamologist before. Even though he went on a couple of dank streams. Like I never saw him doing that on his channel or being like a regular Liamologist, It's weird. Honestly, it's really weird. Even Wiggle doesn't want to do it anymore. He sees it happening. Like he hasn't been streaming that much, but when he was streaming a little bit, he was a big Liamologist and he wasn't picking it up again.
Mm-hmm.
It was like, I'm done talking about Liam, but these freaking, losers, like it's just, that's why you don't know people on the internet, man. I keep telling you, you don't know people on the internet. You don't know what's going on in their lives.
I mean, bro, them Yanafui songs were funny. That meme stuff was funny. That printed backwards shit, that shit's funny.
You're talking about Gen 1 Liamology.
Yeah.
I'm talking about Gen 4.
I mean, bro, the fucking Bring Me Ethan and John shit is funny.
That was Gen 1. And it all led to dark places. And everybody who was partaking in it gave it up for that reason. Yeah, man.
Bro,
the whole scene is fucked. I know you're trying to play devil's advocate or whatever you're doing here. Maybe you believe the stuff you're saying. I don't know.
No, I'm not. I mean, I'm cool with Liam, but like those misquoted,
you're low-key justifying it though.
Nah, there's just enough there to point at and say, oh, this is a tall tale.
That
And
stuff has always been there.
This is
It's
an
not new.
outright. Right, but if they're getting 100 views to do that,
It's a
they're
grift.
just going to keep doing. So when are they going to hit burnout level, like JDA did?
When something dark happens.
What, him striking their channels or whatever? 'Cause
I don't know
he
what it's
got
going to
JDA
be.
deplatformed.
I don't know what it's going to be. I just know it leads to dark places. I can't predict the future. Just tell you what this, how this story goes. That's all. So that's usually the way this stuff works out. And you tell these fucking losers and, they flip their shit because you're calling out their grift. And then they A-log you. That's actually the whole beef they have with me right now is because I've been defending Liam. It's been like that ever since I first started, like, how dare you stand up for him? They're kind of cancel pigs, to be honest. Like that's the way I think of them.
I've lost track of all the tall tales, Dark Gift. I just know the standard ones, the Bigfoot stuff and all that. I mean, bro, all that Liam Tall Tales makes me think that would be a great comic book writer anyway, So I don't know.
I get to say shit when the tall tales are about me.
Well, because
Yeah,
like
I know.
now because it does get
different-
crazy. Now he's like talking about, oh, they're poisoning my water and stuff like that. It's like, what the fuck? Like, that is weird. Like, I don't know. The whole thing seems way darker. And what I'm starting to realize is the difference than Liamology back in the day and now is he's gone and had a family. And now they're like included and on the menu in a way that, like,
yeah,
I don't feel like the old guard would have done.
Thank you.
I mean, bro, that's just me observing. But
the ethics are like totally.
It's also like, oh, feeding it. Who's bringing their family on the stream all the time and have this tell about this and this needs to confirm this report, or you know what I'm saying? Like, they're
out of all the years you've
one
been talking
valve
about Stank
shuts
Stream,
off.
I
Like
never
one
heard...
valve would shut off, it would dry out the other one. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's some symbiosis to this that is, I don't know. It's more of like a spinning tires than a progress, I guess.
Linko makes a good point. When they attempt to sell a comic, that's when they're going to get a dose of reality. Let it happen. Yeah, I mean, you could just let it happen until, the finances finally catch up with them and they see that there's no reward, monetary reward in, the format that they've chosen. But, you just have to hope something doesn't happen along the way. So there's that. That's all. Amit poisoned my grocery bag. I can't believe, honestly, I just can't believe Dark Gift took. Maybe I never knew the guy. That's the other thing. Like, my whole point of you don't know anybody on the internet. I thought I kind of knew that guy. And he took such a dark turn that, like, I'm doubting I ever knew him.
Did you only know him on the internet? Because
I only knew him on the internet.
Dangerous.
I had a lot of dead yard conversations with the guy when I was trying to help him out because he was spiraling over, kind of getting pushed out of the space over the Vic King thing. And well, it wasn't the Vic King that pushed him out. It was having that used against him when he started beefing with all the new people that came in, Frog Tony and Riley, and Katie did at the time. So when all those beefs like ignited, the Vic King thing got, you saw that post from Ethan, and that just drove him over the edge. So I was trying to help the guy out. Like, I thought I kind of knew him. I felt bad for him. He was, a bit my charity case, and I was genuinely, trying to help the guy out, trying to make him feel better and get him to think that, like, all this stuff would get better and there's a different way to take and it could all improve. But yeah, the guy just, he has his own agenda. And
what accountability do you think DG needs to have in that whole Vic King scenario? How could he have known sooner, or how would he have known? You know what I'm saying? Like, how is he being blamed on some shit this other dude did?
How is he being blamed?
Like he's getting labeled with the crimes of Vic King and associating when he had no idea the motherfucker was like that either. But people are shaming and treating DG as if he had some sort of knowledge about this and was hiding it or whatever.
That's kind of the point.
He should probably be just as gobsmacked as everybody else.
That's kind of the point. Like, how did he, for 6 years subsidize this guy's lifestyle?
How would he have known? That's what I'm saying.
You're being like super naive about this, though. Like he's got the guy on the payroll. He works for him. He's subsidizing his lifestyle for 6 years. He's inviting him to live with him, and he doesn't know. Like that should be the ultimate warning, tale of like caution that everybody should take away from a situation like that to kind of inform them how to conduct themselves on the internet. Like that should be the ultimate cautionary tale, and people just don't seem to have learned their lessons from it. I don't know. To me, it's a bit weird. Usually an event like that happens and everybody changes a bit their behavior and they're like, yeah, I don't want like another situation like that coming up. I better watch this. I better watch that. And everybody's just like, nah, it's nothing. Couldn't have known. Let's go on doing things the way they were done before. Let's not learn anything. So it's like, yeah, whatever. Yeah, this is the other thing. So like they're accusing me of striking Katie Did's channel. Katie thinks I struck her channel based on woman's intuition.
Oh
like
shit. I'll what's that, Matt? Mundane Matt, right?
What's that?
Remember that Mundane Matt? They accused him of striking.
Yeah, and what happened? Like, did they?
Oh, like he showed his YouTube on stream right now. Like you could pull up your YouTube and show it and say like, oh, I didn't strike them. Look, they're fucking crazy. Where Mundane Matt did that and actually had the strikes. Right?
But then they would say,
just pull up your YouTube and be like, look, motherfuckers, I didn't strike your shit. Quit talking shit. Just pull it up real quick.
I could do that. I could do that. But then are they going to say that I struck her from a different channel? Like people do that too.
Yeah, I'm not familiar with the whole striking dichotomy and why. Because if you remember, Liam struck Mike S. Miller because Smeek Peak was on there with a Liam avatar, I believe.
Yeah, I remember.
I believe he struck the Roll-Ups. Is that how you say it? The Roll-Ups? Royal-Ups?
Royal-Ups.
Whatever. There's those incest brothers that are always complaining about CG and like hate everybody and figured out every conspiracy first.
Yeah.
He struck their channel. He struck Pangea, right? The Etsy's. Was that? It was Testy's channel at the time, or was it called Pangea? He struck like 4 channels, right? And JDA, right?
Yeah, I remember that.
And Nasser too. He got Nasser in the middle of that campaign. Nasser was running with what was that? A Sile? Is that something right? Vic King was the artist on that one, bro.
You just lie constantly, Dark Gift. Like nothing comes out of your mouth as truth anymore. I don't know what the fuck happened to you, dude, but you're just. He's like, Well-Read wanted a war. I pulled back from and took a more productive path. That's what happened. What happened is I was trying to set up channels.
A war with who? A war with who?
He's trying to say I wanted war with CG when that was his issue. Like I was already not streaming anymore. I was being quiet and trying to pull back off of YouTube. And that guy like hit me up and pulled me in to help him out. And then he's like, no, you wanted a war. I wanted to be left alone and do something different. And then I only got back in the scene to help you out. And you were the one who was fuming over everything that was happening and blaming everybody.
Send him the link. I'll moderate.
Can I finish? Can I finish, Fowler?
Right.
Can I finish?
All right, TJ. I mean, well,
yeah, thank you. Yeah, thank you. Let me finish. And, I didn't want to keep, and I was just trying to set up a network of channels for entertainment, which is what we always talked about. That's exactly the same thing I told, what's his name? Bar and Raptor and those guys, that like we should have these channels that are either game focused or comic focused so that we could promote off of them. And I was trying to set that up with you. But then you kept switching up the things that we were going to be doing, and you were making it clear that you and I weren't on the same page, and so I left because I didn't want to do the stuff you wanted to do. All right, so it had nothing to do with war. I never said anything stupid like a war. What the hell kind of war am I going to wage, for my comic review channel, you dumbass? All right, your stupid lies are so idiotic they don't even make any sense. I don't know who believes your crap, other than that audience that you guys have got totally, and eating out of the palm of your hand off of your dumbass Liamology. Anyway, so because you brought it up, I have to show my YouTube, right? So you tell me where exactly I need to go to show you if I struck somebody. All right. So there's my YouTube studio. I think you can see it, right? So you put me on the spot, Fowler, because if I don't show it,
I was just talking about Monday.
They're gonna be, he didn't show his YouTube when Fowler asked for it. He's
so check
clearly
it.
guilty.
Listen. You're putting it like I put you on the spot.
You're like,
I didn't. I said
you're devil
you
advocating.
You're
devil advocating me into like hell here. Okay.
I can't believe you pulled that shit up, bro.
What do you want me to show?
I don't know. What does he need to show? I have no idea. Content.
No, I didn't want to sue Ethan for the trademark, you dumbass. I don't have anything to sue him for, and you don't have anything to sue him for. So what the hell are you talking about? And why would Biggins fund your dumbass lawsuit? Like, what the hell are you even talking about?
What? This is
like this dude is such a fucking, just a piece of shit. I'm not even going to say the things you said to me about the trademark, because I don't break confidence while you're here trying to gaslight and lie. I don't do that. But you're the one who was talking shit about the trademark, not me.
There's secret information about the trademark. What is that?
I'm not breaking confidence. I don't care how much I don't care how much
shit right now.
No,
bro,
I don't care how much I don't care how much I beef with somebody. The only thing I've got is my integrity, unlike this piece of trash in the, in the chat. I'm not breaking confidence, but he's the one that was talking shit about the trademark, not me. He's the one that said he had angles on it. Why would I tell you to sue Ethan over the trademark? You have nothing to sue him over. You handed it over to him, you dummy.
Specify, what was Dark Gift's exact involvement in the trademark? I believe he sold an ash can with that logo on it or something. He had the trademark. What's the lore of this exact?
He had the trademark and he signed it over to Ethan.
Well, right, but how did he get the trademark and why did he have it? Because I thought Critias had it. Like, I was under the impression Critias had trademarked it a long time ago and was gonna sell it to Preston or something. Or Preston was trying to buy it from Critias or something.
You were the biggest liar, dude.
Me?
No, I'm talking Dark Gift. Sorry,
you don't have to specify. Keep
yeah. All right,
saying that shit to me, man.
All right, sorry. No, my bad. All right, where do I have to go to show this strike history that you're asking about?
Go down to the issued strikes section.
Issued strikes? Like, where is that?
No, I'm just making shit up, man. I don't know what to check. Just ask them. They're the ones who accused you of it.
I don't know where to go. Content detection, customization. Here, all right. I'm gonna look it up because I don't want to like accidentally show something I shouldn't. Yeah, you guys turn
here we go. Here we go.
Massive scumbags.
Well, you're saying I'm devil's advocating. I'm
not
just trying to get to the bottom of this.
I'm yelling at the chat. Sorry.
Because I used to be cool with all you motherfuckers just 2 years ago.
They changed, dude. They changed like crazy. I don't know what happened to them. What got in the water? It's like those bugs in the Wrath of in Star Trek 2.
The ones that go in your ear.
Yeah. It's like all those guys have those things because they just totally transformed. You won't recognize these people. They are totally, just deranged on Liamology. Care nothing only about the views. You yell at them about you argue with them about anything. The first thing they respond to you is, "We get views. You're jealous of our views. The views." And it's like, what the fuck happened to you? None of you get views that are worth a shit. So like, why are you guys hung up on the views?
Oh, here we go. He's saying something in the chat. Go to the actual channel, not studio. Go to settings and go to report history.
Okay. Actual channel.
And this isn't for my sake. It's to squash the beef between y'all. I'm not trying to set you up.
There's no
I'm
beef
just
to
saying.
squash because it's based on woman's intuition. Like she's just justifying it to be a cunt, basically. And if like you knew the lore on this, Katie did, which I was gonna dump today, but since I just had it out with you instead, I don't need to be doing all that.
Right.
But yeah, like you should see this shit on that deranged bitch. Like that is a real piece of work.
What, Katie?
Yeah.
Well, but
Major.
I've been fucking watching Raptor since fucking Finn and DG gave Raptor the
They-
channel back
there
in
was-
the day. I
there's
heard what
stuff-
the dog doing and all that shit.
There's stuff they didn't go into that I was gonna touch on. So yeah.
I know nothing about it. That's after my time.
Yeah. But it's all right.
Well, I mean, yeah, because like that shit that I saw, and then like the fucking clip of dog fucking, dog fucker, dog fucking, dog fucking, dog fucking, dog fucking, that shit. Animal fucking, dog, a beast, dog fucking, that shit. So yeah, I mean, I'm that familiar with it, but I mean, I don't know about other shit.
What is this dude? Okay, view channel. Maybe that's the one he's talking about.
Just go to wherever all the hidden strikes you filed are and show us.
Yeah. Let me just, click the hot link to go there. He says, go to the actual channel, not the studio. Go to settings and go to report history.
So how does one strike a channel into oblivion? Like in theory, like explain to me how it works and why everyone's so dog shit crazy and scared of it, or
All right.
it's so controversial or whatever.
So hold on. Let me don't make me multitask. Let me go to settings. Okay, I'm on the channel, right? Settings. Where do you see report history here? I don't see report history, do you? Go to settings and go to report history. Where do you see report history? I'm on the channel. I go to settings. I'm deleting all my striking evidence. I'm a Katieologist because I talk shit about her. I'm an ologist.
A catologist.
Sorry, they moved it. Yeah, why don't you, when you're trying to gaslight, at least get it somewhat right. Do a little research, you lazy fuck.
I'm trying to prove your striking innocence.
Yeah, you burnout bitch.
I'm not burnout. Actually, I had to rush
Not
home.
you, Fowler. I'm talking to Dark Gift.
As I said, I didn't get my joint because the show started an hour early.
Fowler, I like you. I'm not talking shit to you. That's why I'm arguing with you like this. I'm actually trying to have an honest conversation with you. Not like with these dirtbags. Totally sold out. Yeah, I don't know. You gotta tell me where to go.
Oh, you got to scroll down more.
Scroll down in what settings or scroll all the way down. Look on the left pane. All right.
You just send the strikes from your other channel anyway, don't you?
Well, that's what they're going to say. I'm going to show this and they're going to be like, it's not there. And then they're going to be like, well, you're just striking from a different channel. Okay, look. Channel analytics. All right. I'm scrolling all the way down. I don't know what you're even showing me. Audio library customization earn. Audience trends overview. I don't want to click something and then I get doxxed and then I'm the one who's dealing with all this crap.
Well, then I'll be able to know if you're a dude who lives in a shack or not, at least.
I know Phil's probably already given you all the lore on me. I know how this works. Everybody's a gossip in this space. Talk about everybody. Is he given direction? Go to your channel page.
It was in capitals. It's getting serious. I can hear him with the ashes falling off the cigarette as he yells at the screen, "Go to the channel page."
Okay. Hold on.
Oh, wasn't it Testify that used to always make fun of DG typing too much or something?
Hold on. I think I know where it needs to be. Channel manager, add status and feature. Is it view advanced settings? No.
Scroll all the way down.
Privacy, playback notifications, account. Damn it. I hope I'm not sharing right now. Not the Google settings. Okay, look. Let's do this then. Hold up. Okay, here. So here's the channel page, right? That's what you're saying? Right there, right?
Hey, there's my horrible book. You guys all hate it.
I don't think we hated it. They can be a little too critical sometimes, but I let them I let them say what they want.
Let's stay on task.
Yeah.
Get sidetracked.
All right, I'm waiting. So I'm on the channel page. Now scroll down.
Scroll down.
All right, hide current comment. So here. If it's on the left side, is it you? Okay. Your channel. It just brings you back here. History. I mean, it's just stuff I watched before. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Do I need to look this up?
Yeah,
it might.
We need to watch a tutorial or send those guys
honestly,
the link.
It might not show up if you've never used it before. Like, why would it be there if I've never used it? This is going well. Exactly. Let's try this. Click home.
All right. He's gonna issue steps one at a time. All right.
Okay, home.
I don't know shit about it. Just prove it.
Home brought me here. There we go. That's home.
Okay, what next? DG.
You guys get to see,
No, this is healing. I feel like everybody's gonna
watch
be homies after this is done.
I watch real estate videos and losing fat videos, visceral fat. I have no idea what this is. Esto Misuga. I don't know what that is. Comic videos, Billy Tucci, and Alyssa Clips. So there.
I wasn't talking about it. I said maybe Alyssa Clips earlier, but what was that other clips that I was talking about? Alassi? Oh, is that something else? The one who
Alassi Affairs.
Oh, yeah, that. I might have mislabeled that Alyssa Clips. I meant Alassi Clips. When I was talking about that Liam feedback loop that used to happen. All right, what up? Did you pull up the stuff or no?
I don't want to click live because that's how you get screwed in this. Let's see. All right, so channel content. There, I click the 3 bars. So, and then I'm scrolling down. There's settings, audio, customization. This is all the stuff that was there before. Community, analytics, content, dashboard. Thanks a lot for doing this to me, by the way, Fowler. I really appreciate you. Can't wait to review.
Why. That's because it was canceled last
Can't wait to
week.
review your next book. Why are you doing this to me, Fowler? You clearly hate me.
Oh no, because I said like don't trip. It's just Finn. He was probably drunk, and then you were like,
No, I'm talking about this.
And then
whole
I was
thing.
like, yo, no, it's Finn, bro. Don't worry about him. And then
This is
my
the whole thing
argument-
about like I need
that's
to
where-
navigate my channel.
Oh well, because you said someone accused you of striking them was what happened.
Yeah.
And I said, well, just do the mundane mat and pull it up.
Yeah, this is a struggle. This is a massive struggle. Slum court. I disavow the slums. Everybody in there was clearly crazy.
Ooh, yeah, he's gonna go live and do a tutorial. We can snipe it if you'd like.
Yeah. Okay.
Right?
Yeah.
You have that technology.
Yeah.
Why
Yeah,
not just send him the link? Like, I don't understand why you have to. I don't want to do the different channel thing. How am I? All right, just send him the link. Let him share screen and give the tutorial.
I don't want that snake anywhere around me. He's
Oh
lucky
my
he's
God.
chatting in the chat.
Keep him one box away from you, and then use me as a buffer.
You are a buffer.
I'm gonna need a buffer in, or I'm gonna press X soon, man.
They don't have any like justification to accuse me. It's just one of those things where it's like, oh, I don't like him, and he said mean things to me, so clearly he struck my channel. It's like, okay, well, you're a bitch. So does that mean I struck it again? Like, I always knew that chick was fake. She was sucking my ass early on, like when she was making her rounds with a lot of the older channels and older CG members.
Mm-hmm.
And she thought like I would get on the simp for a chick on the internet train, but I've never been that way. Like, I don't give a crap about chicks on the internet.
I don't know, Martina's pretty hot.
I'll never meet her. Like, I don't know. What does that mean to me? So
I'm just saying the class has
I have
evolved a little bit
so
since freshman year.
It has, yeah. Like these people went nuts. I'm telling you. So I have no reason to strike that clip that she posted because I'm not ashamed of anything in it. She tweeted it out and it got struck, and I responded with the original link to TJ's stream. And then she kept, even though she showed that I was sharing where to find the clip that she posted, she was still trying to say I got butthurt over it. I'm like, you dumbass. I am sharing where people can go find it right on your stupid thread. And you're claiming I'm butthurt over it. There's nothing to be butthurt over. And then it's on Cynic's channel. He EFAP'd it. People can go watch it there. A Series of Bats has it clipped on X. People can go watch it there. And she posted it on Rumble. So what the hell is the point?
So it was only flagged
on YouTube.
On YouTube.
Because
but
Finn was streaming.
TJ's stream wasn't flagged. Is TJ's stream still up?
Yeah, it's up. And it's because she posted a 15-minute clip with somebody screaming about Minecraft and harming kids. And it's easier for the AI to read through a short clip and detect things that happen
so you're saying you had nothing to do with the flagging. It was just an AI bot flagging it.
And that happens commonly.
Content.
Dark Gift is trying to lie, say that AI doesn't flag that, and I can show that it does.
Oh wait, here we got new instructions. Hold up. All
right. Directions from.
You have to read them like you're being yelled at because they are written in capital.
Dark Dickless. The tranny.
Why are you calling my man a tranny?
You're a man. I'm clearly not your man.
He drew one fan art for a tranny a long time ago.
I can't believe I'm
nothing
dealing
to
with
do
so
with
much
being one.
So much hate. right now. I'm trying to. All right, look. So I'm going to show my YouTube homepage again.
I feel like some kind of grand inquisitor making you run your pockets.
Yeah, you're evil. I didn't know this about you,
I
Matt.
don't mean to be this.
You're
Shitty. You're
despicable.
putting this on me, bro. I didn't mean that.
This is all clearly your fault, making me play these dumb YouTube games for these fake people. All right. Now what? I'm on my homepage. All right. Oz's hate is pure. Yeah. Yeah, she got hit for community guidelines, bullying, and harassment. And you get hit when your videos contain people making comments about, Minecraft and harming kids. You guys want to find out, go make videos like that, post them on your channels and see how long they stay up. Okay? Go conduct the experiment in real time.
That's not true,
Dumbasses.
Linkovich. I could have got a glowing review and we would have ended up here.
Yeah, that's right. This is Fowler's payback. Can I hurry up? I'm here already. Yeah, I know. Only Simps watch your channel. Simpson, like the new CG people who don't really know.
No, I tuned in a couple times
lore.
because it was supposed to be the new promotion place, and I just wanted to see like what was something good to buy, like what was hot. And it's really
Liamology.
there's nothing good on the menu.
No.
I guess I've seen. And it was no shit talking about the channel. It's just there was really nothing cool being promoted in my brief, tuning ins.
Okay.
And that dog shit, but I don't think she actually fucked a dog. I think she just wrote that fanfic about fucking that Ranma one half dog or whatever from Inuyasha or some shit. I don't think it's like an actual dog fucking going on or anything. Like clearly that was women doing fanfic shit, which women, read smut and all kind of weird shit. I don't even want to open that can of worms of shit women read.
Yeah. Yeah, no kidding.
So I don't think, for the record, she's an actual dog fucker.
Well, no, I mean, the stuff she had.
Like, I get it, it's funny a little bit, but it didn't
No.
become funny till Ethan said it when he's like, thanks a lot, Katie did for fucking dogs. That's great. You know what I'm saying? Like, he said the shit to be memed, right? And then it got incorporated into the whatever lore, I guess, man, however it works. But I don't think she's an actual honest to God dog fucker.
I have cholesterol. This dude does like a health channel, and he's always like talking about supplements and all kinds of like health things. So like this is like insulin resistance and stuff, and yeah, I watch his like health stuff and supplement stuff and whatever. I don't know what this is. I don't know why this is popping up. So yeah, that's the big reveal and secret. I like fitness, so I always get like tons of like fitness recommends.
Oh, check if DG started a stream.
All right. Well,
we might be supposed to be sniping the instructions right now.
Well, he's like yelling in the chat because he doesn't know what he's doing. I'm also a dolphin hooker now. I don't know if you knew that. Diabetic confirmed.
I heard dolphins are actually really rapey in real life.
I told a story to the chat because I was in Jamaica over Christmas.
Okay.
And we did like a dolphin adventure thing where they give you like a guided supervised thing and you can go like swim with dolphins. And so I was like, oh, they did all these different things where you'd swim with the dolphin and like you hold its fin and you do this and you do that. And it all like the lore got turned into I was banging the dolphin in the water. It was like a paid It's a paid activity as supervised. So now I'm a dolphin fucker.
A little splash and smash, huh?
Yeah, I mean he stopped posting, so I don't think he knows what he's talking about. I smashed. Yeah, it's a good time. The Dolphins.
You remember
Right,
Blue Dolphin?
Hmm?
Blue Dolphin?
Blue Dolphin, what's that?
The war campaign chats back in the day, the Blue Dolphin would always be joked about.
I didn't hang in the war campaign scene that much because like I had a beef with them. Everybody was like, because all these new people, they're like, who's well read anyway? We don't even know anything about him. I mean, people knew me initially was because I started beefing with war campaign when I was a mod on Ethan's channel, and that's the only reason why anybody knew who I was back then. And they're like, no, it's because Cecil took your wrench. No, it's because you refunded books. No, it's because I.
Oh yeah, you were well refunded loser.
Yeah.
Right. Right. Am I pulling
You guys
out
are brutal
that?
on the internet. Meanie. That's why I don't know you people. Yeah,
man.
So I was beefing with war campaign. All I said in Ethan's chat was some rando asked me, why don't you like them? And I said, I didn't like what they did with Anna. The apology thing was kind of like a messed up stream. And then I didn't like it that they were memeing Edwin and Mike Miller, with stuff that was like kind of against their faith, like I kind of feel like.
Oh, you were like God Squad in the Fall of Rome, then? Like
no, not really. No. I just thought like you shouldn't troll people on their family. You shouldn't like say shit about people's families and their faith. Like to me, those are two kind of lines. I don't think it's cool to really cross.
Right.
And that's what I said. I said that's why I don't like them. And like 30 accounts, because War Campaign used to, run those chats back then, all like dogpiled me. And then like that carried over into Cecil's chat. And then I talked with Pan, like I got on stream, and everything seemed cool after that. But then the chat wanted blood, right? And so because the chat was demanding we still beef, Pan got back on and started talking all the shit about me. And then Cecil, Cecil took the side of the War Campaign accounts that were talking shit about me and took my wrench. And I didn't care about the wrench being taken. I cared that he was like, I'm a customer and I've been a backer and I got that wrench because I've been like around for a long time supporting him. And he took the side of all of these like trolls that just dogpiled me for no reason. And I was just defending myself there in the chat. So I got pissed about that. Like, I was like, dude, you're taking the side of all of these shitheads.
Getting de-wrenched back in the day was kind of a big deal, I remember.
No, it wasn't the de-wrenching. It was more like he took their side over mine. That was it. And Ethan never did that.
DG's live, he says.
Yeah. All right. I'm going over there. And Ethan never did that. Ethan, like, he didn't de-wrench me and he didn't like talk shit about me or anything like that the way Cecil did. And he said he was getting like,
wait, so Cecil was in line with War Campaign back in those days?
Yeah, Cecil used to stream with Pan.
Oh, yeah, because I'm just thinking of the Thought Wars, and they were pretty much divided after that because Cecil got CG Jumpstart canceled or whatever.
Yeah.
And I lost like $3,000 on a fucking story I had in that book that never got put out.
So he's like showing his channel.
Sucks. That CG Jumpstart would have been dope. It would have sold pretty well. And the fact that it got shit canned is fucking annoying still to this day.
Yeah, like so he has premium. First of all, I don't have premium. Okay, so I'm seeing. Hold up.
I can't hear him.
Yeah, I'm seeing what he's showing. All right, let me catch up with him. I was behind. Is he talking? I don't think he's talking.
Know. Through the ether. Hey, DG, through the ether.
Okay. These fucking boomers, I swear to fucking God.
You're like 57, right?
I don't think premium matters.
Yeah, no, I've got the same view that you have. So now show me where the link is for report history.
You fucking boomers.
He doesn't hear, does he?
No, there'll be like a 10-second delay because y'all won't just stream together. And don't say boomers plural, motherfucker. I hear you over on the stream. There's one person in control of this shit. Well read. I will not be included in your boomery accusations,
So you're gonna go
man.
all the way to the left, and you're gonna scroll all the way down. Report history.
Oh, okay. All right. So I'm seeing that. Let me see if I've got it. Oh yeah, I do. Perfect. Okay, good.
All right. Thank you. Progress.
All right.
Healing.
Let me get that. Let me get that
Some
dirt bag.
healing made.
Let me get that dirt bag off my audio.
Oh
All right.
my God. Enough of that ad hominem. Let's just get with the evidence.
All right. So there, I've got it. Okay. Everybody ready? You see it?
Drum roll, please.
Drum roll. Homes will crash these 6 Florida cities. What?
You're snitching on some home sales? What's this? Exposed.
Oh, this dude was using AI. He was doing a video where it was like Kevin O'Leary.
I don't know.
All right. Well, Kevin O'Leary is like,
scroll down. Is there more? Let's see.
No,
That's
there's no
it.
more.
That's
That's
it.
it.
Just one.
Past
You
year.
are a filthy striker, bro. Go back. Don't erase the evidence. What are you doing?
This was a like an AI, scam thing where I watch Kevin O'Leary stuff, and they did like an AI generated thing where they were pretending it was Kevin O'Leary giving information, but it wasn't. And so yeah, I reported it for misinformation because I got suckered into clicking that video.
Are you a filthy faggot, bro?
It's misinformation. It was like some scam AI video channel thing.
Bro, this was the Al Capone's Vault Geraldo Rivera special, if I've ever seen one.
Guilty. Tree Goblin, you're a scumbag. I don't know why I'm highlighting any of your stuff. Look at this, flag it. Yeah.
All right. On that note, man,
I'm watching
better
Kevin
say our
O'Leary on
goodbyes,
Sunday.
man.
The worst quarter pounder. Yeah. Are you guys happy? There. Are you happy, Fowler? You put me through this miserable
I feel
experience.
yes. I feel your name is clear of striking, at least somewhat.
At least anyone in this scene. Hopefully the AI Kevin O'Leary people don't come after me, be canceled.
I appreciate reviewing the book and then hanging out and talking bullshit.
Yeah, anytime. I'm just messing
I just
around.
wanted to stick up for my people who helped me in the past.
I know
that's
you,
all.
Fowler. Like I don't know you, but I know your personality online, and I knew you were going to act like this, and I knew I was going to be responding like this. So like I'm not upset at all. Like this for me is we kind of just did a dance that we've been doing for a long time already.
You played me like a goddamn fiddle.
What?
Nah, it's all good, man.
No.
It's cool seeing
It's all good.
again, chat and everyone, who came out to watch this shit. Thanks for coming around on the ride. Thanks to DG for streaming the fucking paperclip instruction, tutorial.
Yeah, exactly, Linko. I seriously doubt I'm going to get a single apology. If anything, they're going to spin it because that dumbass lying trash that floated over into this scene was saying I was striking because I was butthurt, even though it's up everywhere and I'm sharing it already. And okay, so like her panel has a bunch of these new people who don't know the lore. They're trying to figure out the scene, and a lot of them were cool about it. And they were like, look, I'm just on this panel. That's the problem with promoting on a Blood Sports channel is you never know if you're going to get guilt by association, doing it. and you don't want to be affiliated with any of the trash that channel puts out. When you're promoting, your name is on that. But I don't do guilt by association, guys. Like, I'm not mad at anybody on that Katie did panel. Nobody talked shit. Patrick is the only one who got a little heated at the end, but I get it. You know, you got a woman in your ear, and I'm not like trying to have beef with people, and I'm forgiving, and I'm not like angry at people. But like, if you still got an issue with me, then fuck you. But if you're cool, I'm cool with you, and I'm not guilt by associating any of you guys. The only two people I thought that were trying to start blood sports with me there were Katie and Riley. And Riley's just kind of a dumbass. Like, I don't really take anything he does very seriously. Do you know Riley?
The Clipperverse?
Yeah, Clipperverse.
That guy, the hard R, Clipperverse.
Yeah.
Sounded
like,
white in this bitch. Yeah, I mean, I know him as much as anyone else. That's like, he's the dude that put the money on the window and started the whole shit, and then got arrested and maced, and then, I don't know, had to spend the night in jail. They made all those drawings of the black dude taking his cape from him.
Yeah, no, he got into a slap.
Do you know what I'm talking about? Like, they were
yeah. He apparently he had a breakdown, and they only held him in a holding cell for a little while. But I don't know. Whatever. That's the lore. But he had a gunfight with Ethan Ralph. So they've got some kind of connection. And
yeah, I've seen like video of, like, that's when that chick punches him, right?
Well,
he
was
coming in the front door or whatever.
They were hitting Ethan Ralph, who was at the front door.
Yeah, I've seen like blurry videos of that. I never really understood what the fuck it was.
And then he did straight up porn with mint salad. Like, I don't know.
Oh yeah, the micro penis.
It's just, and all he ever does is like, when you get into blood sports with him, because that's all he does on the internet. He wants to stake his brand as being a blood sports god. All he ever does is go, "Oh, your stuff's not funny. You guys are unoriginal."
Right, but he's
that's not clever.
All right, so check it. Klippa versus Liam would be like in Marvel Comics if the Juggernaut ran at the Blob, right? What is an unstoppable force when it meets an immovable object? Like, what's going to happen, right? Like, so one's a fucking unstoppable reactor and one's an unstoppable antagonizer. So is this motherfucker gonna fly to Australia and stick stickers in the bush? Like, what is the deal?
I mean, the deal is he tries to push like boundaries to their edge, and he just sees how far he can go before you get a reaction. And he got arrested because they showed up to like a live event that the FNT and Rippaverse were hosting. And he was in the parking lot acting like an ass, and then the business called.
Is that the one where they were making like pig noises at the wife or whatever?
Yeah, like, that's where that started,
or whatever.
So like the restaurant that was hosting it called the cops on him because he was making a scene with all the customers there, and he got arrested, and it got all spun up into like, Eric July called the cops on me, and he spent time in lockup. And he came out of that, and I think it was Mint Salad who said that he had like an emotional breakdown over it or something. Like, I don't even remember where that came out from.
Mm-hmm.
But now he's hooked up with Katie did, because he's one of these who like he needs a female co-host to make himself palatable. I guess he's realized that that's the chemistry that works.
Oh, why are you mad at him, or why do you have beef?
He wants blood sports to back up Katie because Team Katie, and now everything here is blood sports and not comics, and they're the blood sports people. But Katie tries to put on a good face even though she's retarded, and she'll have on comic people to promote because she wants some cred. And everybody who promotes comics knows that women on the internet in geek spaces equal simps, and so they run over there. Thinking, there's going to be sales here because
is that wrong, or is that not?
That's not
accurate?
wrong. But like
I've seen that play out here like a few different times. It does seem to be accurate.
It's accurate, but then you always got to wonder who you're actually trusting to be woman on the internet for you? And, are they clean cut and no crazy past that's going to blow up on you? No crazy activities online that'll blow up on you? Or are they just women on the internet simping in geek space? And like, there's a bunch of women that do that, and they're way more stable and normal than Katie. Katie's like just fake and degenerate,
Right, but you're acting like the audience picks these people. It's
They do.
like they don't. It's distributed from the top down. Like it's picked by,
No, woman on the internet.
and then once,
no.
once,
It's automatic.
they get that
Like look at that other
like
chick.
certification, then
Look at that other chick who was doing reviews for like a minute. She pops in and out all the time. She's got like the big eyes. Man, what is her name? She did reviews for a bunch of people, and Abra's 2 cents.
right,
Abra's? Yeah.
yeah.
So like she was never elevated or highlighted by any of the bigger channels. She was just chick on the internet that would do reviews occasionally, and she would get like pretty big views for not doing very much.
But the clout, remember the way the clout pyramid works, right? She's given maximum exposure at the biggest show, right?
After the fact, yeah, she did.
So
Her and Katie did too. Yeah.
I mean, that exposure
Mint kind of did too.
Them clout, which leads to the following. You know what I'm saying? Being certified by someone higher up the food chain gets them that. It's like a multi-level marketing scheme. What I'm
saying is they don't need the certification. Like they would grow organically just by being chick in a geek space, and the certification just helps the people who are certifying. See, like this dude, and then he does this little semantic scheme. Clout it's not a real thing. There's no such thing as clout. Everybody knows what you mean when you say clout. Like all of these terms are slang. There isn't like an official dictionary definition from Oxford on what clout is.
It's just definition.
Yeah,
fanboy.
If I say it to you, you know what I mean. You say it to me, I know what you mean. This is just common vernacular in an informal space. Dumbass.
What is it called? I mean influence.
Yeah, influence, or like an audience that looks up to your opinions on things and will trust you and kind of take your recommendations and stuff like that. That's kind of loosely what clout means in this space. And it's not like some really high level thing. I don't believe in it. It's not a fucking belief system, you dumbass. It's informal language that people use so that everybody's on the same page and knows what they're talking about. You don't get to worm your way around what we're discussing here and the definition of clout.
Oscar's got a question for me in the chat.
Question from Matt Fowler. Who do you think Well-Read will strike next? Don't do any Kevin O'Leary AI videos. I'm warning you.
No, there's this dude in
I'll take you out.
New Hampshire that is perfecting a new kind of diabetes needle.
That's true.
And I think he's getting it next because those needles seem like they were AI generated.
Yeah. But yeah, so they got elevated and people were utilizing their platform. I think Katie's more interested in the blood sports because she lowers herself to it readily. And
so she's anti Liam now. I just remember Liam carrying water for all of them when Raptor was going at him.
Yeah.
Liam defending all those Katie dids and stuff.
They had a minor fallout.
All right, so was Liam was always drawing something for Frog Tony or whatever, right? And did Frog Tony used to be friends with Katie? Because all this group that's like splintered, I feel like used to be one anti-Ripa group. Like it was just they weren't as factionalized before, if that makes sense.
Well, I mean, the Ripa content burnt out, and A-loggers, they got to find, a topic. So they're always going to look for a target. And they ended up eating each other, which is that's what always happens in these Bloodsport groups. Is, when the thing that was binding them plays out and gets worn, they then look for new targets because all they care about is the content and the views. And they just, pick whoever. And usually it's internal because that's the most exciting blood sports, right? Like when you turn on your friends and your friends are turning on you, and everyone's like, "Oh, they used to be friends and now they hate each other," and like the views are real jacked up for that. So that's what's going to happen with those groups. So yeah, they're splintering, but like their issue with Liam is minor. They bring it up and it sounds gay when they even mention it. It's he was telling them things about Vonster. I forget his last name.
Coleman.
Von Klaus. No, Von Klaus.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
And then Von Coleman's almost more prevalent as the Vaughn when the name Vaughn is said at this point, since they've talked about him like so much. I would always think of the Vonster when I'd hear Vaughn, but now Vaughn makes me instantly think of those curly blonde hair and that smile, man.
Yeah. Yeah, so he was talking shit about
that sucks. What if another well-read came along and like
we don't need any more of me.
Your name got worn out, and now other people wouldn't think of a rabbit anymore. They'd think of that other well-read guy.
Yeah, there's channels with well-read on them. They have way more subs and views than me, but we won't talk about that. Anyway, I should start reviewing books, but yeah. So he was. They say that he was talking about Vonster. And that they then went to Vonster and confirmed the things that Liam was saying and confirmed.
Right, but Liam and Vaughn have had beef.
They've had
beef 7 or 8 years or so,
right? Yeah. So my clout days are over. When can you let me know when they were ever there?
All right. So do you remember
I would
when?
Have liked to have reminisced.
You remember when there was that Jay Ishiro Finney video about Liam and that crowdfunding had failed and why and how to reflect on it or whatever. I think they've had beef since back in those days.
Yeah.
I old, pre-Xenotype. Like what was that first book he did called? I can see it with the penguins and the fucking shit, I forget the name of Sway. Thank you, Dark Cave. Yeah, dude, that's olden days beef from when that Jay Ashiro video came out.
Yeah. Anyway, Dark Gifts is timed out. I don't want to see his face anymore in the chat for the rest of the stream.
Oh my god, you did the technical service and now he's banished, huh?
Yeah. I didn't want to see him to begin with. I only did it to address this stuff. But so he had an issue with Vonster. They went into Vonster. They confirmed that what Liam was saying wasn't true. This is according to them. I'm not making a statement or a judgment one way or the other. And that's the justification they have to be Liamologists. That's why they say that that's why they say that they have to A-log him into the ground, and that he needs to stop talking on the internet. Cynic has this thing he always says that he needs to shut the fuck up. He's got this Spurg catchphrase that he delivers every single time they're talking about Liam. So yeah, Liam needs to shut the fuck up, according to Cynic. Otherwise, they'll continue A-logging him till the end of time to their 100 viewers, and that's the cycle. So.
Right, but wouldn't Liam kill them if he shut the fuck up? Because then they'd be suffering from drought and then have to change or whatever. And if it's Liamology that's bringing the views, wouldn't removing that kill the problem? Chemotherapy will kill the cancer or type shit, right?
He says it doesn't work.
Come to low enough levels for them not to have anything to eat, and then they'll disperse or whatever. Right?
He says it doesn't work. Like he did that with JDA, and it continued. But I don't know what would happen with these people. These people would probably just look for another target, and then rejoice when Liam would return. Because anytime they talk about anything other than Liam, their views go way down. They can't maintain an audience unless they're talking about Liam. So if that gives you an idea of, the dynamic of the space at this point.
Right. But he's only online to cover his enemies at this point, right? And his enemies are only online to cover him. So now there's this wicked feedback loop where it becomes like contaminating the lol cow, right? Like they're affecting the wildlife, so the lol cow can't even behave like its natural self almost. Like, you understand what I'm saying? Like they're fucking up the cycle or some shit, like, and creating a feedback loop or something. I don't know how to describe it, man, or articulate what I'm trying to say.
Yeah. No, I get you.
Like,
I'm
you have
not-
to observe the lol cow passively. They're like engaging with it, so it generates tarred milk, right? And it's like they're not like naturally watch tarred milk occur. They're literally like farming farming the reaction. Like, I don't know.
My goal isn't to rationalize any of this because it's all insane. Like, I think if you try to be a reasonable person and frame this in some kind of, reasonable understanding, that's the pathway to insanity. So for me, the only thing I can look at as anything conclusive and like say with assurance is that liamology leads to a very dark destination, right? It ends poorly.
I mean, liamology is bad for people with random acts of God too sometimes. Remember that hurricane that killed Cider's artist and the Testify? I mean, he died like still pissed about all this shit.
Right. Yeah, I mean, it doesn't end well, and there's a lot of bad things that happen along the way, and that's the only thing I can say with any definitive understanding or conclusion. And so that's the thing that I want people to know when they engage in it. And if you say that to people, they freak out, because you're questioning their clout, and you're attacking them. So. And you're enabling. What are the things I say? You're enabling Liam. You're enabling his insanity and justifying what he does. And And all I'm saying is, if you want to be a YouTuber, you got to figure out how to entertain people with natural innate qualities that you have to offer, not riding somebody else's back in some kind of format that is not productive, and it doesn't lead to anything good.
All right, I got one for you.
Yeah.
Where do you think Testify would be if he was still alive and in this space? Like, what side would he be falling on in? What would he be doing? Like, where do you think the triangle would fall in all this?
Testify is the guide, the light in all of this.
No, but it's like, it's kind of a weird barometer of like what we thought a shit person was back in our day. Where would he fall today and on the scale of shit people? You know what I'm saying? Like, if it's all intensified and ramped up, like, where do we place Testify in 2026?
Testify didn't like Liam. Testify didn't.
I know.
Yeah,
you like tormenting him quite a bit.
Well, he's probably the originator of liamology, if you really think about it. He's the one that really perpetuated it, originated it, and pushed it on as many channels that he could get on. So yeah, he really despised Liam. But he also didn't like Dark Gift. And so Dark Gift's having this little crew that he's like coaching on how to behave and navigate this space and ways to take advantage of it.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think he'd necessarily be on board with that either, quite frankly. So I think he'd kind of just be in his own corner, his own pocket, which is where he was before. He wasn't really looking for allies a whole lot. And he didn't have any anyway. Like, everybody was always.
I mean, you don't consider the Etsy's like Testify's allies. I mean, that was his war campaign.
When I first came into Pangea, like, there was a huge number of people in there from different camps. And it was all of these like people who left War Campaign, and they were recruiting people, and like their numbers were growing. But by the time I quit Pangea, everybody had left, and the last new person that they got was Queenie, who I don't know if you know her.
Yeah, that's JDA's girl that would come on the Dank stream from time to time.
And they were like trying to get Testify and her to stream together or whatever, but like she was the last new person they had. And they had a dude in there, Black Knight, who I think he used to be part of War Campaign or some other group, and he ended up floating in there. But yeah, there was no new associations, no new allies coming into that space. And Justify was just getting more and more isolated, I think. And I think that's probably where he'd end up right now, not really taking any sides. So, which kind of makes sense because there's so much tribalism, and everybody is in their own, silos, tribes. That that's probably just how it would continue to grow if people like Testify were still around. So,
what about Sketch? Where do you think Sketch would be nowadays if he was still here?
I mean, Sketch would leave because Sketch always Sketch was kind of a purity tester, right? Like he wanted everybody.
Oh
to,
yeah.
Not let infiltrators in, and who's this person, who's that person. That one's got a sus history. That one's got a sus history. Like Sketch would lose his mind with the people that are around now. Even if like everybody liked him and was treating him nice and trying to kiss up to him and keep him around, he wouldn't stay. So way too much stuff. Anyway, I think we talked about all the stuff. I think I proved my guilt of striking AI Kevin O'Leary channels. I think I made my case about why Finatra's kind of a weirdo that loves to say crazy things.
It's just Finn, man.
It's just Finn. Yeah, I don't know about that, Fowler. I don't know about you, Fowler. I got my suspicions. Got my doubts. No, I know you're. I know a lot more about you. That's normal. That I'm not worried about.
Yeah,
very much.
The landscape is just so different now. It's hard to kind of really keep track of any of it.
Yeah. No, I mean, and it changes so frequently because the content is constantly moving. And so because the content is so active and alive and organic, it's like a virus. It's constantly mutating and evolving. And there's always something different and new. And it's just week to week, there's some new highlighted drama that you need to be, keyed in on and tuned into to really know and understand the space. And so because that's it's like a disease that's just spreading and growing, I don't see how you course correct from something like that. And unless it just all comes to a head and just there's a massive explosion that just wipes it all out, which I don't know, maybe who knows what that'll be. So Fashy says it's just the internet. Yeah, but I mean, we're also talking about how people used to utilize this space for comic promotion and more productive objectives rather than just building their brand and becoming an influencer and a YouTube celeb or whatever dumb thing people want it for now. So it might be just the internet, but it was a part of the internet that was used for something positive, and its use is diminished significantly for smaller people. Maybe it probably still helps the big people. Who knows what their bottom line is? I'm not their accountant. I don't know their numbers, but for the smaller people, definitely, yeah, things have changed drastically. There's not that many opportunities in a space that's this contentious. So massive explosions sound like a threat. Smack my head. Yeah, smack all our heads.
No, that stands for shake my hand.
Oh, okay. No one is going to buy a crowdfund book when they're waiting on 10 late ones. I mean, they were buying them, for years. Ethan's been doing draw streams, actually. I don't know if you've also seen that, Fowler. So he's been drawing a lot of Rainbow the Brute.
I always tune into those draw streams that are on in the morning.
Yeah, those are great.
I'll watch that stuff.
Yeah, I enjoy those a lot. So it's nice to see, you know, the work coming together and coming alive. So I don't know why people are like hung up on stuff not coming out when you see stuff being produced. Um, you know, so it's the late books argument is, I think it's run into the ground a little bit, but I've never been like a big late books kind of guy. And I don't think books coming out on like a super regular basis is necessarily going to change a whole lot. Because I don't think that getting just more stuff is what's going to drive more interest. It's making sure you get stuff that, even if it's few and far between, excites you enough that you're willing to wait for the next one, no matter how long it takes. And that was the case with the early Image books. People waited a long time, but the few that they got, they were very excited over. It's when you know, they weren't delivering on the original promises that people kind of checked out of Image. Like I remember the art for Extreme Studios like went way downhill, and Wildstorm too. Like originally the Wildstorm stuff was great, and I loved Backlash. That was like one of my favorite books with Brett Booth stuff. But yeah,
Black uniform, like white hair, kind of glowing whip, right?
yeah, he's an
Yeah, I
old
remember
guy.
that.
I thought that was a great book. I really enjoyed that one. But yeah, the quality just all started going way downhill, and I think that's when people really stopped caring about Image. So it's not necessarily just getting out tons of stuff. Like you have to put out things that people care about and will talk about and will look forward to the next one, no matter how long it takes to produce it. So that's my opinion. Like I'm not trying to, you know, be on a side or get into a big geek war with anybody over it. You know, that's just my opinion, that I think people are willing to wait if the product is worth the wait.
So do you think the infighting and backbiting shit costs more customers than the late books?
Yeah, definitely the fighting hurts, because people spend money in positive settings. Like people don't go into a negative setting and go, oh yeah, all these people hate each other and they're constantly angry, let me open up my wallet here. They walk into a setting and they're like, there's a positive atmosphere, everybody's happy, jovial, and they're talking about doing positive things. They seem like good, trustworthy people. I want to spend money. That's the mood, the atmosphere that people actually, you know, buy product in. Not the seething and the losing your shit and the screeching and the reeing and all that other dumb gay shit that everybody does. That turns people off. And you might get super chats and views because there's a social media engagement out of it, but nobody wants your product, you know, for that kind of content. I don't think it attracts buyers. I think it attracts gawkers, people who just want to watch a car accident, not necessarily people who are looking to buy a car. So that's my philosophy, but I'm sure everybody disagrees. And I'm an idiot and a traitor and, you know, gay for saying it, you know, so cancel me. But that's the reason why I used to spend money, a lot of money in early CG back in all the books, because of the positivity. But, you know, whatever. What do I know? I'm just a bunny rabbit, Fowler. Anyway, you hung with me for like almost 5 hours. I appreciate that, dude. So thank you.
Oh, damn. Yeah.
Thanks for holding my feet to the fire and making me suffer through a dark gift tutorial.
I feel bad I'm not going to be able to stream with you anymore because you were exposed as a filthy flaggot, and I don't want to get mired to your Mac, you know?
Yeah, it's going to happen. So somebody will label you eventually and cancel you out. Don't worry.
Nice. You can't be canceled if you're already a nobody, though. So.
Yeah. All these things are true. All right, dude. Till next time. Thanks, everybody in the chat. Thank you, Fowler. Thank you to the reviewers. Apologies if you feel like the after show sullied your review. I thought this is the best way, you know, to kind of bring back the original format of the show and address all this crap, to do it within the context of a review show. Kind of remind people why we're here. And like, yeah, we can talk about the drama, but it's about the books. Okay, guys? Let's not forget. Everything we're doing here is not about your dumbass views and your stupid ass brand. You're supposed to be doing something productive here, contributing to the arts, contributing to storytelling, contributing to independent creators. So fuck off with your dumb, YouTube fame. Otherwise, have a good night, everybody. Say bye, Fowler.
Bye, Fowler.